help his athletes finish up.
Camera rolling.
All right, everybody, good morning. It is Sunday morning, day 4 of Tier Wodapalooza. Welcome to the pre-show. We're joined by Brent Kowalski and Brian Friend. Guys, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Hey, Bella.
Hey, Brian. It's been fun this weekend.
And
Brent,
3,
your weekend looks a little bit differently than it normally does. And by that, I mean you were actually out judging on the competition floor this morning. Were you nervous at all going out there? It's actually so challenging to do, which is live judging.
I don't know if I was. I don't think I was nervous. I was excited. Yeah, but I knew it was exactly what I expected, which is it's not easy, right? And it was fun.
Did you give any no reps?
Oh yeah, I gave some no reps.
Okay.
All learned.
Okay.
If, in hindsight, notes from the head judge was you probably missed a few no reps.
How does that feel?
I mean, you want to do it perfect,
Yeah.
right? So that's kind of what it is. It's like I want to do it perfect because the assumption is all the other judges are. And you want to hold the standard, but overall, I'd give myself a 7 out of 10, maybe.
Okay. I actually heard your no rep hands were pretty passive. So
Yes.
can we get a good no rep on the stage, please?
Yes.
There we go. There it is.
That was my, after each heat, I was getting notes, and that was the one thing that each heat I wasn't able to do. I kept thinking do it, but I was so focused on the count, making sure they were doing everything right. And then when I did give no reps, I was loud, but I didn't have the hand motion. So I have to work on that.
So we've learned the hardest part of being a judge is the hands. It's not actually the judging, it's the hands.
It's everything. That's what I was saying is I think if you're a ref or a judge in a lot of other sports, I ref volleyball a little bit growing up to make a bit of money when I was 20 years old. And you watch the game, and if you see something, you blow the whistle. And then you have, 2-3 seconds, and you go, okay, I know something wrong happened. What was that? You touch the net, and then you make the hand gesture. Here you have to immediately call it. The play still continues, and you have to ideally say no rep, give 1 or 2 words to say why, whether it's, depth, or in the lunge, it's knees synchro, and then you have to instruct what to do next, or give the count, and time's still ticking, time's still going. So there's not a lot of sports where the clock still runs when, a judge is making a call, so it's really hard. It's not easy.
For all the judges out there, you're welcome. Brian, have you ever judged a competition? Someone who knows as much about the sport as you do, have you judged before? I have, and it's absolutely terrifying. Not for me, I'll stand on this side of the microphone.
I saw Brent before he went on the floor this morning, and I told him that I think I've cameo appearance as a judge in 5 or 6 events over the past couple of years. Last year at TFX, I jumped in for a couple of heats, and it is, I think Brent described it right. It's challenging. You gotta have a head on a swivel. There's many things you're thinking about. You want to be doing the right thing in collaboration with the rest of the people out there, and try to make the competition fair. So I think that you do feel a similar level of stress and pressure as the athletes do, with the same expectation of doing your best.
Brent, you're here as unofficial or official capacity with PFAA this weekend. What does that weekend look like for you? Is it meetings? Is it watching the events, seeing what we can do better as a sport moving forward? What does your life look like now when you're not on the competition floor competing?
Yeah, it's been a really fun weekend. Just myself and Grace and the PFA, we've been just trying to sort of help wherever we can. And I think what that looks like in a very official capacity is how can we make the athlete experience better? Like specifically, we're here for the elite division, but definitely a lot of the stuff that we've been helping with has impacted all of the divisions. And on the one hand, we're looking to help this competition these 4 days go as well as possible, but a lot of it is me making notes, thinking from an athlete perspective, how can we build this as well for next year? And it's hard because I know from an athlete, every little mistake that might be made by an event, they're not intentional, but can have a really, really big impact for every division on their experience, but certainly the elites when there's tens of thousands of dollars on the line. So if there's a workout where the brief isn't done properly, or the floor layout isn't explained, or just anything, that can have life-changing impact. And the level of professionalism that I took in as an athlete, and my understanding of that, trying to get that as much as I can to impact the competition positively, but not just relying on me, trying to create better partnerships in both directions between all of those athletes where they feel comfortable and they can bring concerns to someone. If they see something early that, hey, I think this is going to be a problem, Maybe they see an earlier heat of the intermediate division, or like, we're doing that workout in 4 hours. This is a problem. Making sure that's being brought up, and then making sure the lines of communication are there to have that shored up as the competition goes along. Not to say that the first division doesn't matter either, but we want it the other way around too, right? Just if the elites went first and you're like, oh my gosh, that didn't go well, whatever that is, making sure that improves, and then also, like, this is something I'm really interested in, is what are the core reasons that happened, as opposed to, let's say it's, ping pong wall balls, something goes wrong, and just saying, it's just ping pong wall balls. No, maybe there's something there that there's like a core foundational communication issue. Maybe it's through like the head judge, maybe it's through the organizer, maybe it's the workout planning. What are those things that we can improve that can maybe have like a broader reaching impact for the next 10 years for 100 balls, as opposed to, if we do ping pong wall balls tomorrow, let's improve it and then forget. So it's been a lot of fun. I mean, just trying to figure that out, trying to help immediately, but then also, I'm really passionate about it. So seeing what we can do long term as well.
This is actually the second year in a row that I've had a chance to see the behind the scenes of the competition team having these conversations. And this year, I've also seen Brent be incorporated into those conversations. And it's really nice to be able to see in real time the actual application of what he's talking about, and know that it's making a difference in the experience for the athlete. But I think it's kind of definite to two things. One is Wodapalooza, being open to that, to bringing in someone who sees things from a perspective that's very unique, and also just to Brent for making a decision. He wasn't wrong. Like, he actually stepped out when he was still at his best and was able to compete at the top level, to do something that has a chance to make an impact, like he said, for years and years to come, for competitive athletes at every level all around the world.
Brian, are there any initiatives or things that you would like to see the PFA work on within the sport of CrossFit? For you personally, again, you are one of the people that has seen the sport the most. You are global with the sport, and you're watching everything. What are some of the things that you would like to see start to happen?
They are happening. Last year, one of the things that I was able to do at Wodapalooza, because it's such a global community here, is introduce Mitch and Grace to competition organizers and competitions that I've worked at around the world, and then let them do their thing. They've been having conversations with a lot of those organizations, because it's not just about doing it at one place. Also, it's about how can we start to integrate something across many competitions or many nations. And then there's this whole series of challenges that comes with that. Because you can't have Brent at all of those places. You can't get there as easily. There's logistical challenges that don't exist in the U.S. that do exist in other countries, different equipment providers. So it's just the ball is in motion and rolling, and that's what's important. It's, we're still young in the sport in general. We're still young in this process of integrating expert level analysis from a professional athlete perspective, but it's happening, and that's what I'm doing.
Well, let's switch gears and let's talk about the ball that's already rolling. The individual competition has already concluded. Let's briefly touch upon how impressive it was that James and Lucy Campbell were on top of the podium with the depth of field. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, the competition on both sides was a lot of good athletes, right? Lucy, that's kind of the story of the weekend, I think, for sure. I didn't expect her to be first. I think she probably didn't expect it either.
She definitely did not.
Yeah.
She said so herself. She did not.
And and so it was incredible to see that. I mean, I've had injuries, a lot of athletes have had injuries, and that uncertainty, that frustration, the doubt, like, will I come back? Will I be better than I was? Will I be, even better or even the same, right? And so I'm sure that feeling for her is incredible. A lot of other women had great weekends. Emma Tall was incredible. More of her back, always, I think, to give her those flowers, because it's kind of like, it's like Pat. It's like, oh, yeah, that's a good game. It's like, no, it's since 2018, Laura's just been crushing it, right? So whatever's thrown at her, she's just always in the mix to win, which is so cool. And even Alexis Raptors, right? Like, she had kind of an up and down weekend with some health stuff, but she just pulled through. And the men were all good too. So the women's competition, all of it. And James, the handstand push-up workout, him and I have a shared bond when it comes to that, and he crushed that workout, and that was very much a turning point in a tight field like that. You have those key workouts for each athlete, And if they can sneak away instead of, maybe a predicted 10th place, I think James was what, third or second? Oh my gosh, yeah. I thought he was third or fourth. So to come second in a handstand push-up workout, hard to beat James Sprague when that happens, right? So I think those are sort of those pivotal turning point moments, and when that happens, it's dangerous.
I think it was super well said. To me, when I just look at the podium, aside from the whole depth, you have the new blood coming in, even the Austin Hatfield, big first time major podium for him, and you still got the legends of Wodapalooza up there, and just to see the excellence that goes, it's like a 10-year age range from the youngest oldest athlete that's making a podium here. And I think this, plus the international factor, it just makes me feel good about where the elite level of the sport is at.
Okay. Now, we're on the team division now, 6, 3, and 4. Your former teammates, the PB&J, so I think that's what you guys were, right, back in the day? Your new third teammate, Jason Hopper, is the new Jay on the team. Give me FOMO that he's out there competing with your friends, or you totally let him have it?
Oh, I'm happy for him. He came to me and he was a little nervous. I have big shoes to fill. I mean, Jason's hilarious. And so I gave him my old flannel. Kind of honorary, you're worthy of the flannel, Jason.
So you blessed him.
Yeah, and then I asked him if he would legally change his name to something that started with a B, like maybe Basin or Braden, something in the middle. He's debating it. We're trying to get a notary in, but he's doing really well. They're crushing it. It's fun to watch. No FOMO. I'm just enjoying it.
He earned the flannel. He made the trip to Canada to train with those guys. I don't know if he would have deserved it, but they put in the work ahead of time.
They put a lot of shirtless work. You also get the Instagram pictures?
That's brother, the mascot at the Canadians game.
It's absolutely wild. Canada's a wild place, guys. There's a lot of depth on the teams. I would say the top 3 teams right now, we're halfway through competition. Nobody's really surprised. We have the boys, Chase Mayhem, and then PJs. Knowing what we know about the workouts coming up, what are your thoughts? Do you think we're going to see a shift on the leaderboard? Do you think Noah and Chandler and Travis are going to continue to push ahead? There's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of power coming up today.
Yeah, I'll let Brent talk a little more about the workouts and what he might think, but all those teams cannot rest easy. There's another team full of podium athletes from this competition as well, right behind them in Go Walk, with Justin Medeiros and Willie George, and really doesn't compete anymore except for Team at Wodapalooza, and he makes a podium every year.
I love that.
Which is pretty cool. Obviously, everyone knows Justin's pedigree and Dallon's rising through the ranks himself, so that's a very scary team right behind. And if you just go down the leaderboard, Sculpted Scholars are there. They got 2 games athletes on the team. Luca, Moritz, and Harry are lurking. The team from the training culture is lurking. The top trained teams are, I think it's 80% individual games athletes. And then you have these team athletes. The guys from Sweden, the guys from Norway. And with the final, that one matters a lot in the final. And when there's a lot of depth and teams like that can win events, steal points, there's nothing guaranteed.
Third of 4:30.
As someone who just judged the ping pong wall ball, toe to bar, and walking lunge, that workout's going to be very tight for every men's team. And so, yeah, nothing, just because you can see, this team currently first. I mean, all these workouts today, but especially that one will throw an entire wrench in it. You can easily have, 15 seconds separating the top 10 to 12 teams. It's going to be very tight. A couple no-rep wall balls or no-rep toes to bar or a slip-up on the lunge, which could cost the whole thing. So I don't envy the judges in those last 2 weeks, I will say that. And yeah, and even the interval workout on the sand today, the 3-3-3-4, with the machines, with the synchro snatches, the synchro thrusters with the one dumbbell. That workout is going to be reckless. It's going to be very hard. There's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of strategy. I honestly don't have any predictions. I'm just going to enjoy watching when I can because it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be really, really hard, and you could see a team drop or rise. It's going to be fun.
After watching that workout on the floor with the ping pong wall balls, is there anything that you would say, hey, teams, please do this? After watching these teams, don't do what they did.
Yeah, I mean, really have your positions dialed in for the wall balls. Those first 20 wall balls or so were a little shaky for some teams, getting into a rhythm. And you don't want to have 5 no reps in the first 20 reps and then find your rhythm. Really make sure you do that in the warm-up area. and then have really fast transitions on the toe to bar. So when you do finish a toe to bar set, find a way to get near the rope as opposed to finishing, walking to the worm, and then you can't get back behind. And then that next transition for you when you sub in is going to take more time. And then the worm, you know, it's a balance on that worm lunge. For the elite men, they're going to be trying to move fast, but they also cannot make a mistake. So it's that really sweet spot of moving fast on those lunges, but please, please, please do not make a mistake. Do not get a no rep, because the way that the worm lunges, yes, it's a 10-foot section, but really you're moving back like 16 feet, you know, and that's 6 steps or something. So it's so those no reps and those lunges can be really, really, really costly. Whereas if you're an athlete and you're no rep on the lunge, 5 feet's just 5 feet, but because all of them have to cross.
Sometimes for an individual athlete, 5 feet is 2 spots on the podium though in a lunge.
I think there's a lot of workouts this weekend specifically for the teams. That mental focus is so important. With the blocks that we saw yesterday, a lot of the girls weren't stacking the blocks correctly. They didn't know where they were supposed to be. A lot of no reps already on the sandbox. It seems Wodapalooza this year really took a different spin to the workout. It was a mentally locked in as well as physically. Would you say that's true?
Absolutely. We saw it even on the individual side. There was an event earlier in the week where, you know, Lisa Fuliano put the blocks horizontal instead of vertical. It cost her the event win, and he knows that they cost her 1 or 2 spots in the leaderboard from the end of the thing. The details matter. The judges I have seen doing a good job of holding the standards that they've been briefed on. So yeah, you got to stay just as focused mentally, because if you don't do that, then it doesn't matter how good you are physically.
Well, the ladies teams, Outcasts, led by Daniel Brandon, currently leading the charge, but it's the team that's in second place. Our young guns, the 3 of them, Reese, Lucy, and Bear Gross, lead second overall into the secondary competition. How impressive is that these ladies, all under the age of 20, are already making a name for themselves at this competition? They were just in the teenage division.
I know. These girls are incredible. And they've all had a chance now to compete at the elite level. But when you look at the totality of the names that are in this field, to think about being in second at the 50-yard line is not, I mean, I figured they could be top 10. I did not think they could podium against this field, but every time I've seen them compete, they're just getting better and better, and they're gelling really well. And I also am really curious who came up with a name. It was incredible, Little McDaughter. But yeah, they're the standout to me after day one for sure.
Pardon me. I was fortunate to compete with Lucy McGonigal at FitFest 13 months ago in December, and you know, you can see the leaderboard finishes and go, yeah, she did X, Y, Z at these teenage competitions. But then when you're competing against her, you know, she's so mature for her age. She's so focused. She's got like a great support crew around her, her family, her coaches. And she's really, really good. She's like very good. She does everything so well. She moves so well. She's so focused. She executes. It's like she's got all the pieces. And so, yeah, definitely someone to look out for. I need to familiarize myself with the other 2 women on the team, but you know, she's part of that element. Yeah, they can go far.
2 minutes.
I'd like to close the show while we're talking about the next generation, which is these girls. Brent, as someone who's been in the space competing for as long as you have, what advice would you give them, the next generation, about longevity? How do you tell an athlete that is so elite in their sport at the age of 18, this is how you're going to make it for a long time? I don't want to see you burn out.
Yeah, I think I could talk about that for a long time. I think have fun, and then have people in your corner that you can talk to, right? Develop strong relationships. That could be a coach, ideally someone who's, you know, really understands it, whether that's a coach or a former athlete or, you know, a mental health specialist, whatever that is, and develop a relationship and just continue to have those conversations so you can identify, like, what am I feeling right now before it builds up and it gets too late. It's the same as, it's different, but it's the same as an injury. Like, your knee's a little sore, do something about it. Don't say, it'll get better, and then it'll get worse and worse, and it's still something very serious. So it's kind of that same thing with the mind, right? Between the ears, keeping a close eye on it and taking that side of it as seriously as you do the training. And, you know, when you have all of those pieces from the mental side, the physical, the strategy, you know, taking those all professionally, that's what's going to pay off, not only in your results on the floor and your longevity, but just as a person outside of the sport.
Spoken like a true champion. Well, this has been the Triple Bs, Brian, Brent, and Bella. So giving them room for their money. Gentlemen, thank you. Show
you.
coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Done.
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Rolling stones in the rap game, not bragging. Look bigger than Jagger, not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Check the backs, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, but who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
Fourth and final day of the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza is here. We are starting with the Elite Team Women. As you can see the schedule on your screen for Sunday, the final day of competition here on Miami Beach as we're crowning team champions later this evening. I'm Chase Ingham. Alongside with me is Bill Grunler. Bill and Martin will be joining us later on the competition floor. And at the top of the leaderboard for the women, Yeti Outcasts at 279. Little McDaughters hanging in just 8 points behind them, or 12 points behind them in second.
Well, both those teams are really starting to solidify their position, which is really impressive. I wasn't really expecting that with the Little McDaughters, but man, stay up there, ladies. Stay up there.
3 events down that we had yesterday. 3 totally different tests for these teams today.
Oh, yeah.
And we are starting off with the longest event of the team competition this morning.
Yeah, and it's going to be really fun to watch how these athletes kind of maneuver through this. And we all talk about, like, that death by or that ladder that you're kind of building, and this is definitely one of those, and the strategies that are going to be playing to that for what the teams are going to decide to do. I think it's going to be really fun and interesting to watch how they work.
And it is a race to the top to kick off the second day, the final day of competition here at Miami Beach.
So rounds 1 to 10, we're doing 1 rope climb, then we have a very tall box jump over for all the athletes, and then 1 clean for the ladies, 175 pounds, and then we increase 2 reps, then 3, then 4, all the way up to 10. Now, the one thing that all the athletes are going to have to do is everyone has to do the box jump, but you can do whatever you want on the rope climbing on the clean.
Now that you mentioned the ascending rep scheme versus the descending rep scheme, what do these athletes need to be aware of when they're in the throes of the competition?
Well, it's one of my keys of this is the last 3. The last 3 rounds is the second half of that round. And then after that, it's like, hey, you have to think about putting your right people at the right place. It's job placement. If you have a really good rope climb person, let them do their work. If you have a strong beastly cleaner, let them do the clean.
1 to 10. What is the halfway point again?
It's around the 8. When you hit 8, 9, 10, you've hit the halfway point, which is going to be crazy because everyone's going to feel like they've been moving so fast when they get up to round 5. Man, we're killing it. And then all of a sudden they'll get stuck in the mud up in those top 3 rounds.
We're going to start the morning off here in the Tier Arena. And don't be confused as you see the beach on the far right side of your screen. This is on the sand. As we're getting set to bring out heat number 1, we're going to have 4 total heats of teams for both the women and the men. And with that 16-minute cap, this will be the longest event time-wise of the weekend for these teams.
Time frame is really interesting. We've seen a handful of the other events. Like last night, we had an 11-minute time cap. We saw that it mattered for some teams in the beginning, but then all of a sudden, when you really look at your top teams, I mean, it literally took half the time. So I'm curious to see if this 16-minute time cap is going to be needed for these athletes, or if it's just hey, we want everyone to play.
Line assignments for heat number 1, as we have reseeded from yesterday. So these first 2 heats first 2 events of the day will be seeded based off their performance on Saturday. And then we will reseed one more time before the final event is held. One to 10. That broken line. Okay.
30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds.
So early on, there could be a bit more strategy with the smaller reps. So this number 2 rope line itself. They will start taking those heavier or bigger sets.
You want to put a specialist. Let the people that can
10 seconds.
Let them do the rope line. The thing is that technically, if me and you were on the team, I could just be only rope climb. You never even have to worry about touching the barbell. If that's what you decide to do, set that up for the team. I'm just saying, all hypothetical. Now that box jump that you see all the athletes jumping over, that's 30 inches for the ladies, 175 pounds there for the clean. Hey, 1 round is done. Look at that.
Hey,
look
19
at that.
seconds. This is going to be the fastest event of the weekend.
We're going to crush this. I don't need 16 minutes.
The chess pieces will be on the far right side of the competition floor as they move from round to round. as we are on the set of 2, where every team member
Last one team shall finish up.
Go ahead and hit a nice touch and go at 275. I'm already starting to see some of the strategies for some of these teams where they'll let the one person do the rope climbs and the group will move to the box waiting for the rope climber to get to them. They'll all hit their jumps and then one person, because it's a small reps right now, one person goes to the bar, the other 2 go back to the rope so they can start.
Well, that's
trying
the
to
thing
save that transition time.
Yeah, that's the thing in the early part of this event is that there's so many transitions in the beginning part, all the way up, say, 5 and 6. That's really where you need to be focused and aware, because you're not going to outclimb someone right now.
Right.
Even the 5 and 6, those transitions are where you can separate yourself. And then once we get to the heavier sets, or the more higher volume sets, is where the work actually comes into play.
Well, think about, like, with that clean, if you can go touch and go, that's awesome. I don't expect athletes to be going sets of 10 touch and go. But what you can do is have, instead of one athlete moving to the bar, you can have 2 athletes move to the bar. So I'll hit my 3, I get out of the way, you hit your 3 right away, and now I'll whatever. I can do 1 more, 2 more. But that keeps that bar moving, and that's what you want. You want objects and reps being counted as often as you can and really reduce that rest time.
Speaking of rest time, is the sequencing on the box. As we get into those higher volume sets, that is transitions between movements, but transitions between reps on the box. Blacklisted dogs and the single outfits are your leaders in this heat.
And there's even your blacklisted dogs right there in the center in lane number 6, all in the green. God, they make it really nice for us to be able to point them out with. Appreciate that, ladies. That's great. But the speed on the rope climb, look at that. Being very smart about how they're locking their feet and just really coming right off the ground, going right back up again.
Center your screen, lane number 6. As they're working back to the box for the round of 4. Again, every athlete must do the box to get the rep. On the right side, the team on the clean is Amanda Fisher. She's been going touch and go now. Bar. Amanda Fisher was on a grid championship team this past year as a strength specialist, if you can imagine it.
No way.
And she's pulling the heavy duty so far. Solo on the bar now.
Starting to emerge. Right behind him, though.
I tell you, for this particular workout, if you have taller, stronger athletes all together, it's really going to pay benefits. Nice big jump for the rope climb. That's going to help. Being a little bit taller for those 30 bucks is going to help. Really minimize strain on that clean. It's going to help the big strong
Just to their left in lane number 7 is the shortest, which that might not be the best combo for an event that has high box jumps and rope climbs in it.
I literally just said the taller, bigger athletes is going to play to your favorite, so.
30 inches on these box jumps. Individuals can share the work on the rope and the clean, but everyone must be doing the work on the box. You can see on the left side of your screen, that is the 10 teams in this heat, and that is the number of reps that they're on.
Wow.
Blacklisted has a slight edge on shortest. Team representing C4 Athletics.
Yeah, it looks only about the difference of about a rep or so between blacklisted and shortest.
Notice what's nice is we talked about transitions, and if you can have one athlete on the bar for as long as you can, while they're still moving fast, great, because then your other two can be waiting by the rope.
And the second that bar drops, boom, you're right up. And you're right, and that's something that the Blacklisted has done really, really well. What I'm interested in is when we get to round 8, and we talked about that's the halfway point. Do you keep your strong athletes there? I mean, the nice thing is you still have that transition time, but what's the rest time going to look like in between those reps?
Now, on the rope climbs, Bill, sometimes we've seen athletes have to wait behind a designated line further from the rope. Here, they can be very close, and that changes the way you approach how you switch your athletes out.
Totally, because usually it's like I have to run a certain distance and kind of tag hands or whatever, so you have to factor that in. I like the fact that they don't have that. They just let you go wherever you need to go and make it happen. So I like the fact that they just get to, we're not testing you on your transition or your intelligence of your transition. Just go fast. And I love the way that's set up.
We are in the round of 6. And it is lane 6. The Blacklisted Dogs in all teal. And Amanda Fisher is still pulling single duty on the cleans. Shortest is not backing down. If you see on the right side of your screen, Amanda Fisher's by herself with her 2 teammates behind her, but now you have 2 athletes from the C4 Athletics team sharing the workload on the barbell. And what a great thing that is to have on your team. If someone can sit there and do all the work by themselves, and you already have 2 people ready to alternate on the ropes.
Well, it really does help for sure, because you know that you're going to get your other athletes up. But I think, for the Shorties team, I would really, because they are making that split, I would almost do one once you have a rack, get out of the way and kind of cycle that way, so it's a little bit faster, little bit more rest in between, and hit it that way. You still have one back at the rope that can get going.
2 teams in the lead as we are approaching the 8-minute mark. You have your Blacklisted Dogs in lane number 6 in the all teal, and the shortest in all black in lane number 7. Is now we are getting, well, unfortunately to say too much out loud, into the near halfway point.
Well, and that's what I was curious about. So here we are at the 8-minute mark. That's the halfway point time-wise too. So at least for this heat and the athletes that are in this heat, it's really looking like that time frame is pretty well tested.
Into the round of 8. Blacklisted Dogs in the all teal still leading. Not by much, though. As shortest trying to keep pace with them. Again, every athlete must do a rep on the box, but they can share the workload on the bar and the rope. As Amanda Fisher already into that. And she has yet, this has just been consistent solo the entire way through.
Man, look how fast that is. I love it. Touch and go would be great, but why worry about that? The second half of that lift, the negative of that, just ghost ride it down like she's doing. Hands staying on the bar, staying engaged and getting after it.
So Blacklisted Dogs on to the round of 9. Scan the QR code and find out more about Reign Total Body Fuel. 0 sugar BCAAs and 300 milligrams of natural caffeine. At this point, I could use some unnatural caffeine. The official drink of the Tier Wodapalooza Miami.
I think I'm mixing up my caffeines right now.
Although I say with unnatural caffeine being in Miami, that might get a little...
That'll be later this evening.
Yeah,
you'll
that's the
feel
after
that.
party.
Yeah.
After party. Or before the final event, depending on how this day goes. Just past the 10-minute mark, the time cap is 16 minutes as we have 3 teams into the round of 9. We have Blacklisted Dogs in lane 6, shortest in lane 7. And then in lane number 3, you have the Oslo team, Team Wadla out of Norway. Team Blacklisted still using 2 of their 3 athletes on the rope climbs. As Wadla, you see in the center part of your screen, in lane number 3, has moved into that third place position in this heat. This is just heat 1 of 4 for event number 4 to kick off the final day of action here at the 2025 Wodapalooza Championships. 9 box jump overs at 30 inches.
You know what? Watching the way the Blacklisted is moving, the way
box jumps are quick.
I mean, the box jumps are fast. The second the athlete touches the ground from the rope climb, the box jumps were already started. Knowing that you have an athlete that can virtually go touch and go on the barbell. We've said it, how many times so far through this competition have we had a time in one of the first 2 heats that still is able to post a time that kind of pushes everyone up towards the front? I think Blacklist is going to have a decent time to hold with the rest of the field.
Blacklisted, anchored by Amanda Fisher. Solo on the barbell as you look at C4 Athletics, shortest to the right, now have all 3 females on the barbell. 9 cleans at 175 pounds. And this is one of those we say this all the time, the benefits of being in the last heat or the later heats.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, all right, based off our skill sets, as you were talking about earlier, I think of teams like the Frog Girls who don't like the Danny Spiegel's team.
Right, yeah.
Whatever your team name is. All right, is that we saw Danny pull, 20 reps at 145 of overhead squats unbroken, but you also got athletes like Kyra Milligan, Olivia Kerstetter. It's almost, you know what they're going to do is they're going to Rochambeau to who gets to do the barbell
I want to do the one. I want
no,
the barbell.
No, I'll do the barbell work.
Right. What will be really interesting now is to see how they decide. Blacklist is doing great. They're crushing it. Their strategy for them has worked perfect. Now when we get down to the final 10 reps, well, now you have access to all 3 of those athletes. Do you put the other athletes in there? Are you able to go touch and go? Do you just put Amanda in there and go until you're tired and get the hell out of the way?
Well, maybe it is do as many touch and go reps as you can possibly do.
And they have to be touch and go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Blacklisted dogs working through their final 10 rope climbs along with shorter, and shortest, and they only have a rep difference between the 2 teams. C4 Athletics on the left in all black. That is your shortest. On the right side in all teal. There's your Blacklisted dogs out of Blacklisted HQ.
So Watts is on Blacklisted right there. Boom. Touch the ground, and immediately those reps start happening for the box jump overs.
2 reps in, finishing up their second rep.
Ooh, it's close.
Is Blacklisted. Shortest is just a rep behind. There is enough time and transitions here to make a move on these 10 reps. Again, every team member must do a rep before we get in those final 10 cleans. And Bill, I'm curious of how Blacklisted is going to manage those cleans. Is it going to be the quick singles? Is it going to be solo, or that touch and go is a must at the end?
You have to. You have to go touch and go. Oh, here we go.
14 minutes in. Singles on the bar still. Shortest.
Get your teammates back behind you.
175 pounds. Still going, though. 5 reps left to go.
Shorty's has, but look at this. They're going for the touch and go. Ah! And this is a difference.
This is it.
This is a difference right here. Oh, my gosh, it's so close.
Final rep for Blacklisted. Not enough time left for shortest as they were just 2 reps behind. As they'll cross the finish line, final athlete is the time to stop. And that is 14:43 for Blacklisted dogs. Team Wadla is in just behind shortest. Only a 10-second difference between the 2 teams, and that can all be fixed with a quicker transition there. How many times have we seen athletes' feet get tangled up in the rope?
Half a second on a transition when you're working through 10 rounds and you have 3 different transitions, that's a lot of extra time. You're right, it doesn't seem like much, and we're moving so smooth. What are you talking about? but that stuff can add up, and 10-second difference there.
30 seconds remaining before we hit that 16-minute cap. As we have about 3 teams on to their final 10 cleans. 175 pounds on the bar. And Bill, you nailed it, is that there's so much. This is a high execution style event.
Oh, massive.
And when you look at team programming and team competition, there should be variance all across the board, not just movements, modalities, and time domains, but the type of test that you're giving to these teams. Is it synchro work? Is it shared work? Is it pair work? Is it execution work?
Yep.
Working as a team. And there is I would say, based off what we saw, is that, yes, great time, maybe not the best. There can be better execution later on where you may not be the strongest team, but you save yourself 10 seconds around just because you're moving better.
Well, we even saw that on the last event last night. The execution was, how do you work that worm, right? You have the power output part. You have what's the strength of your team, but when you have that execution, those are the teams that did the best.
Heat 1 done. Heat 2 coming up next. Heat 1 is done. Heat 2 making their way on the competition floor here at Tier Arena. And these are your lane assignments for the second heat. We have reseeded since yesterday as we're getting set for event number 4, Race to the Top. The time to beat set by Blacklisted Dogs of 14:43. As we have a 16-minute cap in this 4th event. These are teams 21st through 30th after 3 events. See there in lane number 1, the All-American girls out of Camp Rhino. Ava George, Grace Lochner, and Trista Smith.
You know, after watching that first heat, I always go back and kind of check, like, all right, did the things that I was thinking about when it was written on paper, did that kind of play out the right way? Were the keys the right things that we were kind of coming up with? And it's always a great test, especially after you reseed, so you kind of are building with your quote-unquote weaker teams to start with and kind of work your way up. And what's impressive is that it does come a lot down to strategy, but then also to utilizing your athletes in the right positions, and then have enough confidence to do that for the team. So for like Trista Smith's team here, we saw Trista being the power horse on the lift. I wonder if they're going to make her be the lift and then put the taller athletes up to the front for the rope climbs.
This will be a very fast start as we go from 1 rep to 10 reps. Rope climbs can be shared in work. Box jumps must be done all together, and the cleans can be shared as well. And we've seen a lot of different strategies in the first heat. The race really doesn't take shape until about that 7th round.
Yeah, I think that everyone is just kind of like getting the feels out, trying to get that timing down while they can. You're not gonna beat anyone in the first 3 rounds. It's just not gonna happen. I mean, it's only 3 box jumps.
Right. 175 pounds on the bar. They can share the work. See a lot of athletes going touch and go early. No one really sharing the barbell work just yet. See in lane number 10, that is Team 5 guys out of CrossFit Mayhem. Jessica Androsik, Nina Viragovic, and Kenzie Campbell.
No, it's actually, I think, one of the toughest spots, and I just realized this now in the early heats, is if you're the rope climber, the other 2 athletes are sitting at the box ready to go, so they're going to be over that box right away. You have to immediately touch the ground and get over the box, otherwise you're going to mess up the flow. So I'll see a lot of sprinting from the rope to the box.
Already in the round of 4, as we were just a minute and 30 seconds in. Although it kind of looked cool if you're sprinting off the rope, you just jump over the box entirely.
I mean, that would be pretty cool.
It would be pretty sick. I couldn't do it. Not anymore.
I could dive over it. I'll parkour over the box.
My feet technically go over the box without going off the sides if I dive over.
That is true. But I think the standard is you got to get the feet on there. It's a safety thing.
Then do a flip. Parkour.
Backflip. Backflip.
Teams in lane 4, 5, and 6. We've got Team Alpi, Frogs in the USA, and Chocolate Box Star Strength. So we are back to the barbell. Cleans at 175 pounds. In lane number 4 in the all black. That is Team Alpi. Out of CrossFit 10K from Finland. As we move from round 4 to round number 5. Our markers are
like lane 10. Thank you, head judge, for helping us out because we can't tell what round everyone's on now.
We've got markers on the center part of the floor. I think the judges have all advanced them into a round ahead of what they are actually on. Which, if you know, if I was competing, I'd be like,
hey, thank you very much.
I always keep a 20 in my pocket just in case.
That's where, you know, you get some bad calls, you get some good calls. I would take that as a good call if I was an athlete.
Athletes are in the round of 5. Time to beat 14:43, set by Blacklisted Dogs in the first heat. We have 4 total heats of elite women and elite men. Women starting off the day here in Miami Beach as the final day of team action for the 2025 tier Wodapalooza. We are crowning champions today. Frogs in the USA in lane number 5 are trying to keep pace with Team Alpi and Chocolate Box Star Strength, and teams 4, 5, and 6 seem to be your early leaders. So we move from the round of 5 to the round of 6, which some would think is like, oh, we're over halfway.
We're halfway.
Through, and
No,
we're
you're
just
not.
4 minutes in. I don't understand how this is going to take 10 more minutes to complete.
It's such a mind game, the 1 to 10. If you were an athlete, would you rather go 10 to 1 if you had this race?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Mentally, it's easier, but then
I
you
would
also have
probably
the fatigue
perform
part.
better
You know?
on the 1 to 10
Ooh,
relative
why?
to I like it when it gets harder.
Because that does mess with the rest of the field.
It's the one thing I'm okay at, or at least I used
You're a
to
swimmer.
be.
You like to sit in that little
I
suck
used to
realm.
be.
I get it.
There was a time.
I get it.
Coming up to the 5-minute mark. Teams working into the round of 6. Every athlete must do a box jump for it to count as 1 rep. And Team 5 guys, all the way up in lane number 10, are in the mix for the top as well. Onto the bar first. Still 4, 5, and 6. Team Alpi, Frogs in the USA, and Chocolate Box Star Strength. We move from round 6 to round 7.
And a bunch of chess pieces just randomly shuffling.
That's all right. While shuffling, go ahead and scan that QR code. Scan the QR code to learn more how you can become an agent of strength, or as Bill and I like to call, an agent of badassery. Put your passion for physical fitness, teamwork, and dedication to the work with a career in the U.S. Border Patrol.
Agent of awesomeness.
That was a good.
Like that?
Sounded, yeah, you should do like
Agent
movie
of
trailers.
awesomeness.
You should be a broadcaster.
No, I don't have a. I
You
don't have a voice for that.
Yeah. Maybe they just show your face.
That would be the nose, and I don't know if I want to play that game.
Well, they can just get a third camera.
I have to have a stunt nose. Okay, it is lane 10. Thank you very much, ladies.
All right, lane number 10, the Team 5 guys representing CrossFit Mayhem, Jessica Androsik, Nina Viragovic, and Kinsey Campbell. And in lane 8, Team UFit. So the teams on the outside look like they have moved past the teams on the inside. Team UFit out of CrossFit Container. Megan Powell, Anita McCartney, and Helen Nutter. Move from round 7 to round 8, and that is the magic halfway point. Once they get to about the middle of round 8 is actually the middle volume half of this. And we're about 7 minutes and 15 seconds, 7.5 minutes, and the second half should be faster than the first half, even if the volume's the same. The massive reduction in the number of transitions from round to round, basically maybe like a third or a 20% of the transitions.
That's right. But this is where, like, the athletes that are doing your lifts and your rope climbs, where you're going to be able to start to make up some time. If you're able to go touch and go in these last 3 rounds, or the more that you can go touch and go in these rounds, it's really going to cut into that. So, 1, lack of transitions, and then 2, be able to speed up. But you also have the fatigue point now.
Bill, look up in lane number 10. I love this strategy, is that they're offsetting diagonally when they go over the box. So I'm going to go to the left, you go to the right, I go to the left, and then I can start right away once you're done.
It's kind of like that old circus sledgehammer deal.
Yeah.
You know? Kink, kink, kink.
Shout out to Dumbo.
There you go. Get it, Dumbo.
I vividly remember them setting up the tent at the very beginning of the movie.
Oh, it's the best. I love that.
It's like, I want to swing a sledgehammer. And then I did swing a sledgehammer. I was like, I actually don't want to swing a sledgehammer.
And then they put it in the CrossFit Games, and they're like, maybe we shouldn't swing a sledgehammer anymore.
Yeah, it looks like teams 10, 8, and 4. 10, 8, and 3. Gymnation Finland out of CrossFit East Turku. So these are your top 3. So our middle lanes, who are our early leaders, are now falling behind our 3 teams. In lanes 10, 8, and 3. That's Team 5 guys, Team UFit, and Gymnation Finland.
We talked about job placement as a key. You can see Jessica Androsik down at the bottom, leaning next to the box. She did all of her cleans and then just hung out. Look, you guys go ahead and take those ropes. I'll meet you at the box. We'll hang out there, then I'll do my work. But she's just chilling, chalking up her hands, getting ready to go.
Your top 3 teams have moved into the round of 9. 9 rope climbs, 9 30-inch box jump overs, and then 9 cleans at 175 pounds. Time to beat in the previous heat, 14:43. Moving up to the 10-minute mark. Hard to believe there's 4 minutes left to work on the competition floor. And even with that 16-minute cap, as only 3 teams in the first heat.
It's tighter than I thought. Tighter than I thought it would be, for sure. But again, I really am liking how some of these teams are able to push the tempo as we get further and further up. We have 4 minutes left, and we're in the last 2 rounds. To make that, like, that to me is just kind of blows my mind a little bit. Blows my mind.
Lane number 10, Team 5 guys, still holding on to that lead. 9 box jump overs as a team.
Ooh.
And they are already moving
Swapped
to the
it
barbell.
up.
And it looks like
Nina Vagovic is going to hop in the mix. Give Jessica a little bit of a break.
weight on the bar is 175. As Jessica Androsik will take over the duties from here. A little bit of a rest allows her to do those precious touch-and-go reps in these big numbered rounds.
Yeah, and we need, as far as the team goes, you need to have that. It saves up so much time. God, I wonder I can't wait to see on the 10th round how they're going to decide to do that.
As we saw, lane number 8 is in second place, and that is lane 4, Team Alpin.
You know, the teams that are deciding to go kind of a I go, you go for the bar, they need to get closer. I mean, they should be right on their back so you can drop the bar, get out of the way, and slide right in there rather than having to take 3, 4, 5 steps to get into. You don't need to have any room. I don't need to have, your personal space to do your lift. Get out of the way so I can do my rep.
Intimate transitions.
I mean,
is what I like to call that.
Get it close. Get close. Your team, get close.
Says the wrestler.
It happens.
Final round. 10 rope climbs at 15 feet, 10 box jump overs. Each teammate doing one at 30 inches and then 10 cleans at the end. As we are approaching the 12-minute mark, time in the upper left corner of your screen, as it is lane 10, team 5 guys on the right side of your screen trying to hold off lane number 3 and lane number 4, Gymnasium Finland and Team Alpe, as 5 guys works their way to the box. Every athlete counts as one rep down, 9 reps to go.
Yeah, look at that nice little cross-up pattern you were talking about.
Cross, and then right down the middle.
I dig it.
Deer teams in the next 2 heats. That's how it's done.
There you go.
Team 5 guys, Jessica Androsik, Nina Vragovic, and Kenzie Campbell. Androsik and Vragovic did the individual competition on Thursday and Friday, pulling double duties for the team. Final cleans. They have 1 minute and 43 seconds to do it. The time to beat is 14:43 by Blacklisted Dogs, as Jessica Androsik is just going to hang on to as many reps as she can until she has to rotate out.
And that's the best call, because if she can go, let her go. But if she starts to tire out at all, get off the bar and put your other big dogs in there.
Quick transition out. Campbell going to try to close it out for her team. Final rep. Race across the floor. Time stops on the last person crossing the finish line. And by over a minute, right around 13:32, it looks like Team 5 guys will set the new time to beat. That's lane number 4, Team Alpe, one of the early leaders in the beginning of this event, still maintaining that second place position. Approaching the 14-minute mark. 16 minutes is the cap. 2 minutes to spare. Best time from heat number 1's 14:43. This should be one of the final reps for Alpe, as they're trying to finish things out, as they'll sprint across the finish line. Ooh, we get a no rep. Oh, and that opened the door for Team UFit in lane number 8. Costly no rep. One thing you have to be very sure of, and Base Wellness has come across the finish line all of these times faster than the heat one time, and another no rep, and you got to go over your barbell. So one thing, look, we're going to get some tight races in these next 2 heats. We already had one in heat 2. Every athlete, it looks like, you must go over the bar, not around the bar.
That was a Noah Olsen thing, I believe, right?
Yeah, which might have been the at the CrossFit Games.
That's right.
He was just going to get chalk.
That's right.
Yeah,
going to get chalk.
Going around the bar.
That's right.
He just wanted to grab
the
chalk.
The bucket was over there.
He just wanted to grab chalk on his way to the finish
line.
It
was an accident. It was not a strategic move. It was an accident. But I get it. But that's where it comes really important. You have to understand exactly what the race is, because if you are this tight and you have a no rep or a missed rep like that, that's seconds and that's places.
And that's what I think it was. It wasn't a no rep for Team Alpi, it was running around the barbell.
Yep.
So everyone had to come back and then go over the bar. So Gymnation frog grips in lane number 1. They'll get right underneath that time cap of 16 minutes. So 3 teams finish in heat 1. As we have, it's like 1 team left. And that is Keep Chasing the Storm. And that will do it for heat number 2. New time to beat, 13:32, set by Team 5 Guys. As 2 heats are done, 2 heats left to go. Heat 3 coming up next. To take on Race to the Top. We've had 2 heats go so far. 13:32 is the time to beat set by Team 5 Guys. So we have that 1 to 10 ascending rep scheme triplet of rope climbs, box jump overs, and cleans. And this strategy starting to take shape of where to put athletes, how to, even as little as, it's funny is that for one of the longest events we'll have, is the strategy changes from heat to heat. Your Dymatize athletes to watch is the Reebok crew. Alyssa Fuliano, Fee Sagafi, and Linda Caseman. Alyssa and Linda were in the individual competition earlier this weekend. One of the unique things about Tier Wodapalooza is that the opportunity they give the athletes to do both competitions, both individual and team.
Well, and I really like how fun the team part is. Like, these events are fun, and I think that's one of the interesting things, especially about this one. It's not just a workhorse event. We're not trying to grind you into the ground. Like, it's actually kind of fun because you get to play with some of the strategies. You have the daughters here. You have Elise that's on there wondering what they're going to do, but we have 10 rounds from 1 to 10. Rope climbs, box jump overs at 30 inches for the ladies, and then cleans at 175 pounds. We talked about how important the transitions were, and I think that even from round 1, where we saw what we thought was a fairly flawless attack, and then in heat 2, like, we improved on a minute. So we know now that touch and go is definitely going to be important when we get to the cleans. The transitions, and obviously the no reps are going to be huge too.
You see the daughters in the center part of your screen. Annie Thor's daughter, Katrin Davis' daughter, Sarah Sigmund's daughter. Coming together as a team for the first time in their careers. Annie's dating all the way back to 2009 when she first stepped into the limelight at the 2009 CrossFit Games in Aromas, California. Fast and furious start, 1 rep. Those boxes in the middle at 30 inches, the barbell at 175 pounds. So you have 55 total rope climbs, 165 total box jumps, so it'll be 55 total per person.
Per person.
And then 55 shared on the bar. Some athletes already a couple of mistakes. Early on, you say, oh, what's a second here, Bill? What's a second there?
It's not a big deal until you start adding it up over the course of all those transitions. So you really want to have, and think about where you're going to spend the majority of your time on the box jumps. So getting to the box, getting off the box, getting in the box, getting through the box is going to be where you have to really be picture perfect. As far as like the next part where you're going to be able to save time, it's going to be your barbell work. And it's just transition over and over and over again, and efficiency over and over and over again.
All athletes working through, it looks like lane number 1. The Capra Collective out of Switzerland are your early leaders. Sarah Sigmundsdottir on the right.
Oh, that looks a little bit more difficult than I want that to look for her.
Yes. Finishing up the round of 3, moving into the round of 4. The time to beat, 13:32, set in heat number 2 by Team 5 guys. It's a minute 10 faster than the fastest team we saw. Team New Yimmy, Wish Fitness, team out of Germany. Over in lane number 10, there's not a whole lot of separation.
No, it's still really, really tight.
We're in the 4th round. I mean, if you added up all the reps, it's 10 reps total. They're basically doing the last round's worth of work in 4.
And we're looking at, what is that, about 2 minutes?
2.5
minutes?
2.5 minutes. Team Krieger, across at Oslo. Great performance last night. Actually took an event win last night. And that moved him into 14th place. Now in the round of 5, where teammates can share the work on the rope and the cleans, but every athlete must do 1 rep of the box jump overs. In lane 7, Team Krieger. Early leaders along with them, Mayhem Baywatch in lane number 9, Capra Collective Switzerland in lane number 1. But as we've seen for 2 heats, this event really doesn't start until you get to about that 8th round of the 10. But these are opportunities to save some seconds. The Rogue Invitational returns to Aberdeen, Scotland, October 31st through November 2nd. Scan the QR code on your screen for more details about the Invitational. One of the premier off-season events. 13:32, left side of your screen. We're past the 4-minute mark. Moving into the round of 6. Team Krieger, lane number 7. Going rep for rep with Team Capra Collective in lane number 1 and Baywatch Mayhem team in lane number 9. It's like lane 9, Mayhem Baywatch has moved themselves in the lead along with Capra Switzerland. Team Krieger in lane number 7 looks like the 3rd place team. And in lane number 4, Team Propud out of Sweden. Propud in the pink tops, black tights in lane number 4.
Man, it is getting so tight. Now we're starting to see a little bit of separation between the group.
Separation coming from that touch and go reps for Team Krieger.
And it's, I think, like with Krieger, they needed some more reps in there. Not so much transition, but reps so they can actually put their foot in the ground and start moving. I think that's what happened in that last round.
Some of that, too, is intentionally not being out of control in those smaller rep rounds.
Well, I mean, you want to go fast, but it's tough sometimes when you have all the transitions to keep things smooth when you're in and out, on and off, pulling up, jumping up. So once you can kind of get into a flow with those reps, I think you're going to be able to kind of settle it down a little bit.
Team Krieger in lane number 7. As we are moving into the round of 7. Krieger with Randhild Oda Lundervam, Var Thurman Mo.
You did good on that one.
Thank you.
That was a great job.
Slight
on that
pause.
one. It's okay.
Slight pause.
Hey, you're trying to give the due respect.
Yes. Give me about 4 more years.
The athletes that are out there really putting it and giving us a good show.
Lane 7, lane 9. Team Krieger. Mayhem Baywatch. Mayhem Baywatch has Zoe Jones, Molly McGrandy, and Stevie Dellinger. And you see all at the top of your screen in lane number 1. That is also Capra Collective. The teammates out of Sweden, Nicole Heer, Aline Wirtz, and Miriam von Rohr.
Wow. Krieger manhandling that bar. And that was super fast coming from the box and just grip and rip. Look at that.
Finishing up the round number 7. Discover why recovery has never felt so cool. Scan the QR code to explore Chili Goat cold tubs. Learn how athletes just like you are taking their recovery to the next level. Don't wait. Go cold with Chili Goat today.
You were cold for 2 days. I'm not cold anymore.
I'm good.
I like it.
It's a nice day today.
I like it like this.
This is the day we're waiting for.
Finally.
Rather end it on a high note. First 2 days of competition. Some cool, misty weather. But now the sun is out. Feeling a lot more like Miami Beach these last 2 days. This Team Krieger back to the rope climbs to start the round of 8 as we are just past approaching the 7:30 mark. Time to beat 13:32. Set by Team 5 Guys in heat number 2, as this is the third heat of 4 in your top 10 teams after 1 day of competition, as we have reseeded. And
so we're sitting about that halfway
10.
part right now. And again, we looked at the last heat. We saw our winning Team 5 Guys. They were about 7:30, and they got to that third round. I think we're about 10 seconds ahead of schedule here with Team Krieger. Actually, more than that, because they're on the box jumps right now. So maybe about 20 seconds ahead.
Hitting that midway point of total volume for this particular event, as we are past the 8-minute mark. Time cap is 16 minutes. A couple teams in the second heat got capped. All teams but 3 got capped in the first heat. And we'll see less and less as we get to those later heats as Team Krieger touch and go.
Ooh. Oh, okay. 5 straight. Let's see if we can get another couple touch and go here.
On the round of 8, so she would have 3 more reps to go. A little bit of a drop, transition through. Lane number 9, Mayhem Baywatch. Still hanging in there is lane 10, Team Ida out of Denmark. So on the left side of your screen, the total reps these teams have completed. And the time to beat 13:32, 9 minutes in. Moving into the round of 9 with their top 10 teams, which means they have 4.5 minutes left to try to get the time to beat set by 5 Guys in heat number 2. To the left side of your screen, that is Team Krieger. As they'll move to the box jump overs, every athlete will need to do 1 rep each to equal 1 rep on the box as they are still working through their final few reps on the rope. One of the athletes taking a rest at the box as she's been pulling the heavy duty.
Mayhem just pulled ahead.
Baywatch has moved ahead of Krieger on those 9 rope climbs.
And this is where, we were talking about what are you going to do on the bar. We haven't really talked about the rope. And again, it's the transition is one thing, but if you come down and you hang out and you slowly fade away, don't get the other athlete in there, you're going to start losing some time. And I think that's what happened to Krieger.
Krieger on the left, Baywatch on the right. You're now just over 3 minutes before that time of 13:32.
Ooh, wow.
To the bar
Boom,
at
boom.
the same time. Touch and go for both. What team's going to be able to hang on the longest? And Krieger, looks like they've got a 1 rep edge over Mayhem Baywatch on the right side of your screen.
Look how far back the athletes are for Baywatch. That's 3 steps to get to the bar. Get closer, ladies. You can't race from that far away.
At the 11-minute mark. And Krieger is done. So Krieger has pulled ahead on the barbell, and that's going to be big when we get to that final set of 10. 10 rope climbs on the rig. This is where Mayhem made up their ground in round number 9. Lost it on the cleans at the end. Final round. Time to beat 13:32. Team Krieger's got a 1 rep lead on the rope climb over Mayhem Baywatch. Third place is Propud. Still 2 or 3 reps behind your top 2 leaders. As you have Team Krieger on the left. Team Mayhem Baywatch on the right. In lanes 7 and 9. 10 rope climbs at 15 feet. 5 reps to go for Mayhem Baywatch on the right. 4 reps to go for Krieger on the left. Make that 3. 3 for Krieger. 3 for Baywatch. So Baywatch is trying to run down Krieger in these last 10 rope climbs before they get to the box. Little foot misstep for Krieger. Now it's 1 apiece. And Baywatch has pulled just ahead of Krieger. 10 box jump overs at 30 inches. Every athlete must do 1 for 1 rep to count. And Baywatch is going to have to get to that bar ahead of Krieger because Krieger has been faster on the bar, using only 2 athletes to get the work done. Krieger coming off an event win last night in our pyramid chipper with worm cleans, echo bike, and handstand walks. And Krieger has moved ahead on the box portion. Here comes Mayhem Baywatch on the right. Krieger already got 2 reps in. Transition through, quick singles on the right. It's not going to cut it. Team Krieger rotating. Now we've got some touch and go reps from Baywatch. It's going to be close. Can Krieger hold him off? Can Baywatch run him down? 3 reps left to go for Krieger.
Oh,
2 reps. Mayhem 1 rep behind. Touch and go over the bar. And Mayhem Baywatch just sneaks out Team Krieger. It's 41 on the clock, and it's going to come down to a photo finish.
Wow.
Meanwhile, 13:41 is 9 seconds slower than 13:32. So 5 guys' time is going to stand 1 more heat.
Woo. You have to have the touch and go. You got to have the touch and go.
Time stops when the last athlete crosses the finish line. They'll go back and review with the time splits between the 2. But as it stands right now on the leaderboard, it looks like Mayhem Baywatch edged out Team Krieger by about a couple tenths of a second, as you have the daughters finishing out their final 10 cleans. That is British Frog Squad. As the daughters, with 2 reps left to go. Again, what's so important is athletes must go around the barbell, even though they didn't do it right there. You're in 10th in the heat. It's fine.
You know what? You guys are famous.
Yeah,
it's okay.
High five. You're cool.
We'll let you go.
3 heats down. What a race in heat number 3. And it all came down to the final bar. Mayhem Baywatch was behind going into the rope climbs. They got ahead. Team Krieger came and got ahead on the box jump overs, and we thought it was all but settled because they have been faster on the barbell every single round. And we figured you're going to add another rep once we get there. And then the race came down to that final bar of 10 reps. There was a couple quick singles. We didn't think that was good enough. Then all of a sudden, Mayhem's second team athlete comes in and starts doing a couple touch and goes. Slower transitions on Krieger, and we had a photo finish at the end.
Power to do that. That allowed a little bit of a window to open up for Baywatch, and they pulled across for the finish right at the very end. That was a fantastic race.
And good for us is that we've got one final heat remaining for the elite women teams as your top 10 teams after 3 events. Coming up next. On the beach in Tier Arena. And as exciting as that last heat was, the time to beat still stands. Another heat, 13:32 by 5 guys. And Bill, I think we figured out the strategy for this one. Regardless of what happens on the rope or the box, you better be able to hang on to that bar.
You need to have your strong athlete go unbroken. And even if you're going to have one break, like you literally can only have one break, and the other athlete better go touch and go as well. So you're right, touch and go all the way.
Your top 3 teams will be in the middle 3 lanes. Yeti Outcast in first, Little McDaughters coming in hotter in second, and Swedish House Mafia sits in third. Yeti Outcast has a 12-point lead on the Little McDaughters. Yeti Outcast with Shelby Neal, Emma Lawson, and Danielle Brandon, which coming into this, we're like, that is the most random collection of games athletes I would have never put on my bingo card, yet here they are in first place.
Well, I think that they really kind of complement each other as far as like where the strengths and weaknesses are. And then a nice little Venn diagram in the middle to get them in that first place position. And I think this is actually going to be a good event for them as well.
So that's lane number 1, Tres Leches, Jesse Smith, Amy Kringle, and Annika Greer. Your Dymatize team to watch. And a lot of strengths and weaknesses out on the floor. Now, can you utilize?
Legless for the first one. I mean, again, this is kind of like that I want to win round 1. You don't win round one and then win the whole thing. So I hope that that's not going to be the case for the whole. But we'll see.
Hey,
man, roll the dice.
We will see. We've got 9 more rounds to go to see if that was the efficient strategy. Ascending in rip schemes. Clean weight, 175 pounds. See any quick singles on the floor? As maybe opting not to have a successful go in this event.
Yeah, with the low number of reps, if you see a team that is not doing touch and go early, then I'm almost looking across the floor to be like, okay, well, I can't even really look at you now. At least have a good time. You know, and if we're talking about the keys to this workout, sponsored by Whoop, you have to think about the last 3 rounds. That's where you have the second half of the volume of the event. We've seen how long it takes. And again, once you get up there, not as many transitions so you can really go to work. But going to work is that job placement position. You have to have your athlete that can move that barbell. They need, if you want to have a good time, they need to be able to go touch and go. Because if you don't, you are choosing not to win this event.
90 seconds in, all teams moving into the 4th round. 4 rope climbs at 15 feet. Teams can share the work any which way they want. Once they get to the box jumps being 30 inches, every athlete must do 1 for 1 rep to count. Then they can share the work or not decide to share the work on the barbell. Lane number 4, you do have Swedish House Mafia. Lena Richter, Emily Lundberg, and Emma Tall sitting in 3rd overall after 3 events. Trying to keep pace with Team Noosa with Astrid Tin, Mia Faru, and Frederike Malarup.
Nice job. Again.
It's like lanes 2, 3, and 4. Early leaders in this event. Team XND, Team Noosa, and Swedish House Mafia. You got teams from the U.S., Denmark, and Norway. In the round of 5. Scan the QR code on your screen. Tier, being the title sponsor of Wodapalooza, has really come in and absolutely changed the game here for this event.
Oh, my gosh. They totally have. I mean, just allowed it to expand and got it to a footprint that can expand even more than that.
In the round of 5, that is lane number 4. Looks like Emily Lundberg taking over the clean duties for the round of 5. 5 touch and go. Astrid Tin on the left side of your screen. Anchoring for Team Noosa. And in lane number 2, Team XND, all right next to each other, 2, 3, and 4. As we are moving in from the round of 5 to the round of 6.
See that transition right there on the rope? I'm actually going to hold the rope tight so that you can jump up over top of me. That's nice. Not walking away 5 feet, having to take, you take 5 steps to get in there. That's what you need to do. That's where you're going to be able to cut down the transition on the rope climb. Also, what's really crazy is I haven't seen anyone really rushing to get down. And I think that was one of the things we saw in that last round. If you go slow on the descent, you're just going to be slow.
Well, that's where rope climbs are now. We would see individual athletes like Rich Froning and Ben Smith, the way they could descend down the rope.
Yeah.
It's a huge element of saving time and saving grip.
Yeah.
Time to beat 13:32. That time was set in heat number 2 by Team 5 guys. It's Astrid Tin back on the barbell with Emily Lundberg. Lundberg at a Swedish House Mafia. They're sitting in 3rd overall, first in this heat. This is the 4th and final heat for the elite women teams. As Astrid Tin is making her way back to the rope. She's been pulling a lot of heavy clean duty, but Astrid Tin, who stands at 5'11", is the tallest female athlete in the field. So definitely one to utilize for the rope climb.
Seriously, keep her down on the other end.
It's halfway there. Top 2 teams, Swedish House Mafia, Team Noosa. Team Noosa out of Denmark, Team Swedish House Mafia out of Norway. Past the 5-minute mark in the round of 7. Getting closer to that halfway point of total reps for this event. The Swedish House Mafia is pulled about 5 seconds ahead of Team Noosa. Their lanes 3 and 4, side by side. No hiding out here on the competition floor between these two teams.
And I see Swedish House Mafia and Noosa are both doing that crisscross applesauce. They're going up over the box. I like that. The other teams that aren't, like, it's crazy because you don't think it's that big of a deal, but it is slower.
Now, Emily Lundberg on the right has been solo on the cleans up into this point. As Emma Tall is going to work in to help with her for the first time in 6 rounds. Quick singles for Tall. As on the left side, Team Noosa. He's still not giving up too much ground. Now moving into the round of 8. About halfway through this round is the halfway point of total volume of reps for these teams. 8 rope climbs to 15 feet, shared anyway. Losing some foothold. Talking about saving seconds, Bill. Not being able to get that foot grab, just sitting there hanging. Happens one time. All right. It happens every round. 20, 30 seconds out the window.
Which is a big chunk, especially when you know that we're having teams that are winning by 10 seconds, 12 seconds.
Right about the 7-minute mark moving to the box, and it's about the same time we've seen our top times from our top teams. So right on pace. Swedish House Mafia sitting in 3rd place overall with 40 points. They're 39 points out of 1st place, which is where Yeti Outcasts are coming into the 2nd day. We have 3 events today. So still 300 points up for grabs and a lot of opportunities to start.
And this is where it's going to start to get interesting. As those teams start building up the reps for these cleans, we're going to start to see the fatigue really start to settle in. So Astrid right there going singles. But if you can be like Swedish House Mafia right there, that's the touch and go that you need, and you need a bunch of these. Now, granted, if you need to have another athlete come on in, cool, but you want, again, to be able to have that touch and go. I like the fact they're breaking that up because they're still super fast.
Well, Emma Tall did quick singles last round, opted to hold on to the barbell this time, and maybe that's like, hey, you know what, I think I can handle it.
Yeah.
It's needed.
You have to have it. You have to have it.
It showed being able to go touch and go between 2 athletes in 2 sets apiece has now put Swedish House Mafia back in front of Team Noosa. But Noosa made up the time on the rope, made up the time on the box. Same thing we saw in the previous heat.
Right.
At his lanes 4 and 3, which has a substantial lead on the rest of the field. The next closest is XND, behind by about 6 or 7 reps.
We have to think about it. Like for the ropes, everyone can do the ropes. It's just a matter of how clean, how smooth you do it. But not everyone can do the touch and go on the barbell. So if you have that, it doesn't matter of now, especially. It's not a matter of if you should do that. You have to do that, especially if you want to try to win your heat and get a time up the leaderboard.
Bill, one thing I noticed with Team Noosa is they have a much quicker foot cadence on the rope versus that big lean back that we see is like, okay, is it about getting less pulls to do less work or quicker pulls for more execution-based work?
Well, you have to think, okay, I think with all of these individual style athletes, they're not thinking. They know the movements that they do, and that's how they do it. Unless you're a team athlete, in which some of these athletes have done, they kind of know the game on that. It's okay, quicker. I can be quicker this way.
Lane number 3, Team Noosa. Trying to hold off Swedish House Mafia.
And Noosa keeps getting back to the bar first, but just can't hold that distance at the bar, which is going to be great for that last round.
Although Astrid's trying to hang on to the bar in this round of 9. We still have 1 round left to go, but Emily Lundberg and Emma Tall are just a hard duo to stop. Lundberg is done with her round. Emma Tall coming in, being able to hang on the bar. It's a round of 9 going into the round of 10 as we are past the 10-minute mark. And Swedish House Mafia 10 seconds ahead of Team Noosa. But we've added another rope climb, which means another opportunity for Noosa to get ahead. Time to beat 13:32. That is 3 minutes from now. It's Team 5 guys all the way in heat number 2, and there's that foot grab, that little slip, that little pause. What do you see just on the left, how quick they're doing more pulls, but it is a much faster cadence and provides less opportunities to lose that foothold.
Well, think about why we do that foothold. We do that so that our arms don't get tired when we have to do a lot of rope climbs when you're in individual racing. It's not about for speed. It's about trying to save your arms. But now we have to race for speed, not for arm saving.
Astra Tin able to get there up there in 2 pulls. And see just the difference between the two. 2 reps to go for Swedish House Mafia. Looks like 1 final rep to go for each. And Noosa has pulled back even, or just 1 second behind, so they made up about 10 seconds. And they are going to have to do everything they can to save some time here because Swedish House Mafia is just too strong on the barbell. Less than 2 minutes before we hit that time to beat. Little slower transition for Swedish House Mafia in between their reps.
Noosa looks much faster on the box, but they need to be. They have to be.
Noosa's to the bar first. And this is where you give every single thing you have left to hang on to that bar. They've got a 3-rep lead on Swedish House Mafia. Tin went for 4 in a row. Here comes Emily Lundberg. Hanging on to the bar. And still hanging on to the bar. Can she hang on for all 10? Oh, that's a no rep. Here comes Emma Tall. Last rep for Noosa. And Noosa takes the heat and takes the event by over a minute. What a final round for Team Noosa. Team Noosa is sitting in 5th overall after 3 events. They had 228 points. They were 51 points out of first, but only 3 points out of a 4th place position. Swedish House Mafia was in 3rd, and that was 12 points. So they're inching closer to that podium position.
That's right.
That said, is that we have not even mentioned one of these top 3 teams on the podium position this heat.
I know Yeti's still stuck back there. See Danielle and Emma Lawson are still just kind of hanging out in the back with the rest of the field.
Bill, you said it early, is that there was a lot of quick singles being done with those top 3 teams, and there's a reason why they're in the back of the pack, not being able to hang on to that barbell. We were thinking is like, okay, is it the box that's going to separate the teams? And no, it actually ended up being that 175-pound barbell at the end.
Yep.
Relight salt bays are done. Froggy girls who don't run are in. Coming up to the 14-minute mark. Times from the previous heats are going to be impacting our top 2 teams. Swedish House Mafia was 39 points out of first, but only 27 points back of second. And Yeti and the McDaughters are still on the floor. It is a 3-point drop in points
per place.
Yeah. All the way down to 21. On the individual side, it was 11. But the difference between first and 11 is a 30-point difference.
It's going to be so tight going into the next event.
We are going to have a much tighter team race at the top of the leaderboard going into the second event. Broadway girls still on the floor as they are into their final set of 10. Broadway girls having Sydney and Brooke Wells along with Haley Adams. So what we thought was a bit of a runaway top three after day one has already all but dwindled after the first event of the day for day number 2 with 2 events left to go.
And I thought, honestly, that with the teams, I thought that they were kind of, for the most part, solidifying those positions, and that completely went out the window.
And what was incredible for Team Noosa, who had been losing time on the barbell because they appeared to not be able to cycle as many unbroken reps as Team Swedish House Mafia, where it was basically an even split between Lundberg and Emmental.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Astrid Tin comes out and says, all right.
That's a game?
I'll give it a shot.
Sure. That was shocking, that final round.
By the sound of that sad little horn, is that we've hit the time cap. But, Bill, what a race in this 4th and final heat.
So with our rain replay, man, it was all the way down to the wire. And I really honestly didn't think that Team Noosa was going to be able to hang in there. They had a nice race. They were doing great on the rope climbs. But by the time they hit that last set of the barbell, man, they manhandled that, and it broke Swedish House Mafia and allowed Noosa to get that win.
Your event winner, Team Noosa, is down with Bella Martin.
Team Noosa, what a performance coming down to those final reps. Ladies, let's talk about it. Let's unpack it. Astrid, you competed individual this weekend. Now you're here on a team. How have you made the transition from doing individual competition straight into the elite teams?
I mean, I think that was the easy transition because I'm used to be on a team. So this is more my jam, I guess. But yeah, I just really enjoyed it.
I love to hear that you're enjoying it. I'm having fun watching you, if it tells you anything. Let's talk about the final barbell. Had to go touch and go. Were you looking at the lane next to you, Emily Lundberg, on that final barbell with you? Chaos. Everyone was here watching you guys do that. Tell me what's going through your mind.
Well, I let the big girls do the barbell while I did a lot of rope climbs. So that was our strategy. So maybe...
Yeah, Astrid just told us to go. Okay, we have to go touch and go. We're just behind them, so we have to go touch and go.
All or nothing. All or nothing. Yeah.
It was really fun.
How does it feel to be representing your home country here in Miami? It has to feel good. You have a lot of friends, family here with us on the team. Tell us, what's the most special part to you?
I mean, we're a big bunch from Denmark, actually. So it's really nice to have a lot of friends down here and just compete in the sun. It's very cold in January in Denmark. So this is just awesome. And the setting is just phenomenal. It's so good. Yeah.
Team Noosa, congratulations. That was amazing. Thank you, ladies.
Congratulations to Team Noosa. Astrid Tin, Mia Faru, and Frederique Mahlerup as they took an event win here for event number 4. Go to competitioncorner.net to see all those official scores. That'll do it for the elite women. The elite men teams coming up next.
Lane number 1 is going to be the Maritime Boys. Lane number 2, Soda Strong. Lane number 3, Aggressively Average. Lane number 4, Captain Human Kids. Lane number 5, The Puppies. Lane number 6,
Not everybody likes the peanut butter.
The Rookies.
I love the peanut butter. Everybody chocolate peanut butter combo. I love pennies. Like, I'll do Hershey's bar and like a scoop with peanut butter. Put peanut butter on there. I eat it like peanut butter coffee.
I do. I have done that.
Peanut butter and honey in your oatmeal.
Yeah.
Is not. I love peanut butter. I just gave it to my kids like a couple weeks ago and changed their lives.
Like, Dad, have you tried this before? Yeah, I gave it to you.
1 minute athletes, 1 minute. So quiet out here. How you guys doing? Exactly. We heard you. 30 seconds. Make some noise for Guatemala. 10 seconds.
Taking our race to the top here on the Diamondized stage. Again, if you're just walking in to watch the guys, it is going to be from 1 rep up to 10. Rope climbs, box jump overs, and cleans. 15-foot rope, 36-inch box, and 255 on the cleans. How it breaks down, they can break up the rope climbs and cleans however they like, but they each have to perform their number of box jump overs in an alternating fashion. You can kind of see it moving through. You will notice our judges will move the markers according to what round our teams are in, so you can track your favorite squad.
Tekanuma kids.
If I'm looking at it correctly, lane number 8, the fellas in the 1 minute men are going to be the first to their barbell. Knocking down their round of 3, moving into round number 4. And it's easy to figure out the number of reps they have to do is the round they're in, to avoid any confusion like Mike and I had earlier. It's, it's pretty easy.
I'm real good at workouts like this. I just do a couple each round. I'm like, yeah, moving on. I think I did them all. We'll start over on the next round and see how far I get.
The boys in lane number 8 going to be the first back to the barbell. Boy, they're moving quickly. 1 minute men. Who catching a no rep, though, but still hanging on to that lead. Lane number 6, Wad 9, the next on to the barbell. And now the rest of the crew moving up, all keeping it pretty tight here in heat number 1 of 4 as we patch 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Tropic Thunder in lane number 9. Tekanuma kids quickly through the barbell work in lane number 4. Later on, that could be very beneficial as that barbell starts to get heavy in those later 8, 9, and 10 rounds. We're just 3 minutes in. Looking for our best time here. We got 4 heats of gentlemen. That 36-inch box between the ropes and that heavy barbell, up and over relay style. I'm not going to lie, I may need a ladder if I was to do that. Not an easy task. So the rest of the work, our rope climbs and our barbell, our athletes can split up that workload each and every round however they see fit. But that box, everybody's got to go relay style up and over.
36-incher, no joke. 1 minute men advancing into round number 6, still in the lead. Lane number 6, Wad 9. And the Tekanuma kids rounding out your 1, 2, and 3. The Buffies and Tropic Thunder also moving into round number 6. along with aggressively average.
Once again, a 16-minute time cap for our event here at the Tier Arena. Race to the top. The rep scheme, we're going 1 to 10. Each and every round increasing that number of rope climbs, box jump overs, and a heavy 255-pound Rogue barbell.
Round of 6 underway on the barbell cleans in lane number 8 for the 1 minute man. I'll tell you one thing they're not doing is dawdling in between. They're moving very quickly. Look like they got a game plan. They're sticking to it. They are the first to advance to the round of 7 as we approach 5 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. One of these teams will set the time to beat for our next heat. Again, this is heat 1 of 4. Day 2 of their competition here at 2025 Tier Wodapalooza.
Coming up on that 6-minute mark, Larry. Goes very quickly, those first couple rounds, and then we start to kind of creep down the speed a little bit. Those heavy barbells catching up to us.
Six minutes and 30 seconds elapsed. 16-minute time cap in place for the fellas. Race to the top. Brought to you by Dymatize. We had Dymatize out of here earlier throwing some cool swag. Make sure you go over and check them out.
Wad 9 in lane number 6. 1 minute man in lane number 8. Chipping away at that round of 7. Advantage going to 1 minute men as they head back for the round of 8s out in front.
Wad 9, though, I believe they may have closed the gap a bit. They just finished the round of 7. Be moving into the round of 8 here in a second. Well, actually, they've already started the round of 8 on the rope climbs. Looking to tighten up the divide, if you will.
Team Buffy's trying to get back on that leading lap with Wad 9 and 1 minute men. But 1 minute men on to the round of 8 box jump overs. Trying to extend that lead over Wad 9.
One minute man back out to the barbell in round number 8. 8 cleans. Hanging on that lead. Wad 9, though, only a couple of cleans behind. And they made up some ground, I think, in the last round. Touch and go. 4-4. But touch and goes to finish up in lane number 8 for 1 minute men. Keeping them in the lead by about a 3-rep margin on those cleans as we pass 9 minutes.
crossing over the 9.5 minute mark. 1 minute men out in front, looking to set a time here for a top time. 4 total heats of elite men's division athletes here for our first event of the day. 3 events yesterday, 3 events today before we can crown our 2025 Tier Wodapalooza champions.
Tropic Thunder finishing up that round of 8. They will advance to the round of 9. Buffy's also advancing to that round of 9. So the battle for third is live as we approach 10:25.
Just a handful of box jump overs for your leaders. Down in lane number 8, the 1 minute men. And that will do it for the 1 minute men. Back to the barbell. Looking for 9 reps on that 255-pound barbell. Anybody here supporting that 1 minute men team? Okay. Three reps to go as they try to move on to their final round, 10 reps. 1 rep to go for your leaders down in lane number 8. And they'll do so now. Round number 10 coming up at the 11.5 minute mark. The 1 minute men looking to set that top time here in heat number 1.
Creeping up on 12 minutes on that clock. Your top 2 remaining pretty close to the same. Your 1 minute men in lane number 8 and WOD 9 in lane number 6. The battle, though, pretty stout for third as we came out of round number 8 into round number 9. Buffy's there in lane number 5, along with our crew in lane number 9, Tropic Thunder, both vying for that 3rd place spot. Looks like Tropic Thunder can have about a 1 rep lead on finishing up these cleans.
They really got it dialed in on those box jump overs. All of our teams up and over. A circle, if you will, like a merry-go-round.
Much like a merry-go-round.
Not giving their partner any really room for error. It's just up, up, up. Over, over, over. 13 minutes in. Your leading team down in lane number 8, the 1 minute men. On to their final round of box jump overs, looking for 10 reps before putting their hands on that barbell for the final time and the final 10 reps. 13 minutes in, gentlemen. 3 final minutes to go. Should be plenty of time for your top team.
The rookies wrapping up that round, moving on to round number 10. Uh-oh, looked like a bit of a lead change, Mike. Looks like WOD 9 might have got to that barbell just ahead of the boys in lane number 8, 1 minute men.
No room for error. 5 reps down, 5 to go for WOD 9. They can stay on that barbell, Larry.
2 to go for WOD 9, 5 to go for 1 minute men. 1 minute men, holy cow, the cycle rate. But I think WOD 9 is just going to be a little too far ahead. And here they come, ladies and gentlemen, setting that time to beat right around 14:18.
And now the final rep for 1 minute men. They will close this one out 14-29 respectively. Maritime boys will run across the line. Your 1, 2, and 3 already done. Coming up on the 15-minute mark.
14-18 going to be that time to beat going forward into heat number 2 set by Wad 8. Tropic Thunder last 3 reps in lane number 9.
60 seconds remaining, athletes.
And there they go, tearing off. Tropic Thunder finishing up right around 15-14.
Tech and Newman kids. They will be running across the line. Buffy's right behind them. We've got about 20 seconds remaining, gentlemen. Soda Strong will have time to get across the line. We're going to count you down, gentlemen. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time. And that will do it for heat number 1. Wad 9 setting your top score, top time, 14-18 unofficially. And that is a good time.
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Where every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Shut the backs, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cut to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop by
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day.
It's 2 minutes.
Solid work by heat number 1. Time to beat 14-18 set by Wad 9. Introducing the fellas to you down in lane number 1, Krypton. Lane number 2, Make America Great Again. Team Supra North in lane number 3. Make America Fit Again in lane number 4. Team No Limits in lane number 5. Caffeine Amount TBD in lane number 6. Lane 7, CF Complex. Lane number 8, the 3 Colombian Elephants. In lane number 9, U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team. And rounding out this heat in lane number 10, Team Primitive.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute. 30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds. Ten seconds, athletes. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, folks, here we go. Dialed up and ready to put in work. Race to the top. Heat 2 of 4. The fellas taking the field of play. Starting with 1 rep, accumulating 1 rep every round, all the way up to 10 rounds. Rope climbs, box jump overs, and cleans. Rope climbs 15 feet. Those box jumps at 36 inches and the cleans at 255 pounds. The wrinkle to it, they can break up the rope climbs and cleans however they see fit, but they each have to do the box jumps in an alternating fashion. You'll see them go 1, 2, 3 over on one side, 1, 2, 3 over on the other.
Team Krypton working quickly down in lane number 1. See if they can hang on to that pace. One of your top teams out here early on as we enter round number 3.
All of our teams into round number 3, as you pointed out. Those first rounds go nice and quick, though. Slows down a skosh when we get into round number 8, 9, and 10.
Make America Fit Again, one of your first teams. Starting round number 4. 90 seconds in, time to beat 14-18. Coming by way of Team Wad 9.
Gonna be interesting. Those teams right there next to each other, lanes 4 and 5. No limits. And Make America Fit Again. Almost rep for rep on those box jump overs. Gonna be Make America Fit Again, the first on their end to get to the cleans, but the opposite side of the floor, Team Primitive banging through their cleans. And Team Primitive will be the first team done with the cleans in round number 4. So your leader's going to be in lane number 10. And then split the difference there between lane number 4 and 5, as well as lane number 1, Krypton. U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team advancing, along with Caffeine Amount TBD and CF Complex. The 3 Colombian Elephants, all of our teams into the next round.
Crossing over the 3-minute mark.
Coming about 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Who's it going to be moving that barbell? Lane number 4, Make America Fit Again. Looking to be out in front.
Lane number 10. Lane number 10 right there with him, Mike. Almost a virtual tie.
Make America Fit Again out in front. Jockeying back and forth, the crew down in lane number 10, Team Primitive. And now Team No Limits are 1, 2, and 3 with caffeine amount to be determined right behind them. Still too close to call as we set to finish that round of 6 reps. But about a 2 or 3 rep advantage is Make America Fit Again in lane number 4. See if they can hang on and extend that lead as we cross over the 5-minute mark.
Again, race to the top right here on the dramatized stage of the tier arena. This is heat 2 of 4. 2 more heats to go for our elite gentlemen. And then our elites will pick back up in the sandbox with their next event, 3-3-3-4. Coming up here, not too far down the road.
Make America Fit Again, Team Primitive. Just about 1 rep separation. Team Primitive putting the pressure on for the box jump overs. U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team right there with them. Everybody else lining up behind them. 6 minutes in, gentlemen. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. Two reps to go now. 1 rep ahead is Make America Fit Again. Team Primitive 1 rep behind. Make America Fit Again getting the okay to move on to round number 8. Once again, time to beat 14-18. Out of heat number 1. Heat number 2 pushing hard. Down in lane number 4 for Make America Fit Again. Team Primitive right in the hunt as well. And as we've seen before, plenty of time for any of our other teams to catch up.
Caffeine in lane number 6 also in the hunt for a top spot.
Once again, race to the top is the event here in the beautiful tier arena. The rep scheme, 1 to 10. So each and every round moving up the reps, 1 rep at a time. Our athletes can perform the rope climbs and the cleans however they like, but everybody's got to do the box jump overs 36 inches on those rogue boxes. Your leader down in lane number 4 as we chip away on this 16-minute time cap. Make America Fit Again, but caffeine amount to be determined. 1 lane over, or Team No Limits rather, and now caffeine amount to be determined. Very close to call. Team Primitive in lane number 10, right in the hunt as well.
Almost simultaneous finishes there for those 3 squads right in the middle, along with Team Primitive. Make America Fit Again, Team No Limits and Caffeine keeping it super close along with Team Primitive in lane number 10. 9 minutes in, and Mike pointed out that time to beat 14-18. Getting into that deep water now. 9 reps here in round 9 and 10 more to go in round number 10. Keeping an eye on the judges' hands by our leaders. Caffeine going to be the first to go to work on the box jumps. Make America Fit Again and No Limits right there with him. Can they keep that lead going into the cleans? We still got one whole round to go. 3 Colombian Elephants along with CF Complex are moving into round number 9.
Caffeine amount to be determined. First one back to the ropes. As they can put their rope climber back there staged and ready. We'll see if they can make it back there in front of Team Primitive and make America fit again. 1 rep in front of Team No Limits in lane number 5.
Caffeine, 1 rep to go. Caffeine gonna turn and burn. Same time as No Limits. Just ahead of Make America Fit Again. Woo, it's close, Mike.
Final round of 10 in front of your leaders. And only about a 2-rep separation between your top, I would say 3 or 4 teams. Team Primitive, lane number 10, but really knotted up in the center of your competition floor. Make America Fit Again. Team No Limits and Caffeine amount to be determined. Lanes 4, 5, and 6.
U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team moving into their final round as we approach 12 minutes on the clock. Here come the fellas in lane number 6. Caffeine are going to go right to work. But right there with them, Team No Limits. And 1 lane away, Make America Fit Again. Man, this could be a foot race to the finish. I'm going to move to the outside lane, Mike, so we get blasted out of my socks here. Those boys are going to have no brakes coming through. All pedal.
Hands are up on the box jump overs. Keep your eyes on lanes 4, 5, and 6. Who's going to touch up on that barbell first? Two reps apiece for all your squads. 1 now for Caffeine amount to be determined. Who's going to get it first? Caffeine and No Limits, followed by Make America Fit Again. Switching your lifters for Caffeine. No Limits going to stay on the barbell. 4 reps to go for No Limits. Make it 3 reps. They're out in front, lane number 5. 2 reps. See if they can hang on to the barbell for your new time to beat. And that's going to be Team No Limits with your new time, unofficially 13:32.
Caffeine about TBD, lane number 6, sprinting to the finish. They'll be right around 13:42. And Team No Limits in lane number 4.
Team Supra North will finish up right around 13:50.
Sorry, that was Make America Fit Again in lane number 4, burning across as well, well under that 14-minute mark.
Team Krypton will run across.
Lane number 9, U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team finishing up. 1 rep to go for Team Primitive. And they will take it to the house.
The 3 Colombian Elephants Down in lane number 8, looking to finish up. 2 and now 1 final rep to go. And that'll do it for the 3 Colombian Elephants racing down right behind them. Make America great again.
Pressing up to that barbell, lane number 7, CF Complex. With 1 minute remaining. A handful of cleans to go.
I think they got time, Larry. We might need a little help from the tier arena to help your team out. Who's here from CF Complex?
Halfway done, 5 in, 5 to go, Mike. Getting some cheering on from their fellow competitors and the crowd. Staying on that barbell, 2 to go. He'll do a pair and dump it.
30 seconds.
There you go, you heard the man, 30 seconds, 1 rep to go. And there we go, they will take it to the finish. Right around 15:46. Big round of applause for all your teams on the floor. Great job on Race to the Top. Team No Limits at the time of 13:32.
Hey, who's ready for a swag drop? Let's make some noise for the U.S. Border Patrol. All kitted up out here. Gonna throw you guys some swag. Big shout out to the U.S. Border Patrol. We thank you guys very much for everything that you do and your support here for Tier Wodapalooza.
Two heats down, 2 heat to go as the elite men take the stage here at Tier Arena. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Bill Grumler. Bill Martin will be joining us later in the heats as we get set for event number 4, Race to the Top. The time to beat we saw in the previous heat, right around 13:35. It's pretty similar to the times we had on the women's side, and these are your lane assignments for heat number 3. But we've been watching the last 2 heats go, and it's pretty the same story as far as what's going to be successful or not in this event.
That's what I really like about it, the fact that whether you're on the women's side or on the men's side, the programming is set up the same way, so we're getting the same sort of result, and the same thing is going to happen. Same event that we have 1 to 10. We have the rope climbs. We have the box jump overs at 36 inches for the guys in that 255-pound clean. You're right. It's going to come down to your hosses at the end and how you're moving that bar. We've handled this bar a handful of times, whether on the individual side or even on the overhead squat, trying to clean it up. So this isn't a weight that they aren't used to. Now we have to see how they can move it.
If you guys were with us during the women's portion of doing this event, that is the barbell, if you want to succeed in this event, is unbroken or bust.
You have to. You just have to. And we saw it even on the same thing with the men, the first 2 heats. Definitely the women, definitely on the men. And what's cool is we have some very powerful men in these next 2 heats coming up. So I expect to see that being on the touch and go, but then it's going to be transitions, man.
10 teams in this 3rd heat. We reseeded from yesterday. We had 3 events on Saturday. We have 3 events today on Sunday as we are crowning team champions for Tier Wodapalooza Miami later this evening. As there are 300 points up for grabs. Bill, what are your keys to this event?
Well, you have to remember where the meat of the event is. That's going to be the last 3 rounds. So you have your round of 8, your round of 9, your round of 10. That's literally the halfway point. So be smart about that when you get there. But then job placement. You got to have your your best rope climber, especially at the early part, doing that. And then your big, strong athlete at the end to really go touch and go on that barbell.
As this round, or this heat advances, we're going from 1 to 10 on the rope climbs. The athletes can share the work. On the box jump overs, each athlete must do 1 rep to complete 1 team rep. And the cleans can be shared as well. We've seen a lot of different strategies over the last 6 heats between the men and the women. But one thing is for sure is that if you can have an athlete that can sit on that barbell alone, they can be very successful. Your Diamondized athletes to watch, it is Tonka plus camaraderie. You got Nick Matthew, Brandon Shipper, and Alex Katulis. And we were talking about heavy cleans. We know Nick Matthew can clean a sandbag pretty well.
Very well.
But with that 500-plus pound back squat for a double that he had a couple of years ago, I think he can handle the bar. And we saw what Brandon Shipper was able to do on that clean complex.
Yeah, I don't think that the weight's going to be an issue. What we saw crazy right out of the very first round, Nick Matthew was on the wrong side of the bar. So he did the 1 clean, and then they had to turn him around and start that over again. So he did get the clean, not a problem there. But all these athletes have to remember that you cannot be sloppy with the movements. You got to be efficient on your transitions. You can't have these little mistakes because they will be very costly.
255 pounds on the bar for the men. The box height, you can see in the middle, is 36 inches. But if you're going to make a mistake in this event, it's good to get it out of the way early.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because we've seen how many times so far on both the men and women's side that when you get into that 9th and 10th round, it really is all going to come down to how you're handling the barbell. But up here in the first handful of rounds, there are so many transitions, so you can make up that time or at least fix that time.
Chili Goat Cold Tubs. Discover why recovery has never felt so cool. Scan the QR code and explore Chili Goat Tubs. Learn how athletes just like you are taking the recovery to the next level. Don't wait. Go cold with Chili Goat today. Or you can just go take a dip in the water behind us. We are on the sands of Miami Beach. I would say the white sands of Miami Beach is a beautiful venue. You see the ocean on one side of the competition floor. You've got the stands on the other. The time to beat 13:35 set by No Limits in the second heat. As we've got Carolina Dogs in lane 2 and West Coast Express in lane 10 as your early leaders. We are in the 5th round, so 5 reps across the board for all 3 movements.
How crazy. 5 rounds. We're at 250 right now.
Oh, they're going so fast.
This is the mind game. The mind game that ensues.
No real major separation just yet. You can look on the left side of your screen. That is the total reps completed by all teams. So everyone is within 1 or 2 reps of each other. As that time to beat you see is now 13:32. Carolina Dogs in lane number 2. Within this tight, packed race, he's your early leader.
And I see a lot of touch and go, which is good. We want to see that. But then we have to see what sort of capacity some of these teams will have. Great, you can do 5, but what happens when you get up into your 8s, your 9, your 10?
Moving from round 5 to round 6, we started to see some of the most successful women's teams start sending 2 athletes out that have the ability to share the load. But again, still, touch and go for you, touch and go for me.
It has to be. It has to be.
Coming up to the 4-minute mark, 6 rope climbs, 6 box jump overs as a team, and then 6 cleans at 255. One thing to note, Bill, as you look at the bars on the right side of your screen, 255, relatively little problem whatsoever with the caliber of athletes in this heat, but the barbells are shorter barbells, which has an effect on the ability to cycle, not only just the rep itself, but to cycle those reps on a shorter bar makes a difference.
Yeah, the longer bar, you're going to have a little bit more flex in it, so you aren't having to pull it as much. You get a little bit of whip once it comes off your hip, and here you don't. It's a lot stiffer, so it does feel heavier, even though it's not heavier.
Carolina Dogs in lane number 2. Robert Yates, Hunter Osment, and Frank Mirnavini. As we are in the round of 6.
Something I'm seeing with the Carolina Dogs is they're all going touch and go, but they're moving a different athlete through those barbell, so they're not fatiguing the athlete as much. I mean, if you have the ability, if you have all 3 athletes that can lift, that's awesome, because now you're not having to rely on that. It's like, hey, you got it all. You're going to have to shoulder all that work. All of them can do it, and all of them can go touch and go. That's going to be great for their team.
Especially the skill sets. If you have one team member who can just sling that barbell, saving him for the later rounds where it's like, hey, listen, we'll take rounds 1 through 7 for you. But if you can get 8, 9, and 10, what an advantage that could be.
Huge advantage. I mean, you want to try, if you can speed up that barbell cycling on those upper rounds, that's going to be gigantic.
7 is the number to get to as we are approaching the 6-minute mark. On the box jump portion, every team member must do their own rep for that total rep to count. And as Carolina Dogs, you can look on the left side of your screen, is the number of reps they have completed. It looks like Carolina Dogs, Team Krieger, and Tonka Camaraderie are your top 3 teams.
Jeez, look at the speed of Nick Matthews there with those cleans.
Still rotating out. So Nick Matthews' team, as Brandon Shipper gets the last clean, rotated 3 rotations on the barbell for them. As we move into the fabled round of 8. 3 total rounds.
Wow.
3 reps left to go. Krieger boys onto the barbell. So there's 2 teams alone in the lead as Carolina Dogs gets to the bar at the same time as CrossFit Westfield. Back to the rig for the final set of 10. 10 rope climbs, 10 box jump overs, 10 cleans.
And Alex Catullus, 3. After Nick Matthew and Shipper got the barbell work done, Alex Catullus hops up there and gets 3 ropes, let those guys kind of chill out and then make their way back. Great way to segment that for them.
We're in the final set of 10. Your current leader is Tonka in Camaraderie. That is Nick Matthew, Brandon Shipper, Alex Catullus. The Norwegian Krieger boys of Benjamin Bujar, Andreas Temenis, and Andreas Afsal are just about 10 seconds behind them. So they have moved in the top 2 position. It was Carolina Dogs and CrossFit Westfield early on, but they have fallen behind these top 2 teams. We are just past the 11-minute mark. The time to beat's 13:32, set by Team No Limits. And Tonka and Camaraderie are on the box. 2 reps in for Tonka. Each athlete must get over the box for a rep to count. So Tonka has a 3-rep lead on the Norwegian boys, and good news for them as they were also faster on the barbell for the last 9 rounds.
You know, it's pretty impressive the way that Nick and Shipper are able to go touch and go, but have a fast break between them. That's what we were talking about, that close transition, being right on their back to make that switch.
Lane number 8, we step on Legos. And lane 7, so we haven't mentioned we step on Legos yet. As Tonka and Camaraderie are on the bar. Nick Matthew leading it off. He's gotten 4 reps in, now 5. And he'll switch out for Brandon Schiffer. Schiffer's got 2 in the bag. Can he hang on for the last few reps? Krieger Norwegian boys trying to close it. but it will be Tonka and Camaraderie as they cross the finish line right around 12:33. Nearly a minute faster than the time to beat in the previous heat. Norwegian boys are done. They'll also be ahead. Remember, all team members must go over the bar.
Ish.
Ish.
Ish. If your judge sees that or not. It's hard to tell.
I believe the time when we looked at the clock was right around 12:33 for Team Tonka. As Carolina Dogs finish up their final rep. Dogs were leading early.
Ooh.
We Step on Legos and Team Katronic Germany and CrossFit Westfield all racing to the finish line. And details matter, Bill. So as we said, is that on the final clean, all athletes must go over to the bar and race to the finish. Also, the time doesn't stop until the last place teammate crosses that red finish line.
And I like that. They've used that on all of the different events. They're going to use that as their time stop. It keeps it fair. You know what I mean? That's where you want it to be. It's not your first person. It's your last person. That's when you get the team to grab you by the shirt or by the wrist and throw you across the finish line if you're dragging.
West Coast Express on the right side of your screen. Lane 1, you have Invictus Miami. Invictus Miami. Sorry. That is West Coast Express and Overskag. West Coast Miami will be in the next heat. Overskag sitting in 19th after 3 events. This is event number 4 of 6 for final action here on a Sunday. As all teams are done, all teams underneath the time cap. One final heat remaining as your top 10 teams will be coming up after this, but it is the time set by Team Tonka of 12:33. That will be the time to beat going into the final heat. And our heat winner, to see if their time will hold for another heat, will be down with Bella Martin.
Nick, I heard you had a message for the crowd. What do we have going?
That's too easy.
Too easy, Nick. It's always a joy to see you here. How has this experience for Wodapalooza been for you so far? We're just a little over halfway now.
So far, it's been amazing. Lots of sand, literally everywhere. But overall, great venue, great spot, great teammates, great community, great atmosphere. It's amazing. Love it.
It's just great all around. It's just great. Alex, you're one of the fittest in Greece for a long time now. How does it feel for you to be representing your country here in Miami along with these other 2 guys?
In Miami, first time in America. God bless America. Thank you very much. First time here. The crowd's amazing. Thank you very much.
You guys are the nicest team I've talked to all weekend. Wow, goodness. Brandon, your competition experience obviously is going really well for you this weekend. That tall box jump didn't seem very tall for your entire team. Did this go according to a plan, or did you have to kind of adjust on the fly?
We adjusted a little bit, but our fearless leader, Nick Matthew, he's a legend, keeps the vibes high all the time, so it's all good. Buddy's amazing.
What a hype team. Guys, congratulations on a heat win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You hydrated? Who's got a beer? Shh, don't tell them.
All right, folks, here we go. Heat 4 of 4, charging out to the Tier Arena floor to take a race to the top. Your top 10 teams coming into Sunday, their second day, our final day of competition here at the 2020.
Training culture. I said the wrong team. Training culture. Wodapalooza comments, Alice.
Fourth and final heat taking the stage here at Tier Arena. I'm Chase Ingham. Along with me is Bill Grunler. Bill and Martin will join us after the heat. As we have 3 heats down, 1 final heat left to go. And your top 10 teams after Saturday's competition sit on top of the leaderboard. Here are your lane assignments. Your top teams will be in the middle. The boys sit in first place with 294 points. Mayhem Tres Leches in second place at 282, just 12 points back. And then PJ's at 279, only 3 points back behind them. But if it's anything like we saw on the women's side, that lead may be all but gone, depending on how they perform in this event.
Well, and when we looked on the women's side, it seemed like there were some holes up at the top. Okay, our lead teams were up there, but did they have the strength to pull this off, the strength of fitness? Now, when I look across at the men, I mean, look at our top teams. They have the strength. And they have the fitness. So I don't know if we'll see as much of a shuffle. But then now what it's going to come down to, especially for all these teams, it's going to be the transition time as we've been talking about, and how do you strategize your movements with your three members.
These top 10 teams after day number 1, all chasing the time to beat right around that 12:33 mark from Team Tonka and Camaraderie. As Nick Matthews said, it was too easy.
Then you should have went 10 unbroken yourself, man. If it was that easy, why'd you trade it off to Shepard there?
3, 2, 1, go.
Fourth and final heat underway. Your Diamondized athlete to watch out of Training Culture. Caleb Clements, Michael Wazalowski, and Peter Ellis. So we are starting with round 1. In this ascending rep scheme event, as we have rope climbs of 15 feet, box jump overs as a team at 36 inches in that 255-pound barbell.
We're starting off nice and early, trying to see which of these athletes and how they're able to handle that barbell in these early heats. If we see athletes that are doing fast singles early, then I'm really thinking that we're sitting outside the field of who our top players are going to be.
Ready to win $5,000 with GoWad. It is a #1 mobility app. Just scan the QR code around the event or scan it on your screen. Lock in your entry and you could win $5,000 cash. It's 100% free to join. Don't wait. Check it out now. Teams into their 4th round, as we are just past the minute 15 mark.
I don't know. Maybe you can see right in lane number 6, right in the middle. See Guy just kind of hanging out by the box. And this is one we were talking about, like what strategy you're going to use. When you have one of the strongest barbell athletes in all of CrossFit out there on your team, you're going to leave them at the bar. Hey, man, you're not doing any rope climbs. We don't want you to do any rope climbs. You're going to get a hold of the bar. But watch the way, if we can get the camera over to Guy, watch the way that he works at. Here's another strong guy. Oh, hi, Chandler Smith. But look at the way Guy moves that bar. Look at the speed.
And the technique.
Got it, guys. You go do your climbs. I'm good. I'm going to hang out. And then watch how he sits by the box. He just kind of puts his hand by the box. Rest there.
Pat Vellner and Jack Farlow working on that 255 clean. On the second day of competition for the individuals, Guillermo Harros put on a show, did a 400-pound clean into a hang clean, and did it about as fast as one could do.
Right. You would have thought that that it was one rep, the way he moved. And if he's cycling 400 pounds like that, Give me a break. 255, please.
These are your top three teams on the leaderboard. PJ's on the left in lane number 4. The boys in lane number 5. As Noah Olson gets to the bar, as well as Mayhem Tres Leches. As you see Jack Farlow and the bottom part of your screen still pulling the lifting duties for Sculpted Scholars.
And I think with the boys, they moved up just ahead. I think that was a little bit of a mix-up on the box jump. I saw Guy actually ran around the box. So, again, transitions are important, but that allowed Noah to get up there in the front and get a hold of that barbell.
Moving from round 5 to round 6. So your top teams on the rope climbs. 6 reps shared as a team.
I got word that the reason that the boys were able to move up into that top spot over the PJs, over Tres Leches was because there was a no rep on the box jump.
12:36 the time to beat, set by Tonka and Camaraderie. We have the Scholars, boys, Tres Leches, and PJs all fighting it out. And the boys are rotating the athlete that handles the lifting duty. We had Chandler Smith, Noah Olson, and now in the round of 6 we have Travis Mayer. Guy Majeros still on the bar. For Tres Leches on the right, you've got Jeff Adler and Jack Farlow on the left. Farlow.
Ooh. Swapping it up. I wasn't expecting to see that. The speed that Guy had, I didn't think that was needed.
Moving from round of 6 to the round of 7.
And I don't know if you can see Noah over in lane 5. He's actually doing a legless rope climb for the first half.
All right.
Look at that. Seen a couple. All of his reps are that way.
Tres Leches in lane 6. The boys are overall leaders. In lane number 5. You see the Scholars in lane number 3 trying to keep pace. Scholars in lane 3 as Jack Farlow, Benoit Boulanger, and Tudor Magna, which I heard brings his climbing rope with him everywhere he goes.
Talking about my one-liners.
Guy Majeros on the right, Chandler Smith on the left. 7 cleans at 255. Guy will switch out, Smith will hold on. And Smith and the boys are sticking to the strategy as Chandler Smith is introducing a new way to clean a barbell.
I mean, you have a guy, and how many times we've said this about Chandler? I mean, he's such an amazing athlete. He's so dang strong to the point where, like, he just doesn't want to have the good form. So you have to be able to really utilize that strength. Hey, bent arms,
when we're racing,
split legs, whatever it takes. But he got his number. That's all he needs to do.
Two reps left for Tres Leches on the right. 2 reps for the boys as Jorge Fernandez and Guy Majeros have moved into first. Close behind, though, you have the Scholars in lane number 3. Left side of your screen in lane 3. Jack Farlow leads off in the white hat, followed by Tudor Magda, Benoit Boulanger. They've moved into second. The PJs to the right, Pat Vellner, Jeff Adler, Jason Hopper. On the right side of your screen, you've got the boys. But it's Tres Leches, led by Guy Majeros. Moving to the barbell, we are in the round of 8. And what's been happening is Guy is just taking as many reps as he can to start, followed by Jorge Fernandez. As Noah Olson and Travis Mayer is the first time we've seen 2 athletes from the boys step up to the bar to share the work.
And I think that was a smart move. Maybe they kind of watched over to see what Guy was doing and went ahead and did that.
Tres Leches is done. On to the round of 9. Jeff Adler and the PJs trying to finish it out their set of 8. Jack Farlow still solo on the bar.
And a squat clean.
And it's a dang good squat clean, too.
That's a great squat clean, but come on, man.
Whatever it takes.
I know you got the power for that. Just make it be a power and go fast.
Tres Leches on the right. 5 reps remaining. This is the round of 9. The reps increase each round. Tudor Magda on the left for Sculpted Scholars. On the left side of your screen. 5 reps to go for the PJs. Just to their right in lane number 4. See Noah Olsen on the right side of your screen in lane 5 still doing that hybrid legless climb.
And I just don't see him gaining a whole lot. Maybe on the first pull, but I think he's taking 2 extra pulls than he needs to. It's just really wasting a bunch of arm energy.
Tres Leches and PJs. So PJs has also moved ahead of the boys. And most of their speed, Bill, you're right, seems to be getting lost on the rope climbs.
Yeah, and Noah has to just go faster, getting his feet locked up and standing up rather than worrying about it being a legless rope climb for half of it.
9 box jump overs at 36 inches. Every athlete must do a rep for the team rep to count. And it is a 4-team race here in the middle between Sculpted Scholars, PJs, the boys, and Mayhem Tres Leches. Tres Leches on the bar first on the right. 9 reps at 255. Here comes Noah Olsen from the boys. On the left side of your screen, Jason Hopper leading things off for PJs. Followed by Tudor Magda. So it's Tres Leches, the boys, PJs, and Sculpted Scholars. Your order from right to left is the order in the heat so far. Final round.
Whoa.
Noah Olsen takes a break. Jeff Adler on the left holds on. We'll see what Jack Farlow can do. Tudor Magda chewed off a couple reps, and Farlow still able to be fast, though, out of that clean.
Yeah, I mean, he's moving. I mean, I'll give it to him. But what we're seeing now is obviously Guillermo Arrows is holding the Tres Leches. That's what's happening there. But Jason Hopper, man, the speed, I don't even think he needed to break on that one. I mean, cool, Jeff, you can do it too. But if they can keep Jason on that bar for this next round, that will be what will get them close to Guy.
Approaching the 10-minute mark, the time to beat's 12:36 by Tonkin Camaraderie. On the right side of your screen in lane number 6, it is Mayhem Tres Leches. They are in the lead. The PJs have moved themselves into second place. Sculpted Scholars in third, and the boys have dropped all the way down to fourth. The boys only had a 12-point lead on second place, Mayhem Tres Leches. That is the difference between first and fourth, which is the exact difference between them on the competition floor. Tres Leches on the right side. You've got Guillermo Aljeros, Saxon Panchek, Jorge Fernandez. On the left side, in lane number 3, Jack Farlow, Tudor Magda, Benoit Boulanger. And to the right of him in lane 4, Pat Fellner, Jeff Adler, Jason Hopper. As we've got 10 box jump overs as a team and then 10 cleans at 255 to see who's going to take the heat and take the event. Tres Leches in second, needs a first place finish, and the boys to finish in fourth to tie him up in points. Here comes Guillermo Aljeros, 2 reps down. Jack Farlow's on the bar. Now Sculpted Scholars are in second. Jorge Fernandez taking things over. 4 reps left to go. Now 3. Sculpted Scholars got a hand in the air. Jorge Fernandez in a switch out. Can Tudor hang on? Tres Leches, Sculpted Scholars, 1 final rep. Over the bar and across the field. And they'll get the time to beat and 100 points. And here comes PJs and Sculpted Scholars. Who's it's going to be? PJs will get ahead of Scholars, but all 3 will be ahead of the boys, as Mayhem Tres Leches may have gotten those points they need to get a little bit closer to that first place position. Tres Leches is in. Team GoWad is in. And the boys just got across the finish line. So that 12-point lead is all but gone going into the next event. We're going to head to the sandbox after this event. And just like we saw for the women, that lead at the top is now gone.
Gone. Vanished.
At lane number 8, that is Training Culture at a CrossFit Roots. Trying to stay ahead of lane number 10, Team Sweden. Team Sweden on the right side of your screen, Alexander Ellebro, Philip Lundqvist, and Victor Ljungdahl. Trying to stay with training culture, but training culture is done. Lane number 1, you have Invictus Miami. They're sitting in 9th overall after 3 events. That's going to change after this heat. Invictus Miami, 1 rep left to go. We still have plenty of time before we hit that 16-minute cap. As you have lane number 2, Team Smart Wad by Morris Fiebig, Harry Lightfoot, and Luka Jukic. Trying to stay ahead of lane number 9, cross at 11:24. Last rep for Harry Lightfoot. As 11:24 will be just behind them. And what a finish we had for event number 4. So, I mean, carbon copy what happened on the women's side in the final heat and the men's side.
Completely wasn't expecting that at all. We knew that Mayhem Tres Leches was going to be a powerhouse with Guy Mayeros and his hands on the bar, and they did exactly what they needed to do. But right behind them, I mean, we saw the boys in the mix. Noah looked very powerful. We saw them switch off with Chandler Smith. But the way that the PJs were able to really work the bar all the way through, they did not get flustered at all. They were very solid and, man, right behind Tres Leches. That was a fantastic race with those guys all the way through from top to bottom.
Guillermo Harris sharing the work with him and Jorge Fernandez, and that ended up being the separator. And it was really a battle between them and the boys for quite a while, and all of a sudden the Sculpted Scholars come out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
And have a great finish as well, and they're down with Bella Martin.
My Scholars, what a performance from some of the young guns here on the floor. Jack, you competed earlier this weekend in the individual competition. What did you need to do to prepare mentally and physically to go into the teams? You guys are in striking distance of that podium.
It's not what I did. It was these two guys. I was competing, and I didn't even know the events before yesterday morning. So these guys had the game plans written up, and I just do what I can.
Benoit, you guys were talking about things you would have liked to have done better in this event. You did very well, but what would you have changed?
Yeah, I think we lost to Jeff's team by not much, so we should have just separated a bit better, maybe less no rep. I don't know. It would have gained us a couple of seconds that were really important there.
Tudor, you've been competing for a very long time and you're very young. What are some of those lessons that you've already learned as an athlete that you're going to bring here this weekend? We've got 2 more workouts to go, and I want to see you guys on that podium. What are you going to have to do?
Yeah, just focus, stay composed, take it 1 rep at a time, and go for the win in every workout. Yeah.
Go for the win. Scholars, well done. I'll see you out on the beach.
Mass fool you, my friend. I'm pretty good at double unders.
I'll tell you, you're pretty good at burpees too, dude. We've done some burpee workouts together, and you blaze through them. Oh, here we go, Mike, right in the center.
Lane number 10, back to the single arm, double dumbbell thrusters for your lean-in team. We'll see if they can hang on, get to those 40.
1 minute to go.
Single arm dumbbell snatches. Lane 15, team 5 guys. 5 guys had a really nice event here, event 1 of the day over on the Tier Arena. 60, 40, and 20. All with our 50-pound dumbbells. We're going thrusters, snatches, and then devil press to thruster on that round of 20.
30 seconds. Give it all you got, ladies. Time tick, tick, tick it away. 20 seconds.
Team Danielle did it again, chipping away down in lane number 19, getting all synced up, doing real well.
10 seconds. Three, two, one, reset.
So another 3-minute window will go from the 6 to the 9-minute mark. Each and every 3-minute section, they got to start over from the very top on that buy-in, if you will.
He's not just telling you guys, he's reminding me because I'm running the clock and I'll forget. Absolutely true. I felt like I needed to start it after we reset. I felt like I needed to say something, but there's nothing to say. They're back to work.
So lane number 10, Frogs in the USA. Lane number 15 for Team 5 guys. Trying to lead the way. Moving from the thrusters to the single arm synchro dumbbell snatches. Man, it's a hard one to say, but you know it's probably harder to do than it is to say.
1 minute, athletes, 2 to go on this 3-minute section.
Seven and a half minutes on the big clock. It's a 13-minute cap for this event. 3-3-3-4.
A little less than 90 seconds remaining, athletes.
If you haven't caught on, 3-minute window, 3-minute window, 3-minute window, and a 4-minute window. Hey, that's the name. We're just going to keep it nice and simple. As lane 10 and lane 5 head out to the dumbbells. Lane 6 out to the dumbbells, 10 out in front.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Everybody's still working on that round of 60 thrusters with that single arm dumbbell thruster. Now down in lane number 15, leading the way onto the snatches. Lane 15, Team 5 guys. Lane number 18, Chimera, Mexico.
30 seconds. $20 seconds.
Final portion coming up. We're going to give them 4 full minutes on this next portion. Everybody going to do the buy-in again.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, reset. Final time, Mike. You nailed it. 4 minutes. It's wide open.
So your leading ladies, couple teams working on that middle portion of 40 single arm synchro dumbbell snatches. So after our buy-in one last time, going to be back out to the dumbbells for some more snatches, see if we can get in to that final round of 20 single arm synchro devil press to thruster. That is an absolute brutal movement for sure. But our ladies going to chip away at our second event of the day. One more event over on the Tier Arena to close out their final day of competition this evening here at the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. Beautiful South Beach, Miami Beach. Our inaugural Tier Wodapalooza as we slid up the highway just a little bit to Miami Beach. It's been a beautiful weekend once we got the cloud and the rain out of here.
It's a sunny one today. Nathan just pointed out I got some sun. All today.
I don't mind getting a little bit of sun. Going back to the absolute dead of winter in Ohio, so I'm okay with a little bit of sunburn. Watching for those teams to get back out onto the sand. Coming up on short time now. Approaching that 11-minute mark. 13-minute time cap. Your top teams working on the dumbbell snatches, that middle portion.
And here we go. Mike pointed out we are at 11 minutes. 2 minutes remaining. Athletes, 2 minutes remaining.
Lane number 15 was leading the way in our previous segment. We'll see if they can hang on to the lead, be the first team onto the devil press to thruster. We'll see how they do as time slipping away. 90 seconds remaining, ladies. 90 seconds to go.
Our ladies doing an excellent job of keeping that synchro action on point. They certainly want to get credit for each one of the reps. They worked so hard to get through that buy-in to get to those dumbbells as we approach the 60-second mark.
Lane number 15, your first team onto the devil press to thrusters. We're looking for 20 reps. Is there enough time? We got about 1 minute remaining.
1 minute. You called it, brother. 1 minute, ladies. 1 minute.
And they got to get dialed in here, sync things up. It's a synchro, single arm, devil press to thruster.
Athletes, 30 seconds.
Leading the way down in lane number 15, team 5 guys.
Athletes, 10 seconds. Count it down, athletes. 3, 2, 1. Time.
Looks like team 5 guys with 8 reps in that final set of 20. That's going to be your score to beat. 8 devil press to thruster.
Check.
One heat down. One heat to go for event number 5 as we are made our way to the Rain Body Fuel Sandbox for the final time this weekend. We have 3, 3, 3, 4. We've already had 20 teams go. We've got 20 teams left to go. And Bill, after the last event, a lot has changed on the leaderboard. The Yeti Outcasts dropped from 1st to 4th, while Swedish House Mafia has moved from 3rd to 1st. Team Noosa has gone from 5th to 2nd.
Fantastic finish.
And with all those place finishes, they are all separated by about 9 points as we move into this heat. Your Diamondized athletes to watch, the Daughters, led by Annie Thorstadter, competing in the first CrossFit Games for herself in 2009, won the 2011 CrossFit Game. Katrin David Daughter, back-to-back CrossFit Games champion herself. All 3 of these ladies have stood on the podium at the CrossFit Games.
It's literally CrossFit royalty out here on the floor. I'm stoked that they are out here competing. I'm so fired up to see them out here having a good time. And you know what? They're here. That's what we want to see.
And on the other side of the fence, however, the Little McDaughters. You have Lucy McGonigal, Reese Littlewood, and Burgos Bjorgensdottir. We go from legends in the sport to the up-and-comers, 18 years old, every single one of them.
Talk about bookends. I mean, that's perfect right there, right?
Now, Bill, this is reminiscent of the old 2-2-2-3 interval. I think I added an extra 2 there. And the athletes will have 3 minutes to work, but every single round, there will be a buy-in. A 400-meter run, 400-meter row, 60 heavy double unders before they get to the real work.
Yeah, that's right. And it's probably going to take them about, I think we're kind of estimating around 2-ish minutes or so, which gives you about a minute, maybe a little bit more than that to do the actual work part. The work part is going to be dumbbell thrusters in paired synchro. Then you have, that's 60 of them, and then you have 40 of the devil press, of the snatches, and then the final, if you get there, you have 20 of those devil press plus thruster reps.
Now, the big point you just made is if you get there,
right,
because we've seen most of the, I mean, if you think about a 400-meter run or even a 500-meter row or 400-meter row between the men and the women, I mean, we're getting off in just under 2 minutes, because if you're getting off faster than that on either one of those, you may be overextending yourself too early.
Right, and I think that the thing that the teams have to think about is, okay, if I'm going to be working on the dumbbells to start, put the athlete that is going to have to do the most work, the longest piece, get them on that first so the other two can be rested when they get to the dumbbells.
We are just a minute and 30 seconds in. There'll be 3 3-minute intervals followed by a 4th 4-minute interval. The athletes on the double unders are obviously going to get the easiest leg here. Onto the dumbbells is all the athletes. Now they have over a minute to work as they've got 60 of these synchro single arm thrusters. And we were just talking about those heavier ropes just a second ago. You can scan the QR code and discover all the products Bivalites has to offer. Your next step to elevate your performance is just a tap away. And we say that because it's not just double unders. They are heavy-handled, heavy-roped double unders.
You know, and it's just how comfortable are you with that? We've done a lot of shoulder work up to this point. It's kind of one of those things that's going to be a little bit of annoyance, but it's also out of the 3, it's going to be your quickest movement. So you might want to be that person who gets to handle those heavy ropes.
60 single-arm thrusters as we are about 25 seconds away from that 3-minute mark. Now, different than under, say, interval-based events we've seen in the past, whether at the CrossFit Games or other events, is that there is no rest when it comes to intervals set. So as soon as they hit that 3-minute cap, it is right back to the machines and the rope.
And that's one of the things you want to think about. Okay, do you run it right up to the 3-minute mark? Try to get another rep in there, because right now the seconds are ticking and nothing is happening on the other side. So maybe if you're thinking, think about like a fight gone bad or something like that. Maybe you take your 5 seconds to put the objects down so that right when the time starts, you can get rid of that buy-in.
So you're a pre-transitioner, not a post-transitioner.
I am a pre-transitioner. Yes,
I am as well. On to the second interval. 400 meters on the assault rower, 400 meters on the assault runner, and then 60 heavy double unders. You look at the top part of your screen, the rep schemes are going to go 60 thrusters, single arm, synchro, 50 pounds for the women. Once they get through those 60, they'll go right to 40 snatches, and then that final 20 is 20 synchro, devil press to thruster.
That's almost hard to say.
It is a mouthful.
I'm glad they only have 20 of those.
Bill, we started the weekend off with, I would say, challenging weather and challenging conditions. An exception.
It's cold.
It was very cold.
It was cold.
It was very cold, very uncomfortable. However, the sun has come out, and we have a beautiful day here in Miami Beach, and you can tell that not only has the sun come out, but the fans have come out as well.
That's right. We got stacked crowds, stacked stands, and they have so many more stands here than they this year as opposed to past years. So that's awesome. Look at that.
And on top of that, it is look at below the stands, because they've always had big stands at Wodapalooza when it's at Bayfront, but they've never had standing room along any competition floor. And that's the beauty of moving here to Miami Beach, is not only can you have bigger stands, but you have more room to stand and watch your favorite athletes compete.
Oh, there were people that stood in the other place, but it just pissed everyone off because there wasn't enough room. I had the seat, and now you're in my face, but now you got both, which is great.
All teams moving on into their second interval. As you look at the upper left corner of your screen, we are at the 5-minute mark, so these teams will have 1 minute to get as far as they can. The score to beat is 8 devil press to thrusters. That was by Team 5 guys in heat number 1, as we just have 2 heats of 20 for these elite teams, and it looks like Little McDaughters are currently in the top along with Relight Salt Bays. Now, Relight Salt Bays, they moved into 3rd place after the last event. We didn't talk about them much, but in all the scuffle of trying to finish, is they had a great finish themselves. They're in 3rd with 322 points. They are just 6 points back of 2nd place and 15 points back of 1st. We said it was close at the top. We thought we had 3 teams running away, but after that 4th event, that is not the case. And what is important now is that we will be reseeding going into the final event later this evening. And these teams want to make sure they get as many points as they can while they have the opportunity. British Frog Squad in lane number 5 with Lucy Campbell, Jenny Muir, and Taylor Howe. Your current leaders as we are done with the 2nd, 3rd minute interval and moving into our final interval of 3 with 1 4-minute interval left to go. 60 heavy double unders, 400-meter row, 400-meter run. The next movement we have is the dumbbell snatch. And Bill, we were talking while we were watching the first heat go down, is that we are doing the movements in the sand. And if you can look at the dumbbells, they are all halfway, if not almost fully buried into the sand. What type of effect is that going to have on the dumbbell snatches?
Well, if you start at the top of the sand, every rep, depending how hard, most of us want to get that little rebound. Yeah, there's no rebound on this. You're just going to go deeper and deeper and deeper. So what it's going to force you to do is to keep that glute and that whole posterior chain loaded for the time that you're on that dumbbell as you're just trying to lightly touch. So your rebound is going to come more from the snap of your posterior chain trying to get that reflex back up.
Another piece of that is that when was the last time your fist hit the ground on a dumbbell snatch? So not only is the end's going to touch, now if you can navigate that just a little bit, but even if you touch it lightly, that sand's going to get packed down a little by little. Now that hand hitting the ground is going to have a greater effect on your hand holding onto that dumbbell.
So here's what I would do. A loophole guy is I'm going to take my feet and I'm going to get my feet as deep as I can in sand, so I'm going to lower myself down there with the dumbbell. That's right.
Loophole guy here.
Loophole guy.
Become an agent of strength. Scan the QR code and learn how you can become an agent of strength. Put your passion for physical fitness, teamwork, and dedication to work with a career at the U.S. Border Patrol. Coming up to the 8-minute mark, just 1 minute left in this 3rd and final set of 3 minutes. And in his lane number 6, Tres Leches, that had a tough event number 4. They Sorry, not a tough. They were one of the few that moved up from 9th to 8th. Now we have the single arm snatches. On the left side, you can see Team Noosa, who went from 5th to 2nd place after the last event. So your top 3 teams, Swedish House Mafia in lane number 9, Team Noosa in lane number 8, and over in team lane 12, you have Relight Salt Bays in 3rd. They're only separated by 6 points between the 3 of them. Right side of your screen, you see Tres Leches. You've got Amy Kringle and Jesse Smith working on the dumbbell snatches. You don't have to alternate arms. You can keep it on the same side if you want to. Final seconds here. Now we're moving in to set number 4, which is a 4-minute AMRAP to try to get through this final snatches and then 20 devil press to thruster. The score to beat, set by Team 5 guys in heat number 1, was 8 reps of the devil press to thruster.
So as a team, this is what's kind of interesting here. Since you don't have that 1-minute rest re-switch that you normally would in an interval setup, how hard do you push on the monostructural buy-in piece here so that you can go for 2 minutes? Because that's what it's going to be. Everyone's been getting done at around that 2-minute mark. We know that they've been working for about a minute. We have 2 minutes to work, and you need to get the reps to count. So it maybe bring the throttle down just a touch so that you can really push the hammer when you get to those dumbbells.
And some of that has to do with which leg you have on the buy-ins. If you're doing the double unders, you're going to get the most rest. You're doing the least amount of work. The row typically is going to take a little bit longer than the run. So arguably it's like, all right, Bill, you're on the rower. You're going to get the first break since it's a paired synchro.
Yep.
So now I need you to push the pace a little bit more, save us about 5 seconds, and then you can get your rest.
Well, and that's what we've seen. I've been watching kind of the latest to see where they go. A handful of them, there have been either 1 or 2 switches. I haven't seen any of the teams yet, or at least I haven't noticed because there's so many people out here, to see who's going where everyone gets 1 turn at each of the objects. You're going to do that when you have more of an equal team across the board rather than having your specialists and letting them work.
Time cap for this event is 13 minutes. The score to beat, 8 devil press to thrusters by Team 5 guys in heat number 1. This is the second and final heat for the elite women. As it looks like British Frog Squad in lane number 5 with Lucy Campbell, Janie Muir, and Taylor Howe. They're going to be on the right. So that's Lucy Campbell, your 2025 individual female champ. And the difference here is that Frog Squad on the right is opting to switch every rep, where Tres Leches on the left is staying on 1 arm. We see a lot of different strategies. What's the cost benefit here?
It really depends on the athlete. Now, if you are good at going like, hey, I can do 5 on one side and I just kind of lock in and do that, I kind of like that idea because you don't have to worry about making that switch. It's not going to slow you down, but it really depends on the team and how they decide to work.
No rep over for Tres Leches. And the first to the devil press to thruster is going to be Tres Leches and British Frog Grips. We have just about 1 minute remaining. Now, what's important for Tres Leches is that they moved from 9th to 8th after the last event. If they can get themselves in a top position here, that is going to be greatly needed for them to have a chance at a podium position. The points are tight after the final event with 1 final event left to go. Team Noosa in the orange and black on the left side of your screen, they moved up from 5th to 2nd place. After that final event, they're only 9 points out of a first place position as they're trying to keep pace with some of your top teams. All teams trying to close out these final 20 reps. The score to beat was 8 of the devil press to thrusters. We're going to be past that as we have 30 seconds left to go. Can any team finish? British Frog Grips on the right. Taylor Howe, Lucy Campbell trying to run down the team on the left with Tres Leches. With Annika Greer and Jesse Smith on the left side, Team Noosa, anchored by Astrid Tin, who might have just made a big name for herself after this weekend. And if they get that rep in, it's going to count. And we will have to go to the scorecards and see where these teams got. Bill, remember coming in, we had a lot of shifting on the leaderboard in our top 5. First place, 337, 3 points ahead of second place, 9 points ahead of third place. But then we have a tying points for 4th and 5th. They're only 18 points out of first. And depending on how it all shakes out here, it might be a winner-take-all opportunity with the final event later tonight.
It absolutely could. And what we're doing is we're just squeezing those places closer together. So the same sort of thing in the individual, which makes this really exciting for a final for these ladies.
2 heats of women are done. The official scores will be coming up on Competition Corner, Bill, but you see on the right side of your screen, Lucy Campbell and Taylor Howe with British Frog Grips trying to move up the leaderboard as they were outside the top 10 after the third event, looking to try to get in that final heat later tonight. As we shift gears, it will be the men's turn coming up next. We will only have 2 heats, or we have 20 heats, 20 teams in each heat. And the numbers coming in, it might be British Frog Squad. Unofficially, we're getting word that they got 14. Tres Leches 1 rep behind them at 13. And Tres Leches is one of those teams that got an early no rep in those Devil Press to thrusters.
That's right. And that's what's so important about making sure that you are truly synco and actually truly knowing what movement and how you're supposed to do those movements.
Tres Leches, that was disgusting. Jesse, you're covered in sand. Your team got 13 reps. Most teams barely got more than 10. What did your team do
2
differently
minutes
to get to those 13 reps?
We had Amy run the entire time. Most teams don't have Amy, and that was our secret.
The secret sauce from the UK. Annika, how did this team come to be? Tres Leches, it's a cute little name. How did we bring these trio together?
I mean, Amy and I, our first big girl comp was Wodapalooza here 3 years ago. She was from the Isle of Man. I was from Prince Edward Island, 2 little islands in the middle of nowhere. So we kind of bonded then and have stayed close since. And Jesse and her did Down Under together this year. So they became friends, and this little squad came together, and I love it.
Well, I love it too. Amy, you are a completely different athlete than we've seen over the years. It's fun to watch you with these 2 girls on a team. What's been your highlight so far?
It's all been
1
good,
minute.
but getting to do team finally with these girls is just fun. Yeah. Wouldn't do any of it. Okay.
We love Tres Leches, guys. Boys, here we come.
Event 5 for the women are over for 3-3-3-4. We've got 1 event left for them. The men still have their 5th event to go. If you want to see the final standings or official standings after 5 events, go to Competition Corner. The trio triplet is now the men's turn. We have 2 heats of elite teams. Bill, 3 minutes on the clock, 400-meter run for athlete 1, 500-meter row on the assault rower for athlete 2, same 60 double unders. Do you?
Yes, I want to take the double unders. Thank you.
Yeah, take the double unders.
I don't even like the double unders.
Well, and that's the other thing too, is there's no requirement. You don't have to rotate each round, and it would be the smart thing to do is probably put your best conditioned athlete on the most difficult machine and your worst on the double unders.
Wow, I think what I would be thinking is I want to put my stronger athletes to the dumbbells when they're the most fresh. So let the guys run, let them row, let them do their thing, but the second they get to the dumbbells, they can work. So if I had my keys for this particular event sponsored by Whoop, We saw how expensive a no rep is. You cannot have the no rep, and it's not on the buy-in, it's on the dumbbell. You have to understand what you're doing, and there's a lot of pre-planning that needs to happen. Who's going to go on what piece of equipment on the buy-in? Do you keep everybody there? How are you going to switch? Who's going to go first? How are you going to cycle in? All those things. So even though we have a lot of individual athletes here, there is a lot of pre-planning that has to be done to really have a successful group.
See Max Krieg on the assault rower, leading the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness team. So we are a minute and a half in. What we've seen for the first two heat is most teams will be getting to the dumbbell just underneath that 2-minute mark, which means they'll have a little over a minute to work. No one finished on the women's side for this event. No one's finished prior to this in other divisions. We'll see if anybody has the ability for the men. Lanes 13 and 14 off the buy-in first. That is the 3 Colombian Elephants, as well as the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness team. 60 single-arm thrusters synchronized between 2 athletes. One gets to rest. The weight on the dumbbell, 70 pounds. The time is in the upper left corner of your screen. They will have 3 minutes to get as far as they can through this fixed amount of work. And they have to transition right to the buy-in once again. There's no minute rest. Transitions are crucial.
Key. Yeah, they're key. And I think the other thing that's really important here, look where the third athlete is sitting. They're behind you. So you have to really be loud and communicate when you're going to come in, how you're going to come in. And one of the things that I haven't really seen anybody do is, okay, everyone's going for these very large sets, but why not take the dumbbell, sit it on the shoulder, and almost do a handoff so you don't have to go down to the ground and pick it up again, because you're going to be doing a lot of hinging when you get to the devil press.
First 3-minute interval is done, as teams will quickly make their way back. As we have the assault runner and the assault rower out there. Scan the QR code to check out Assault Fitness online. Grab the best equipment to achieve your fitness goals. Men will be doing a 500-meter row on the buy-in, 400-meter run on the assault runner, 60 heavy double unders with that Velitas heavy rope. Not just heavy-handled, heavy-cabled.
Not sure what the best option is in that.
So once the athletes are done, they are allowed to rest. So we are in our second 3-minute interval. Clock will have to rotate through at the 6-minute mark. Everybody got off right around the 145 to 150 mark in the first round.
Which allows for a good amount of reps to be done. You have to think, if you have 15 seconds, that's a handful of reps you can get, especially on a thruster. So for these athletes, you do want to really push that. Where it makes me nervous, though, is in that last round, that set of 4, because that set of 4 minutes. How hard are you going to be able to go, and how are you going to rotate your athletes in so that you try to stay as non-stop as possible?
Yeah, lane number 1, the Maritime boys. Got Trenton Gove, Bailey McDonald, and Samuel Cameron. 90 seconds left.
Ooh.
We'll probably see some teams get off in the next 10 to 15 seconds. See some team members still on the double unders. Thrusters synchroed at 70 pounds, lane 14 and lane 11. It looks like caffeine amount TBD. If Bill Grundler was the captain of the team, that would be caffeine amount excessive.
Excessive, 100%.
As is the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness team in lane 14. So those are your top 2 off. We'll see if there's any team that is able to transition into the dumbbell snatch portion of this event. It's 60 total thrusters, single arm, 2 at a time with 70 pounds. One teammate can rest. After those 60, they can move right into the 40 dumbbell snatches. Now, on the dumbbell snatches, you can alternate. You can keep it on same arm, but you have to stay together. We have 20 seconds. Finishing up our second round of 3 minutes. We'll have one more round of 3 minutes after this.
Wow, that whole segment of 3 minutes went by so fast. I feel like these guys only got like 10 reps on that one.
No athletes into the snatches yet. Looks like we might have 4 reps remaining for the 3 Colombian Elephants and U.S. Warrior Fitness team. They're within a rep or 2 of each other. No one's into the snatches yet. Now what's key here is getting off in a reasonable amount of time, knowing you have a 4-minute interval to close things out, but trying to get to those dumbbell snatch portion and as many as you can, because that's going to be the fastest rep you have relative to the other 2.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you get your athletes are going to be able to move the dumbbell well and quickly to those dumbbells as fast as possible. Now, I'm looking across the board to try to see how they're playing the positioning of the 3 members on the team for those the different positions, the rowing, the running, and the jump rope. When I see over in lane number 14, the Army Warrior Fitness team, Max Krieg has been on the rower the entire time. I would not want to be on the rower the entire time. I mean, at least kind of swap it up a little bit. But if that's the case, and we know that like he's going to be kind of hanging out there a bit, okay, you're going to be the sweeper guy after it. So the other 2 guys get done, get to work, and then I'll come and catch you up after that.
We're 90 seconds into the 3rd 3-minute interval. Again, with this 3-3-3-4 format, we are finishing up with 1 4-minute interval after this. All teams still on the single-arm dumbbell thrusters, synchronized 70 pounds, 2 athletes working at a time, 1 resting. In the last interval, we had Caffeine Amount TBD and Warrior Fitness team off first, but it looks like Maritime Boys in lane number 1 are 2 of the dumbbells. 3 reps remaining for lane 14. 4 reps remaining for Caffeine Amount TBD. So first to the snatches and right into it. Oh, bad communication. Right in the dumbbell snatches. The Rogue Invitational returns to Aberdeen, Scotland, October 31st through November 2nd. It's one of the most premier invitationals and competitions in the sport. Incredible competition Rogue puts on as we are in the dumbbell snatches, and it looks like just a massive amount of miscommunication here for the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness team.
And you don't want to switch when you only have about 10 seconds or so left. Do that swap when you go back to the buy-in.
Final 4 minutes. 500 meters on the assault rower, 400 meters on the assault runner, 60 heavy double unders is the buy-in. In the time remaining, up until the 13-minute mark, these teams are going to try to get as far as they can with the snatches they have remaining and the devil press to thruster. 40 reps for the snatches, 20 reps for that final movement. And the tough thing about the final movement, other than the fact that it's a devil press to thruster, which I can't think of just a nastier combo of movements to mash together in one, but that is a very long repetition.
It is. It totally is. And you have to be thinking, that's one of those ones where, like, you don't want to rush it, but you want to find a nice rhythm with it. Get it from the ground overhead to the shoulder to the squat overhead, and try to find that, because the more smooth you can make that, the better it's going to be, and the less frantic you'll be able to save a little bit of energy. But you're right. If you get a no rep on that, that's easily 3 to 4 seconds.
First minute down in the final 4-minute interval, as we just passed the 10-minute mark, getting to that 13-minute mark. So the athletes working on their 60 heavy double unders. That'll be the best opportunity for any athlete to get any rest, as the time really hinges on your rower. Caffeine Amount TBD in lane number 11 has been one of the first teams off the buy-in, as well as Maritime Boys in lane number 1. And Maritime boys are done. Bottom left part of your screen. First to the dumbbell. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Then lane number 9, Make America Fit Again. U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team is starting to fall apart here in the final interval. As on the right side of your screen, you have Make America Fit Again. Left side of your screen is Caffeine Amount TBD. The Maritime boys over in lane number 1 were to the dumbbell first, but our eyes are going to be on who's going to move first, and I see a hand in the air. No, that's just for thrusters. Sorry about you guys. That ain't going to happen. No rep for Caffeine. Let's see which team is going to advance to the Devil Press thrusters first. Caffeine Amount TBD has a hand in the air on the left side of your screen.
Oh, wow, and a slow break. Come on, fellas.
This just at the 12-minute mark, which means we have 1 minute left to go. And the question is, are they going to finish this last rep and go right into the first one? They got to advance the dumbbells forward. They'll switch out their athlete, and they'll be the first to the Devil Press to thrusters. Make America Fit Again right behind them on the right side of your screen. You'll do a Devil Press, which is a burpee to the floor, snatch overhead, followed by a single arm thruster. So combining the first 2 movements they had into one. 30 seconds to go. Make America Fit Again on the right in their 5th rep. And it looks like it's a race between these 2 teams who can get the most reps in before we hit that 13-minute cap.
Don't
switching with 5 seconds to go.
Come on.
Jeez.
The fit guys. Thank you. Making America Fit Again. Thank you for not switching.
We'll see if we can get the reps of our top 2 teams. So we have 1 more heat to go. As heat 1 is done, we'll be back with our second and final heat. And Bill, I just took a sneak peek at the leaderboard. Our top 5 hasn't changed, but the numbers between them
massively.
Final heat coming up next. Second and final heat making their way out in the sandbox. The boys, who did not have the finish they wanted to, they were leading by a good amount of points. They had a 12-point lead over Mayhem Tres Leches, but now they are tied in points. The boys have the tiebreaker with 382, but Tres Leches is also tied at 382, third place. That point differential has dropped from 15 to 6 points. So your top 3 all separated by just 6 points. Fourth place, Team Gowad at 367, 15 points back. And Sculpted Scholars has closed the gap. Your top 5 separated by only 24 points. Bill, that's the difference between 7 places on the leaderboard.
And I think this particular event's going to be really unique because now you don't know necessarily how to race. You don't know where everyone else is other than the team that's right next to you, and that's about it. The nice thing is for these guys, they are all right next to each other, right in the middle of the field.
Lanes 8 through 12 are your top 5, and this is the top 5 race. No one is within striking distance of a podium position outside of them. Sculpted Scholars will be in 8, PJs in 9, Boys in 10, Tres Leches in 11, and Go On in 12. That's your left to right. These are your top 5. So the good news is at least they will know where each other are at, and the race is going to be in the middle 5 lanes. We still have a final left to come, but with only 20 points separating these top 5 teams, it is imperative that if a team can make a move to catch the other one, they need to make it.
You know, if you're going to have some keys of this particular event sponsored by Whoop, you cannot get a no rep. And we saw what that did for some of the other teams in the earlier heat. For those top 5 teams right in the middle, it's going to be a very expensive rep if they mess up. What's really interesting here is this is a unique workout that needs and demands a high amount of execution as far as who's going to be doing what things, and they're all individual athletes. I'm going to be very curious to find out what can they really do. Are they just purely relying on fitness?
The top 2 times in the previous heat, Make America Fit Again and Caffeine Amount TBD. First 3-minute interval underway. 500-meter row, 400-meter run, both on the assault runner and rower. 60 heavy double unders is the buy-in. We've seen every team right around the 145 mark before they get into the dumbbell work. It's going to start with 60 single-arm dumbbell thrusters with a 70-pound dumbbell, synchronized between 2 athletes.
Now, we do have this as a buy-in, working the monostructural stuff here. We know that reps actually count once they get to the dumbbell. What will be interesting to find out for these teams are, okay, do we want to push the buy-in or do we want to push the dumbbell work? Do I just kind of want to, not coast, but I have a decent time, a nice clip, don't want to hurt myself. But when you get to the dumbbell, really start to move, and I want to see who our fit teams are. We know these guys are fit. But what are they going to be able to do and how are they going to handle that?
Your current top team is still the boys in lane number 10. Chandler Smith on the rope, Mayer on the rower, Noah Olson on the runner. To their right, you see Guillermo Harris coming out of frame. That is Tres Leches out of CrossFit Mayhem. They are tied to the top of the leaderboard in points. To the left, you have the PJs. 376 total points, 6 points behind your top 2. See Dallin Pepper taking the heavy leg, which is that 500-meter row. Justin Medeiros also on his team along with Willie George. And your top 5 teams are getting set. Some already have 2 athletes ready to go. And we've seen it is the row that's going to take the longest, so whoever's got the row leg is going to get the first rest. And at 145, most of our teams are all off at nearly the same time. The boys are one of the first ones along with Tonka and Camaraderie. 60 single-arm dumbbell thrusters synchronized together. 70 pounds as we have 1 minute left. The score to beat 7 reps of the Devil Press to Thrusters.
Look all the way to the left there. You got Chandler Smith and Noah Olson for the boys. You see that nice little exchange up at the top? And this was planned. They did a set of 5, then they got it to the other side. You can see Noah counting, and the reps are moving really quick.
The arms usually are going to fatigue out a little bit quicker than the legs are,
Absolutely.
so that switch is a very smart move. Jorge Fernandez and Saxon Panchek on the right side of your screen for Mayhem Tres Leches. On the left, you've got Dallin Pepper and Justin Medeiros. Tres Leches on the right is tied with 382 points with the boys. 10 seconds before we move back to the buy-in. The PJs decided to stop 10 seconds early. And Bill, as you were talking earlier, you believe it's an easier transition because you basically have a countdown for you to start, whereas vice versa, if you stop at the 3-minute mark, you're a little aloof because there's not a hard start time?
Yeah, well, okay, you're at the end part of that work piece, right? So you're going to try and switch it up on the muscle groups, go over to the other part, try to take a little bit of a breather because the buy-in is going to gas you just a touch. There's no rest there, but that's going to allow you to get off that segment first and actually get the reps to count, which is over here where you're a little bit more fresh with those muscle groups.
Doesn't look like we have much of a change of who's doing what. Pat Vellner, Chandler Smith, Guy Malheiros, both back to the double unders. As you see, Jorge Fernandez, Dallin Pepper, Travis Mayer, along with Jason Hopper, taking the row leg again. As we've seen over the course of 3 heats, it's the row that's going to take the longest. It's going to take the most out of you. We are working in our second interval. Clock's in the upper left corner of your screen. We're working in the second 3 minutes. That'll be at the 6-minute mark. As you see the PJs, who are currently sitting in third overall. No lead changes after the last event, but the points have compressed. They were 15 points behind the leaders. But after the fourth event of the day, or first event of the day, fourth event overall, they closed the gap by 9 points.
It's crazy.
Now only 6 points back because it's a 382-point tie between your top two teams. Jason Hopper, Travis Mayer. And look at that. There's a switch because Noah Olson was on the runner. Chandler Smith was on the double unders, and he took the last maybe 50 to 100 meters on the assault runner.
All right.
PJ's in the center part of your screen. The Canadian pair of Pat Vellner and Jeff Adler working on the single-arm dumbbell thrusters. Chandler Smith and Noah Olson on the left. Switching at 5, as we saw in the previous heat. On the right side of your screen, you've got two-time CrossFit Games champion Justin Medeiros with Willie George. As Team GoWad, who also closed the gap on first place. They were 21 points out after event 4. Now they're only 15. The boys still in an early lead. As we have GoWad on the snatches along with the boys. So Team GoWad and the boys have moved on to the dumbbell snatches with 10 seconds remaining. Justin Medeiros, Dallin Pepper on the right. Tres Leches behind them with Guy Malheiros and Saxon Panchek. Just finished the dumbbells. They got 1 rep in before the time hits.
And I think that was actually a smart move to hold that and keep going with those dumbbell reps right up to the end because they were fresh enough to do that and then get themselves onto the runners.
Looks like we have our first rotation for the boys. Chandler Smith now on the rower. Travis Mayer on the assault runner. As Noah Olson takes on the double unders. Ready to win $5,000 with GoWad? The #1 mobility app. Just scan the GoWad QR code around the event if you're on site or on your screen if you're watching at home. Lock in your entry and you can win $5,000 cash. It's 100% free to join. Don't wait. Check it out now. Jorge Fernandez on the left on the rowing portion for Mayhem Tres Leches. Noah Olson on the double unders in the Red Bull hat in lane number 10. Jason Hopper for PJs still on the rower. So this is the third round. Hopper has done the 500-meter row as Pat Vellner stays on the double unders. Jeff Adler on the assault runner. We haven't said much about the Sculpted Scholars just to their left in lane number 8. They're sitting in 5th overall, only 24 points out of first place and 18 points out of a podium position. Right side of your screen, Dallin Pepper holding it down for GoWad. They're currently 2nd in the heat so far. Willie George is taking on the runner. Pat Vellner, Jeff Adler are done, waiting for Jason Hopper on the left side of your screen in lane number 9. But it is the boys in GoWad that are on the dumbbell snatches with Mayhem Tres Leches got that 1 rep in. Sculpted Scholars are done, though.
Ooh.
Starting to make a move. We saw them close hard late in the previous event. We are at the 8-minute mark. We have 1 more minute for our third 3-minute interval as we finish things off with a 4-minute finale.
So now it comes to the test of fitness. We're going to have these two teams that we know that are there basically within a couple reps of each other. And who's going to have the fitness to keep those dumbbells moving, and who's going to have the finesse and the efficiency to have that short rest when they're swapping that dumbbell back and forth.
Center part of the lanes, you've got Mayhem Tres Leches on the right. They're tied with 382 points to the boys that are just outside of screen. But it is Team GoWad that is still an early leader Not by much, though. 30 seconds remaining on the right side of your screen. You got Team Gowad and Mayhem Tres Leches. Team Gowad is only 6 points behind them to get in a potential first-place position after this event. 10 seconds to go before we hit our final interval. We're going to add a minute. 4 minutes to find out who's going to take the heat. Team Gowad is already on the Devil Press to Thruster.
I think they're able to get one or two, almost two. I don't know if they were given that last one, but that's a good shot to get into there.
Final 4-minute interval. Last buy-in, 60 heavy double unders, 500-meter row, 400-meter run, and Jason Hopper is just anchoring this team on the buy-in as he sits on the assault rower for one more 500-meter stint. Jack Farlow just to his left, also on the rower. Travis Mayer back on the rower for the third time as he took the first two intervals. Noah Olson on the assault runner. As you see Justin Medeiros, Guima Harros, Chandler Smith, Pat Vellner, and Tudor Magda all on the double unders. The score to beat in the previous heat is 7 Devil Press to Thrusters. Your top team in here has already got 2 of them.
Yep.
That score is not going to last. Here's what's on the line. One more event after this. Reseeding after this, and the top 10 will be in the final heat. You have your top 2 teams, Tres Leches, who's sitting in first place, tied in points with the boys with 382. PJ's on the left side with Hopper, Adler, and Fellner are only 6 points back with 376. See Willie Jors on the assault runner on the right side of your screen. Just to his left, Saxon Panchek and Noah Olson. Travis Mayer on the left side of your screen. On the assault rower. Chandler Smith, who's done with the double unders, is switching out for Noah Olson. It's the only team we've seen switch out their runner with the athlete who's done to the double unders. The time cap is 13 minutes. As we have teams set and ready to go, it looks like PJ's, the boys, Sculpted Scholars, Co-Wide. It is a race to the finish.
Wow.
PJ's still have some snatches left to go. So do Sculpted Scholars. The only 2 teams on the Devil Thrusters are in lane 13 and lane number 12. Sorry, that is lane 12 and lane 11. Mayhem, Tres Leches, and Gowad. Gowad in the center part of your screen. Dallin Pepper, Justin Medeiros. You have to do a burpee to the ground, snatch overhead, and then a full squat to press. The boys on the left side of your screen, you got Noah Olson and Travis Mayer. They have to stay ahead of Tres Leches. They're tied in points with them.
Oh.
Gowad is only 6 points behind, so Gowad, who's on the right side of your screen, need to pick up points in this event because that last one, it's anybody's game in this final event. So this is where they need to make up some points.
And they're doing a great job. Look at the way they're holding together. Nice and synchronized, not messing up that organization between the Devil Press and the Thruster.
Tres Leches on the right side, and watch Guima Harros. He'll just drop the dumbbell into the sand, which is a pretty savvy move just to take a little bit off the body.
This
now,
is the one time
the
you do want it to go
bit.
down. Yeah, this is the one time you do want it to drop into the sand. Go down as hard as you can so you can get yourself down there.
45 seconds remaining. Who's going to get the score? We've already passed 7, so whoever wins this is going to win the event. Left side of your screen, you've got PJ's. They're sitting in 3rd overall, 6 points behind your top 2 leaders. That's the boys on the left with Noah Olson and Chandler Smith. They're tied with Tres Leches, who's on the right at 382 points. 20 seconds remaining. Switch out for the boys. Travis Mayer's now in. Jason Hopper trying to hold on with Pat Vellner. 10 seconds to go. Tres Leches to the right with Guima Harros and Jorge Fernandez. Team Gowad looks like they have 1 rep left to go. And Team Gowad, who is sitting in 5th coming in. Woo! Team Gowad is in 4th coming in. They were only 15 points back of the winner. And when we're talking 3 points per place, if you can get 3 to 6 in this event with 1 more event to go, that's massive.
I'll tell you what, the key to Gowad in that entire event right there was Justin Medeiros. That guy held on to that dumbbell for a long, unbroken set. We're just going rep for rep for rep. Finally took that breakout, and that kept them in that lead position and getting them across the finish line.
We'll do our best to try to see where these teams finish, and it was just a matter of a handful of reps between the two. But, Bill, it all came down to the finish here as Jason Hopper, I tell you what, to sit there while we're watching this rain replay and take the row leg for every single interval.
Well, I mean, he's a machine guy, right? So if you have a machine, put him on there. But what was really impressive, I'm telling you, and I'll say it again, the piece that was most impressive, Justin Medeiros, once he got a hold of that dumbbell for the double thrusters, that was what catapulted them in because they did not stop. They didn't break him at all, and he hung out as long as he could. One last little switch for, I don't know, 4 or 5 reps maybe, and then that put him across the finish line.
We said it was extremely top on the leaderboard. Coming into this, we had a tie in points for first. Third place was PJ, 6 points back. Gowad was in fourth, only 15 points back of first place, 9 points back of a podium position. And they're down with Bella Martin.
Team Go On, what a performance. I've been waiting for the last day to talk to you guys. Seems like now's the time. Willie, you don't do many competitions anymore, but you are always here at Wodapalooza. What is your why? Why do you keep coming back?
I'm just keep trying to follow these really fit guys, and honestly it's like really hard, but yes, it's an honor to be like teaming with 2 big athletes like Justin and Darlene. Last year we did with Justin and Jay. It was a really good competition, and every time it's a good time in Miami, so really happy to be here.
Justin, normally I can find your coach Adam out in the crowd coaching you guys through this event. Nobody's been able to finish this one. What was your strategy that you went into it with, and what happened along the way?
Yeah, I mean, we just really played to each other's strengths. I mean, Dallon's the best on the Echo bike, best on the machine, so stuck that guy on the rower. I knew I can move the dumbbell well, and the jump rope wasn't going to be... Hey, but man, it felt really good to be the only team to step on that finish line.
Dallon, your best buddy, Jason, has some words to say, but we've got one event left. What are you guys going to need to do to clinch that podium spot?
I mean, we already beat them in more events than Jason said we would, so that's one thing that matters. We're going to come into this final ready to go. I don't think anyone's going to touch us on this one.
Heard it here first. Team Go On. Congrats.
Let's go, boys.
One final event remaining, and it is going to be one of the closest finals we've had between 5 teams, not just on the men's side, but the women's side. One event to decide it all. Tonight, we'll be going down in Tier Arena as the final event for the Elite Team competition will be coming up later. See you there.
All right, folks, don't go anywhere. Stick around with us here at the ring. Total
electrifying fitness competitions, engaging workshops over on the stages, inspiring seminars, and an expo featuring nearly 100 of our favorite brands of this diverse industry. It's not just an event, you know that. It's a celebration of functional fitness in here in our community, and we're honored to share with each and every one of you. So thank you guys for being here with us. Also, a huge thank you as well to the city of Miami Beach, its mayor, and its commission for their incredible support in hosting Tier Wodapalooza for the first time right here in Miami Beach. I'd love to bring out a few special guests here at Tier Wodapalooza: Mayor Minor, Vice Mayor Bott, and Commissioner Suarez.
Welcome Tier Wodapalooza to Miami Beach. We are so grateful to have this incredible event here. I mean, look at the beach overlooking this. First-class hospitality in Miami Beach, and some of the greatest athletes in the world competing right here. We're so grateful to have Loud and Live with us and these athletes. They asked me to compete, but I wanted to watch more than actually play. And I hope everyone got to enjoy our incredible city, our dynamic culture, our incredible welcoming residents, certainly our hotels, restaurants. We offer literally everything first class here. And not only 2,000 athletes, but I understand there's an athlete from every state in the United States represented here, which is so cool because we are pretty cool here in Miami Beach, and we are the place to be. Everyone's coming to Miami, South Florida, and certainly Miami Beach, showcasing what we have to offer. This event could not happen with so many people, but certainly Commissioner Suarez, who was instrumental in working this and getting this great event to come to Miami Beach. And it's a legacy event. 2012, this was a one-day event, and now it's one of the leading fitness festivals in the entire world. And also here is Vice Mayor Tanya Bott. Take it away, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Miami Beach. This is the first year in Miami Beach that Wodapalooza is here, and we're happy to host them. I want to give a big thanks to Loud and Live, Tier Wodapalooza, all the events, the vendors, the sponsors. I would also want to congratulate our police and fire for making sure everything goes smooth. You know, when I found out that Loud and Live wanted to bring Wodapalooza from Bayside to here, I got excited, and I moved mountains to make sure that that happened. So I also want to give a big shout out to our tourism and culture department for making that happen. Thank you. One of my initiatives as commissioner, and I've only been elected for a year, but one of my initiatives for Miami Beach is to change and transform our brand as a party town into a fitness destination. Thank you. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is exactly what fitness is about. This is what health is about. You know, Vice Mayor Bott, she has led the charge in making Miami Beach a blue zone city. The mayor has shepherded us with bringing a fitness culture to Miami Beach, which we're going to transform our brand into something that hopefully every one of you will maybe one day want to live here and come here often. So with that, I also want to say that in 2026, Wodapalooza is going to be coming again in March, along with High Rocks and FIFA. So we are going to have an epicenter of fitness in Miami Beach for next year, and hopefully for a long time to come.
Thank you. I echo everything that my colleagues have said, and I just want to have you take a look around for a second, because I've been to these before over the years, and often they're in a big convention center, like in Atlanta, or someplace where it's snowing outside. Do you guys think this is better? Yeah, well, we do too, and we are really psyched to have you here for your first year on the beach. And by the time you're back here next year, Miami Beach will be well on its way to becoming a certified Blue Zone city, which means that in addition to everybody that you are bringing here to support your efforts, our entire city, beyond what you've already seen and experienced this year, will be out here cheering you on and participating. And you know, the beautiful architecture behind you, the great food that you're experiencing, it will all be working towards community and wellness and living longer, better together. So here's to that, here's to you, and we'll see you back here next year.
Thank you one more time to Mayor Minor, Commissioner Suarez, and Vice Mayor Bott. Thank you guys. Hey, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. So not only are we going to award our top competitors here this weekend, but we want to give you a special award of your very own for welcoming Tier Wodapalooza right here in Miami Beach. Thank you guys very much. We also want to give a big thank you to the Office of Tourism and Culture, of course, the MVVCA and the GMCVB to further the point of how great we're looking forward to spending our Tier Wodapalooza career here in Miami Beach. One more time for our commission here this weekend. Thank you guys very much. Don't forget those new dates coming 2026 in March. Competition coming right back up. Thank you guys one more time. South Florida Government Official Division for the gauntlet this weekend. Commissioner Suarez won that. 15-year CrossFitter, by the way, out of CrossFit Miami Beach. Not too shabby. That tells you we're right here at home in Miami Beach. Elite competition set to get underway. I'm glad you guys are here with us. Thank you for joining us. You guys doing okay? Just looking over my shoulder. Now that the politicians are gone, we can get back to having some fun. You know what I'm talking about? Give me my beer back. Just kidding. Who got some sun today? Or yesterday? Or oddly enough, on Thursday, I got sun when there was zero sun at all. That's okay. I like it. Just getting a base. Saw a couple of my peeps from Ohio around here. It's about zero in Ohio, so I'll take a little bit of sun. Our elite competition closing out our wonderful 13th year here at Tier Wodapalooza. Oh, one of our fire department leads over there. I see a gold badge. And Commissioner Suarez. Oh, is that a little impromptu throwdown? Who won? Oh, the 15-year CrossFitter.
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Rolling stones of the rap game, not bragging. Look bigger than Jagger, not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Check the backs, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Rolling stones of the rap game, not bragging. Look bigger than Jagger, not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Check the backs, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep.
Our elite women going to be kicking off things here in just a few minutes after a quick reseating for our final event. And what a beautiful day it's turned out to be. A beautiful weekend. 13 glorious years for Wodapalooza. Who was here at the very beginning? Who's been here all 13 years? Any hands out here? I know there's a couple over here. Hey, hey. OH. Yeah. Who was here last year? Who was here the year before? Who's been here for 5 years? Okay, 10 years? You guys are old. Go get your joint cream. Who's going to be here next year? That's what I like to hear. I see a lot of hustle and bustling going on. People with earpieces, so it's got to be important. How you doing, Larry?
I got nothing, Mike.
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Rolling stones are acting, not bragging. Look bigger than Jagger, not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Shut the bats, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are crooked crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond.
Floor that we are just a few minutes away from getting started. Big round of applause for our judges and our staff and our crew. I'll tell you what, they do a heck of a job in front of you guys as well as behind the scenes. None of this would work. None of this would work without our volunteers and our staff, our judges, our medical crew, security, our incredible gear crew out moving things around, our media team, our scoring folks. I'll tell you what, our scoring folks, they can have that. There's math involved. That's not my jam. And the MCs, we're here. We have some outstanding volunteer MCs. They don't want to see that. This is all they get. Well,
He was like reading my mind. Feel free to sing along if you know this one, because I know you do. Oh, yeah. Everybody, when they see a camera, they're going to make some noise. I guarantee you're going to make that Instagram reel tonight. Hey, you want them to do the wave on camera? Well, I don't know if they will,
2
though.
minutes, athletes. 2 minutes.
Hey, if you're looking at the screen, left to right, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Come on out, ladies. Make your way around. Heading down to lane number 1. Like stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go, Miami. Final event for your ladies. A 12-minute time cap called the Trio Triplet. We're going to start off with 150 ping pong wall balls. If you've never seen that before, 2 of our athletes going to be throwing that wall ball to each other, but they got to hit that target up top. 150 ping pong wall balls right into 75 synchronized toes to bar. 2 athletes working, 1 athlete resting, and then 150 worm lunge, 150-foot worm lunge to close this one out, their final event of the weekend.
Good times, good times. It's a lot of ping pong wall balls. 20 for the ladies, 9-foot target.
Got to get through this big set of wall balls, ping pong wall balls. Our athletes can switch on and off however they deem necessary. We're just 60 seconds in. Looking for a 150 reps.
That's a lot of wall balls.
Just about 90 seconds in. Gonna take us a few minutes to get through that set 150. As always, we'll watch for those judges' hands to go up in the air, signaling 5 or less reps remaining. Four heats of your elite female division teams. So heat number 1 looking to come out here, pull a victory out on their final event. Take home some bragging rights.
$150 wall balls. A big number. Mike Pointer can take a minute to get through these. 12-minute time cap in place. You keep your eye on the judge nearest your favorite team. That way you know when your squad is nearing the end of their wall ball portion of the Trio Triplet, consisting of 150 ping pong wall ball, 75 synchro toe to bar, and 150-foot worm lunge.
$150 wall balls. You know what that workout is, right? A la Karen.
I didn't know if you were asking me or them. I was like, yes, it's Karen.
Feel like it might be a little quicker with two partners and the third waiting there in the wings. Coming up on the 3-minute mark now. Six total events in our elite division. 3 yesterday, and their third and final right here. The trio triplet. 150 ping pong wall balls. Feel free to go back to your gym or your box this week and give those a shot with your best friend. 20 pounds for your ladies at that 9-foot target. 75 synchronized toes to bar coming up next. And finishing out with a 150-foot worm lunge.
$60 reps in lane number 10. Some of our teams passed that 100 mark.
See a hand up down in lane number 7. Team Wadla. It looks like they're going to be our first team at the 4.5-minute mark, working on those 75 synchronized toes to bar. Once again, 2 athletes working, 1 waiting there in the wings, ready to jump in, help their teammates out. Now down in lane number 3, short, shorter, and shortest.
Lane number 9, Danielle did it again. Rocking into their synchro toe to bar 75. Just like before, 2 athletes working, 1 resting.
Blacklisted dogs rounding out your top 3 in lane number 4. We'll see if they can hang on. But lane 7 was leading the way. Had about a 5-6 rep advantage over your next teams. Here come the rest of the ladies to join them.
Ladies in lane number 10 getting it together. A little bobble at the beginning, but they found their groove. As we pass 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
The trio triplet brought to you by the U.S. Army here. Beautiful tier arena as the sun's starting to set on our final day of competition.
About to go from sunburn to sweatshirt here in about 15 minutes. As we approach the 6-minute mark here in this event. Going to be 6 in with 6 to go, ladies. Halfway done.
Some big sets of toes to bar, looking for 75. And those judges' hands to go up. You'll see them race down the opposite side of the floor. Get underneath that rogue worm for 150-foot lunges. Run across the line and cash out on their tier Wodapalooza weekend.
Yeah, I saw it. Look, I was coming right at you, Mike. Seagulls diving at the MCs here on the floor.
That was my dinner.
All right, here we go. Got our first pair of teams racing out. Lane number 6 and 7. All-America girls and Team Wadla. Lunging away. 7:30 on the clock. Same story in lane number 4. Blacklisted dogs. RSSG, short, shorter, and shortest. Like a gang on the move. Like a Latin mafia. Gaines and Roses. Danielle did it again. Triple threat trio. All of them either at or on the worm.
Going to take that worm down and back, Larry, before they can close this one out. Coming up on the 9-minute mark. Two teams out in front making their way back. Lane 6 and 7 leading the charge, followed by lane number 4.
Coming up on 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Again, time cap 12 minutes looming just ahead. Blacklisted dogs in that hunt for a top 3 spot here in heat number 1 of 4.
Team Wadla, lane 7. All-American girls, lane number 6. Right about the end, it's going to be lane 7 coming across the line right around 9:51.
All-American girls right behind them.
Two minutes, ladies. 2 minutes to go. Lane number 4, they'll drop their worm and run across the line.
Creeping up on 10:20 on our clock. 12-minute time cap in place. All of our teams in contention to finish this. Lane number 3 wrapping it up. Short, shorter, and shortest.
Followed by lane 5, the Liking Gang. 90 seconds remaining, athletes. 90 seconds to go.
RXSG dumping that rogue worm and heading to the finish under the 11-minute mark. Gaines and Roses gladly dumping that worm and taking it across the line at 11 minutes. Danielle did it again, just a few feet away from finishing. They're in lane number 9. Ladies in lane number 10 and 1. Both on their way to that finish with 45 seconds remaining. Danielle did it again. Across the line, they will ground the worm and head to the finish.
30 seconds, athletes. 30 seconds.
Triple threat trio. A step or two, a lunge or two away from finishing. And that should do it for them. They'll ground the worm and head across, back across the floor, like in Latin Mafia with 15 seconds to go. 1 lunge remaining. They get a thumbs up from the judge. They'll ground the worm and head to the finish just under that cap. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause out there for all your teams. Wadla setting the time to beat, I believe, 9:51. We'll get an official time for you here in just a bit.
Hey, we got some more of those special passes from our crew at 5'11", the official plate carrier of Cheer Wodapalooza. So you make some noise, see our crew. They're going to throw you one of those special Cheer Wodapalooza patches. Thank you again to 5'11".
And here come the athletes of heat number 2.
Athletes, make your way to your starting positions. Have your team captain ask those questions, but be ready to go. We are less than 2 minutes, athletes. Be ready to go less than 2 minutes. to your starting positions.
One minute, athletes, 1 minute. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. The trio triplet, heat number 2. Your women's elite teams, their final event of the weekend. Kicking things off in lane number 1, Keep Chasing the Storm. Lane number 2, Gymnation by Frog Grips. Lane number 3, Gymnation Finland. Lane number 4, Team UFit. Lane number 5, Team Alp. Lane number 6, Team New By Me. Lane number 7, Frogs in the USA. Lane number 8, Chocolate Box Star Strength. Lane number 9, Base Wellness. Rounding out heat number 2 in lane number 10, Chimera Mexico. $150 ping pong wall balls. Our 20-pound wall ball for your ladies, 9-foot target. Gonna go back and forth. 2 athletes working, 1 athlete resting and preparing to jump in whenever they need to. After the 150 wall ball shots, gonna be on to the toes to bar, 75 synchronized toes to bar. Again, 2 athletes working, 1 resting. Dismounting that rogue rig, running down the competition floor. Gonna be looking for 150 worm walking lunges from your team. That's gonna be down and back and then running across the line. $9:51, the time to beat from Wadla. Unofficial, of course, but our eyeballs felt pretty official.
Semi-calibrated, I guess would be the best way to put it. Just past 2 minutes.
Two minutes in. 10 minutes remaining. A 12-minute time cap for your final event here this weekend. Sun starting to dip below the city landscape. Lights coming on here in the beautiful Tier Arena. Always a party here at Tier Wodapalooza once the lights come up. Watching for those judges' hands to go up in the air. 150 ping pong wall balls. The trio triplet brought to you by the U.S. Army.
Head down, see if I can get some rep counts here. I believe we're a little over 100 here in lane number 10. $118, I believe, in a bear. Wellness, Space Wellness in lane number 9. 120 in lane number 8. Chocolate Box Star Strength. 22 in lane 7. Frogs of the USA. Same in lane number 6. Team Do By Me. Almost there in lane number 5, I believe, is Team Out.
Crossing over to 4-minute mark.
And there we go. See him turning and starting to chalk up. Just about there. Hands in the air from some of our judges. Look to see our first athletes on the rig there in lane number 5 and 6. Going to be lane number 6, the first to get things rolling. Team Do By Me.
You said it, Larry, about a 1-rep advantage over lane number 5, Team Out, but you fit in lane number 4 right behind them. Here comes everybody else as we come up on the 5-minute mark. 9:51, the time to beat. Heat number 2 of 4.
Little past that 5:15 mark. Pretty good if you think about it. 150 wall balls in 5 minutes with that ping pong action. It does make it a little bit better. You're sharing that workload with 2 other people, but you have the skill deficit of having a ping pong off the glass there at the top.
Gonna do heats 1, 2, and 3 in your female division. Then we'll bring out heats 1, 2, and 3 of your gentlemen. And then finish up with heat number 4 of our female, and then heat number 4 of our men's division to close out the evening. Here, their final workout of the weekend. Our awards ceremony going to be coming up directly following. So I want you guys to stick around, have a little bit of fun, celebrate all of our podium finishers here this weekend.
A lot of hard work went in all weekend long. A lot of work goes into the production of the award ceremony. So you guys stick around, check it out. Share on your favorite athletes.
75 is what we're looking for. Hands are up from the judges down in lane 5. Team Alp going to be your first athletes running down the floor. First to touch up on that rogue worm.
And get out the way.
Go down and back.
And get out the way. The ladies is running with a purpose.
150-foot walking worm lunge.
Lane number 6, Team Do By Me on the way down.
Lane number 4 to follow, Team UFit. That's your 1, 2, and 3 at the 7-minute mark. Now, that worm, very historically, if you get off center, you might have to reset. So no time to spare, no room for error here in your elite division.
Frogs in the USA get theirs with Chocolate Box Star Strength. Also get theirs moving. Lane number 2. Those ladies heading the right way there. Gymnasium by Frog Grips.
Team Alp just about at the turn. 75 feet in. And they're going to try to hold that thing. And now they'll reset. 1 lane over Team Do By Me. They will reset and be just about a foot or 2 in front of lane 5, Team Alp. So your new leaders, Team Do By Me in lane number 6.
Just past the 8-minute and 20-second mark. They're on that return trip. 9:51, I believe, is going to be our top score. We'll see if these ladies can take it. I believe they are on track to get that well under probably the 9:30 mark, if not faster.
Moving pretty fast, Team Do By Me. in lane number 6. Just about there. And looking to take that top time thus far here in heat number 2. The crew out of Team New By Me. They'll drop the worm and run across the line unofficially 8:55. Team out, going to be your next team to cross the line. As soon as they get the okay from the judge, they'll do so now, run across the line unofficially 9:12.
Next on deck to finish up their weekend, Chocolate Box Star Strength. They get the thumbs up from the judge, and they will cross the line right around 9:34.
Close race down in lanes number 3 and 4. Gym Nation, Finland, and Team UFIT. Finland now will run across the line, 9:54. Followed by UFIT just a few paces behind. 10 minutes in.
Got Manamego lane number 10. They are done, and they will take it across right around 10:07.
Lane number 2, Gym Nation by Frog Grips. Will finish up. Plenty of time to spare here for their final event of the weekend. Great job, ladies. Just about 90 seconds remaining.
Base Wellness lane number 9, a few lunges away. And they will be across the line, dump it, and go across the finish. Lane number 7 also wrapping things up, Frogs in the USA.
One final team out here working hard as we come up on the 11-minute mark. Team Keep Chasing the Storm, just about at that halfway marker on the way back. Handful of lunges remaining for Keep Chasing the Storm as we cross over the 11-minute mark. As soon as they get the okay from the judge, they can throw that worm down for the final time here this weekend. And they'll do so now. Make some noise for Keep Chasing the Storm and all of your Heat 2 ladies. Team New By Me setting that new top score.
8:55 unofficial. And here we go, making their way out.
The sun is setting on what is a picturesque evening here at Miami Beach. And Tier Arena is bumping as the final 2 heats are coming up for the Elite Women. We're going to do the 3rd heat of the Elite Women. We'll switch to the men, run through all 4, and then close the night out with a final for the men and a final for the women. I'm Chase Ingram. Alongside with me is Bill Grunler. Bella Martin will be joining us later in the broadcast. And Bill, it has all come down to this. We've had 5 events down. We have a 6th event to go. And just look at that scenic view here in Miami Beach. We've got a lot of these over the years, but tonight is a special night.
It really is. And we've seen gray for half of the time that we've been here. Look at that sunset, those clouds. It literally looks like it's been painted on there, and it's going to be a great backdrop for what these ladies have to handle in the trio triplet. So it is 150 ping pong wall balls, 75 synchro toes to bar, and then that 150-foot worm lunge. And you see this in boxes all over the place. Hey, it's a team workout, and we're going to play back and forth, and wonder what it would be like to throw that ball back and forth. Well, now we get to see it, and it's a heavy wall ball as well. This is actually going to be an execution-style event for these teams.
And this is the 3rd heat of 4. Heat 4 will be coming at the very end of the night for the Elite Women.
3, 2, 1, go.
Bill, you're talking about final events programmed in a way that is not say common, but fun to watch. Ending in a lunge is always a dramatic way to do this. So we're going to start, like you said, the 150 ping pong wall ball shots. Each rep you do is one, and they'll bounce that 20-pound ball off the 9-foot target. They can rotate in and out any time they want, and that ball really should never touch the ground. But as we have Heat 3 here, here's what at stake. We have a team tier Wodapalooza championship coming up later tonight. First place is the Relight Salt Bays. We haven't talked about them much, but they have found themselves in first place overall with 422 points. In second place, Swedish House Mafia is still holding on into a top position, only 12 points back. And in third place, Yeti Outcast bumped back up into the podium, just 18 points back of first. From first to third, it is only an 18-point difference. And if you add in fourth place team Noosa, that is a 21-point spread. In an event that there is no room for error. This final heat is going to be absolutely nuts.
And I think that's what's so crazy about this. Even in this heat right here, we have a lot, across the board, of very experienced athletes. We know that the fitness level is going to be, through the roof and basically equal across the board. So it comes down to execution of all of these movements. 150 wall balls. And just like you said, Chase, there is no reason for this ball to move or to stop moving. The only way that you're going to, be penalized through this, because I think all the athletes can do, break it up 50 wall balls, not a big deal, but it's how you're throwing the ball in between. Are you going with a nice angle? Do you have to move around a lot? Is that ball getting caught off to the side? How many times have you done wall balls and you catch it in the chain, or you catch it to the shoulder a little bit, and that completely fouls whatever sort of rhythm that you had? A lot of these athletes, it's not something that you normally do. And when you put a little bit of a twist in there, it can affect your team.
Just past the 2-minute mark, 150 wall ball shots. That is the classic benchmark and rep scheme of Karen. Now, that's 150 wall ball shots by yourself.
Yes.
With a 20 and 14-pound ball, and I'll say to a 10-foot target. I believe you'll stand there with me. Done unbroken without stopping, that's going to be less than 5 minutes of work. You share this with some athletes. You lower the target to 9 feet, regardless of the 20-pound ball. And you're doing a third of the work if you're rotating in, maybe half of the work. So we'll see most of these teams getting off right around that 4.5 to 4:45-minute mark.
Well, and in the last two heats, we saw that. The first heat, we saw a 4:37 coming off. In the last heat, we saw a 4:28 coming off. So you're right. It's right in that realm. And this is the thing. It's about execution, not necessarily about the fitness, because they all can do 50 wall balls.
Coming up after this will be 75 synchro toes to bar done in pairs, one person resting while the other two are working. 8:56 is the time to beat set by Germany's team Newbie Me.
That right there is Team India in the all blue. Nice way to work themselves through there. Right next to them, that's Las Mexas.
See the rep scheme on the left side of your screen. That is the number of reps they're on. 150 is the number to get to.
British Frog Squad right there. And again, look at how they're trying to control that ball. And you don't want to have to reach out for that ball. You want it to go right into your arms just to get that nice rebound out of that bottom of that squat.
So it is Mayhem's Baywatch. That is extended about a 7-rep lead on Team Ida. Propud behind them. Las Mexas and Pixel Mexico in third. We'll see a lot more separation once we get to the toes to bar.
You're right, because again, it's going to be how do you decide to break that up? All these guys can do wall balls, but how many toes to bar do you want to do unbroken in one shot?
Really, the beginning part of this, there's a huge element of execution, communication, and throw a little bit of accuracy in there. You hit the bottom of that target, that ball is going for a ride. Team Ida in lane number 3 looks to be first one's done. At the same time, you've got Team Propud, Las Mexas, everybody coming off the rig right about the same time. 75 synchro toes to bar. Bill, as you said, we're right underneath that 4:45 mark.
So here's what you want to do on the toes bar. Obviously, you want to do a handful. I want to get as many as I can, and we'll throw someone in the mix. Let's say you break off 20 on the first set. Someone exchanges out, you hop back up there. Are you going to be able to do another 20? Probably not, which means that the other athlete, the fresh one, only gets to do 10. So what I've seen is a nice shuffle at 10. That way that every time you're up there, you're going to do a block of 20, you get a 10 rest. Nice, easy way to shift, but you have to be able to get that one athlete out and hop right back up to the bar again.
We've actually seen something very similar to this at the regionals in 2018 for the teams that had one person hanging with other two during the work.
I remember that.
.75 toes to bar, done in pairs. Toes having to make contact with the bar at the same time. As this is heat 3 of 4. The final heat of women will come after the men. So after this third heat, we're going to do 4 consecutive heats of men, crown some men champions, reset the floor, and come back with our elite female division. 6 minutes in. Bill, you've been looking at this for 2 heats. What are your keys to this event?
And I'm talking accuracy the entire time. The more accurate you are, the more no reps you don't have, the better you're going to do. And it is a coordinated communication. You need to know, your team needs to know when to hop off, when to hop on. And when we get to those lunges, it's going to be when to step.
Bill, you're talking about those lunges. Is that the 150-foot walking lunge all the way down, all the way back? And it looks like Las Mexas maybe coming off the rig soon. Their third teammate, Mariana Mesa, who won the Latin America Cup earlier in the evening, is already headed back to her worm. But it'll actually be lane number 6, Team Propud, in the white and red. Propud is off. Las Mexas, British Frog Girls, 150 feet. 75 feet down, 75 feet back, and a lot of opportunities for mistakes.
Now, here's the thing. A mistake here is very costly because if you do get a no rep, the rule is you need to drop your worm down to the ground, re-pick it up, and then restart. So, yes, you want to go quick, but you need to make sure that communication is really intact and you know when to step and how to step.
And there's really only one speed you can go, working with 3 people. The judges are screaming, the athletes, the music's blasting, the fans are screaming. There's not a lot of communication that you can actually hear, and it's not like you can actually race this without possibly getting a no rep, a misstep, and having to put the worm down.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it is and we talked about this in one of the events last night. You need to race, but you can't rush. You need to make sure that you come up and kind of have that momentary pause just so everyone's kind of reset and then begin your stepping.
Propud still in the lead. They're in the red and the white. And we saw a quick switch there from British Frog Squad. And Lucy Campbell goes, hey, I've had a little success this weekend in the final event. Follow me.
And again, look at the tempo that they're stepping. They're very, very in sync. Oh, man, that's good. You would think that this was a team. These are all individuals out here.
8:56 is the time, and then a no rep. And there it is. You drop the worm. You got to pick it back up. And that switch that put him ahead, that no rep has now put him behind Propud and Las Mexas. 10 more feet to go. It'll be a race across the finish line. They got to get a good signal from the judge. Last person across the finish line gets a time, and a no rep right there for Propud. Oh, no! Frog Squad squeaks in right underneath the 9-minute mark, but not the best time we've seen so far.
No, 8:55 is what we've had in the previous heat. So, again, a good time, especially with those no reps. But, man, what a race.
And, Bill, just to show how dialed in, focused you have to be the entire time. They were all but one step away, got a no rep, had to drop the worm, and lost 2 spots in the process.
I know, and that's that whole thing, especially when you have 3 teams all approaching the finish line at the same time. Pressure gets building up, so you can't get sloppy when that's the case.
Here come the daughters, Sarah Sigmund's daughter, Katrin Davis' daughter, Annie Thor's daughter. Couple more steps to go. Every team member must get across the yellow line. Last person across the line. That is what we have been told all weekend long. We had 3 teams all within 1 foot of each other. The fossils in motion will close things out, and that'll do it for this heat. Well underneath the time cap of 12 minutes. But Heat 3 is done, and we have got some fast times already on the board. In fact, 3 times that could come into play in the final heat. But 8:56 by Team Newbie Me out of Germany will stand. The 4th and final heat for the women will come at the end of the night as we're going to reset the competition floor. It'll be the men's turn for 4 consecutive heats before we crown team champions.
Those cats who pose as heroes take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so we all know. Power convey responsibility. F the police. Who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loot by feet.
There are 4 teams within about 2 seconds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 2 minutes, athlete, 2 minutes. Head down in your spot, fellas. Get situated. We're going to go start quickly here.
Yeah, I got this one. He'll get the next one. I'm good. I'm at 80%. I should be good.
1 minute, athletes. 1 minute. Who's here for the fellas? I see you up there. Gentlemen, find your starting positions, please. Make your way to your starting mats. Be ready to go. Less than 1 minute. Athletes, 30 seconds. To your starting mats, please. Athletes, 30 seconds to your starting mats, please. Athletes, 10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Larry, here we go. First heat in our men's teams division. Starting things off, going from left to right if you're looking at the rig.
The rig. Lane number 1, Tropic Thunder. Lane number 2, the Rookies. Lane number 3, Team 1 Minute Men. Lane number 4, Tekken Uman Kids. Lane number 5, the Buffies. Lane number 6, Team Soda Strong. Lane number 7, the Maritime Boys. Lane number 8, Team Aggressively Average. Rounding out the heat in lane number 9 for heat number 1, Team Wad 9. Back to the same event, the trio triplet for the gentlemen. 150 ping pong wall balls, 30-pound wall ball to that 10-foot target. 75 synchronized toes to bar. and 150. Worm lunge down and back before they can run across the finish line to close out their 2025 Tier Wodapalooza weekend.
One of these teams will set the time to beat. Moving forward, we got 2 more heats of fellas coming up, then we're going to switch it up on you. Go back to our ladies and finish up with our top 10 ladies here at the end of our day. And the fellas will cap it off tonight with our top 10 guys taking on the trio triplets. Approaching the 2-minute mark. Going to move forward and see if we can get you guys some scores, some rep counts.
As we cross over the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes in, 12-minute time cap. 67 reps in for Tropic Thunder. 69 reps in for the rookies.
$75 reps in for Wad 9 and Lane 9.
70 reps in for the 1-minute men.
$85 reps for Aggressively Average in lane number 8.
65 reps for Tech and Uma kids. 84 reps in for the Buffies.
88 for the Maritime boys.
90 reps in for Soda Strong.
$12-minute cap on this event. The Trio Triplet brought to you by the U.S. Army. Again, one of these squads is going to set that time to beat for heat number 2. Kernan and Vernon on the toaster bar. Going to be your first team to get up and moving. Aggressively Average.
Lane 7 Maritime boys going to be your next team. Wad 9 right there with them as well. Here come the rest of the boys. Soda Strong, just a few reps off that leading pace. Team Buffy, center of your competition floor. Working on their 75 synchronized toes to bar. 3 events yesterday. 2 events earlier today. Their third and final event right here under the lights to close out their weekend. Competing hard all weekend long. Little bit of everything this weekend. Over in the range sandbox. Some dumbbells, some sled drags, a whole bunch of burpees. Little bit of running. Some bench pressing on the beach, a little bit.
It's been a full flavor weekend, if you will, of fitness.
Some really fun programming all weekend long. Your team competition just winding down. Lane number 8, aggressively average with their hands up in the air.
Should see the Maritime boys not too far behind them. They were close. Uh-oh. Aggressively average getting called back. It looks like they may have 1 rep or more to go. May have been a bit of a miscue there.
Cross it over to 6.5 minute mark. 12-minute time cap for your gentlemen. Going to be watching for those teams to dismount. And now they will aggressively average. The Buffies as well running down the same time. Got ourselves a foot race. Maritime boys right there with them. So lanes 5, 7, and 8.
And here we go, off and moving. Aggressively average. Being very aggressive on their lunges. The Maritime boys getting everything moving in the right direction. The Buffies in lane number 5, your 1, 2, and 3.
Tropic Thunder moving down the floor with their worm, as is the 1 Minute Men. Lane number 6 now, Team Soda Strong. Eight minutes in, athletes crossing over the 8-minute mark.
Our fellas down there at the turnaround. The Buffies spin around, heading back towards the finish as we approach 9 minutes on the clock.
Heat number 1, your elite men's division. Cross it over the 9-minute mark. Going to do heats 1, 2, and 3. And then we'll bring our ladies back to the competition floor to finish out heats number 4 of the women. And then finally heat number 4 of the gentlemen to finish up our weekend here at 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. Award ceremony directly following competition tonight. We'll tally up those scores and crown your Tier Wodapalooza champions. Looking forward to seeing you guys stick around and cheer on your champions.
The Buffies within sight of the finish line, aggressively average, not far behind. And the Buffies crossing the line, thumbs up from the judge. They'll ground the worm and take it home, setting that time to beat of 10:08. Aggressively average, taking it in.
Tropic Thunder squeezing in right around 10:25. Lane number 3, the 1 Minute Men will finish up.
Our boys in lane number 7 coming across. Maritime boys, along with Wad 9, finishing up strong.
Hey, Larry, just to let you know, lane number 4, the squad down there from Tekun Uman Only 2 athletes on the worm due to an
saw that.
injury. Out here working hard. So not only are they on the worm, and it's heavy, but there's only 2 athletes trying to finish up a glorious weekend here for those gentlemen.
What a couple studs. Boys at lane number 2, the rookies eye that finish line with about 30 seconds to go. Second Uber kids ground on the worm for a moment as we approach 20 seconds on the clock. You hear the crowd, boys. Get that thing on your shoulder and move.
15 seconds, Larry.
One more lunge for the boys in lane number 2, and they will finish up 10 seconds.
We're going to count them down. 5 seconds. Come on, Miami. Help them out. 3, 2, 1, time.
Man, what a heck of an effort by the fellas from the Tekken Uman kids. What a great display of teamwork, man. I love stuff like that.
So your top time coming by way of Team Buffy's 10:05, I believe. Right around there. See if we can get an official time. Gentlemen, find your lanes. Be ready to go. 1 minute, athletes. 1 minute.
"30 seconds, athletes. 30 seconds." "10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go."
All right, heat number 2, your men's elite team division. Starting off in lane number 1, Team Ketronic, Germany. Lane number 2, Team Primitive. Lane number 3, the 3 Colombian Elephants. Lane number 4, the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team. Lane number 5, Team No Limits. Lane number 6, the West Coast Express. Lane number 7, Team Supra North. Lane number 8, Team Krypton. Lane number 9, Make America Great Again. Rounding out the heat. Heat number 2, lane number 10, CrossFit Complex.
Woo. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is heat 2 of 4. I know we've been saying it, but just to keep you guys in the know, we're going to do one more heat of the men, and then we'll go back and do our top 10 ladies teams, and then we'll go back and finish up with the top 10 fellas. Like to break it up that way. Right now, though, the boys on the floor taking on the trio triplet. For time, 150 ping pong wall balls, 30-pound wall balls, 10-foot target for the fellas. Then they'll move into 75 synchro toe-to bar. 2 people working, 1 person resting. And then they will all be back in action for a 150-foot walking lunge with the worm. That worm lunge will be 75 feet down. They'll turn around and make their way back 75 feet to finish up. Seen some interesting techniques in all of this. Some of our teams opting to ground the worm and switch. We've had a couple of the women's teams that kind of did a bit of a jerk motion, spinning underneath it. I wouldn't suggest doing that unless you practice, but it was very cool to see and worked really well for a couple of our squads. It's past the 2-minute and 20-second mark.
Two and a half minutes later, I see you walking down there, going to get some scores.
I'm going to do my best to see what we can find out. 77 for CrossFit Complex in lane number 10. 84 reps in lane number 9 for Make America Great Again. 87 for Krypton.
Catronic Germany, 86 reps in.
95 in lane number 7 for Team Supra. $100 reps in lane number 6 for West Coast Express.
100 reps in for the 3 Colombian Elephants. $108 in for the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team.
110 in lane number 5 for Team No Limits. All right, folks, I stand corrected. We're going to finish all 4 heats of the fellas and then come back and finish our ladies at the end of the evening. I apologize. It probably says that on my paperwork, but I just made that up. It just sounded better in my head that way.
Cross it over to 4-minute mark.
Trio triplet rather, brought to you by the U.S. Army. Some of our teams well into triple digits on this.
Hands are up. See a couple hands up here. Lane number 6. The West Coast Express going to first team onto the Toza bar, and then lane 7, 4, and 8. Team Supra, U.S. Army Fitness Team, and Team Krypton. Your top 4 teams early on here. 5 minutes in, athletes. On our way to that 12-minute time cap here. Heat number 2 underway. 2 more heats to come in your men's division, and then we will bring out our final 4th heat of our ladies division.
Unofficially 10:05 the time to be set by the Buffies in heat number 1. No doubt these gentlemen will make quick work of the 75 Synchro Toast bar.
$10:05, maybe it's $10:08. It's the last athlete to go across. That's why we always say unofficial. So we'll see how it plays out. Ultimately, the scorecards are what they are. We just call them how we see them, man.
That's it. So 10:08 that time to beat. With any great degree of luck, one of these teams will eclipse that by quite a bit. We won't have to worry about it. It'll be a faded memory of a faux pas that no one remembers but me and you, Mike.
Couple teams out here blazing fast. as they try to get through these 75 synchronized toes to bar. 7 minutes in.
Krypton, lane number 8, charging out towards their worm. They'll be the first to get there, but of course not the last. Make America Great Again in lane number 9, boogieing out as well. Sprinting out on either side as well. Lane number 1 and lane number 10. CF Complex in lane number 10.
Catronic Germany. And in lane number 9, Make America Great Again. Krypton out in front. A slight bobble from Krypton, and they will reset, leaving the door open down in lanes number 9 and 10. Make America Great Again in CrossFit Complex. Center of your competition floor, lane number 5, Team No Limits. Everybody's still in the mix as we cross over that 8-minute mark. Team No Limits at the turn.
Check.
Heading back down the competition floor. 75 more feet to go. Team No Limits, just about the halfway marker, and no space for error. Opposite sides of the floor. Catronic Germany making a push on lane number 5. CrossFit Complex in lane number 10. Very, very close race. 9 minutes in. Just over that 10-minute mark, the time to beat. But lane number 5, Team No Limits, will run across the line unofficially 9:11. Make that 9:12 for Team No Limits, so your new time to beat. CrossFit Complex now will run across right around 9:29.
Several of our teams are making their way towards that finish. The boys in lane number 8 and lane number 7 duking it out here till the bitter end. Team Supra in lane number 9 and Krypton in lane number 8. Supra in 7, just ahead of Krypton in lane number 8.
West Coast Express, just a few more paces to go, and they will run across the line.
Team Primitive in lane number 2, taking it to the house. The 3 Colombian Elephants almost there. One more lunge or so, and they will be done. They get the thumbs up and take it across the line.
U.S. Army Warrior team, they will head across the line.
Make America Great Again. Thumbs up from their judge, and they will take it across the line. Right around 10:42.
And that'll do it for heat number 2. Team No Limits with the new time to beat, 9:12.
Two heats down, 2 heats to go for the men, and look how close it is, Bill. The boys are back on top. They've got 2 event wins. They sit with a 6-point lead over Mayhem Tres Leches at 473, who also have 2 event wins. The PJs at 473 have no event wins, and GoWad, who is just 6 points back behind them, also have an event win. And Bill, we talked about the point differential between these teams. If it's 6 points between 3 places. They said they need to win and they need help. They have all the help they need here in the top 4.
It's going to be such a wild ride because we saw what a pressure cooker the lunges are with this worm as you come down. So if it's close, then it comes down to who has the capacity to hold on to it under that amount of pressure. It's a big deal up at the top. And we've seen with even all of the heats coming up to this point, I think we could have some times that could kind of mess some people up as well.
Your lane assignments for heat number 3, as we have one more heat before we hit the final. And we have some tight times in our top 3 after 2 heats. We'll see if any of these teams can take that on, as we'll start with 150 of these ping pong wall ball shots at 30 pounds to a 10-foot target. We saw this actually in the tier Wodapalooza SoCal team competition, and we've seen it for several heats now, and is that if that ball should never hit the ground unless it's just a bad throw off the target.
It really shouldn't at all. One of the things that I did see that was a mistake by some of the teams in the earlier heats, and not that it can't happen, is if you get a little bit too into the race, you throw the ball up and it doesn't hit the target. So if you get a no rep here, that is a very quick drop to put you into the middle of the pack, because everyone across the board has the fitness to be able to keep this ball moving for 150 reps.
Is there a trap here for teams that are thinking they need to rush through this and try to gain a time advantage? Because you and I both have seen competition for a very long time. We both signing up for our 15th year of the CrossFit Open coming up. Is that wall ball shots can't really get faster, you just make them harder in the process.
Yeah, and I think with the ball, once it's in the air, it's kind of floating up, and so you can't speed it up. I mean, gravity does what gravity does. It can't speed it coming down. So it's just a matter of how clean each rep is. The only thing I can think is if you have a bad throw and you kind of catch the ball off to the side a little bit, that might kind of foul you up just a touch, but it isn't going to really shouldn't affect the timing of this. It's just a matter of staying relaxed, making sure that you know when to get your teammate in and out. You know, if you're going to be in there for 5 reps or 10 reps or whatever the number is, just make sure you guys know where you're going to be and have that good communication.
I tell my athletes all the time, it's 9.62 meters per second squared for everybody on the planet, so no need to rush it down. Now, speaking of breaking things up, can you do too many at one set that might hurt you on the last half of this event, which is that 150-foot walking lunge?
I really hope that all of these big, strong guys have very small egos, because that's the last thing that you want to do is try to take it all in the front end of this event here and then have your legs just be blown up when you get to the wall ball, or the lunge. The other thing is that you can't count out those toes to bar. Your hip flexors will be smashed if you think you're going to go big here and big on the toes bar. Nice small sets. Keep it organized. Keep it tight. Keep it clean, and that'll get you to the end.
Time to beat is 9:12 unofficially by Team No Limits in the previous heat, but they were just 2 seconds ahead of the team that was chasing them down, and those could be some times we may keep our eye on going into the 4th and final heat, which will be coming up after this. If you're just joining us, we've already had 3 women's heat go. The 4th and final heat will come after the men's final, which will be right after this. Reps on the left side of your screen. Just hitting the 100 rep mark, Los Campesinos.
And look at that. You can see that nice position. They're choosing to go almost at a 45-degree angle so they could throw the ball in. They're not having to move around. And it really comes down to my whoop keys for the event. It's about accuracy with this ball. It's about accuracy with your efficiency on the toes to bar. And the same thing when you get to that worm. Coordinated communication all the way through. Know when to get in, know when to get out, know when to step, and then step across the finish line.
Bill, we've seen most teams get off around that 4:30 to 4:45 mark. And oddly enough, on the toes to bar, it's half the reps and takes about half the time. The cycle rate is pretty close between a wall ball shot and a toe to bar.
You know, I guess I kind of intuitively kind of knew that, but I didn't really think it would be almost that exact. But you're right. Now we're looking at some data here. We should have Barkley out here so we can kind of do a little analyzing for us here. But you're right. It's about the same amount of time per rep, taking about half the amount of time because we're doing half the amount of the reps. But again, it's those who can keep it going, whether it's constantly moving on the wall balls or constantly moving on the toes to bar.
Teams coming in those final 20 reps. So in about 30 to 40 seconds, we'll have our first teams coming off the wall ball shots. Most teams haven't seen the ball hit the ground at any point in time, so we'll see all the teams get off the rig in about 10 to 15 seconds within each other. As we'll move to those 75 synchronized toe to bar. It'll be 2 athletes working at a time, with one athlete resting.
So we should start to see some hands going up here. Up, there we see one. I see one over in lane number 6.
3 reps left for CrossFit 1124 in lane number 6. And athletes already on the rig and going. 3 teams into their 75 toes bar. Seen a lot of different rep schemes, sets of 10, sets of 5. Is this another one of those like, hey, well, listen, we're going to have a game plan, and that game plan may and could change?
It absolutely could, but you don't want it to. And I think with the large number of toes to bar that you're trying to deal with here, the fact that it's synchro, you don't get to do your own thing. So you have to think, if I'm going to be up on the bar for basically 2 rounds, how many can I do, and then how much do I need to rest? If I do a set of 20, my partner does a set of 20, he hops off, the next person hops on, they're fresh. Can I do another 20, or am I going to do 10? So you want to think like, okay, how are we as a team with those toes to bar? I think that 10 is a nice, easy number because then you're doing chunks of 20 at a time, and you're not straining to get that extra 5. So I think that's a really good number for most of the teams.
Current count on the left side of your screen, CrossFit 1124, just ahead of the second-place team. As they're approaching the 6-minute mark, 225 is the number to get to of total reps. So 4, we go to that 150-foot worm lunge. It's 75 feet down, 75 feet back. The longest finish lunge we've ever seen in competition is 120 feet, and that was at the regionals.
That's right.
Regionals 2018 yet again.
Look at them sucking those regional things right off and just picking them and using them again.
Of course, that was teams of 6 back then, which is just a challenge in and of itself to lunge at a team. However, we have seen some of these teams challenged greatly, and not only do they need to be fast on the lunges, but they also need to be working together in sync.
Well, when we get all the athletes down here, we'll be able to talk about just how important that is, because everyone, especially if we have a lot of teams all coming off at the same time, they're going to want to race it, and that's going to put a lot of intensity into them and can really foul them up stepwise.
11:24 in lane 6. As Make America Fit Again, Team Caffeine, and the Carolina Dogs all closing in on each other. As CrossFit 1124 should be coming up the rig first. And here they come. But they've got company. Lane number 6, CrossFit 1124 to the bag first. Now they got to move up to the yellow line. 75 feet down, 75 feet back. Now, if there's a no rep, that bag is going to have to drop and hit the ground, and we've already seen that come into play here in a big way in previous heats.
You know, most of the teams are able to get themselves down the floor for the most part. Might see a little no rep towards the end, trying to figure out where exactly they're trying to drop the bag or make that turnaround, but it's when they start racing and rushing on the way back. You have to keep your steps as uniform as possible so that bag stays nice and even. Don't want to rush, don't want to get too caught up in the race, but you need to be smart about it.
1124 are blasting through these lunges. As we've seen some teams try to do the old switcheroo, and 1124 nails it. Here they come on the way back, right at the 8-minute mark.
And I think that's a huge advantage. If you're able to do that, that is going to save you precious time. Oh, and they got to know. Oh, look at that stepping right there.
So the bag hits the ground. Now, they are well ahead of the second-place team in this heat. But we're also looking at the time set in previous heats. Team No Limits at a time of 9:12. CrossFit 1124 working their way through. Starting to stumble a little bit as we get more fatigue towards the end. At the very end, the whole team must get past the yellow line, drop the bag, sprint to the finish line. Time stops at the last athlete. There's the yellow line. Last athlete must get past the yellow, so you got to be screaming at your teammates. One more step, and they get past, and that should get them right around 8:49, so new time to beat. Set by CrossFit 1124. As we hit the 9-minute mark, next team to finish in lane number 2 looks like Carolina Dogs. Carolina Dogs is in. Right around 9:10, so that's very close to the previous times that we've seen. And we are keeping track of what times are on the board because they may play a factor in the final here. Caffeine amount TBD is done. Make America Fit Again is in. Again, all the way past the yellow before they drop the bag and cross over. So, Bill, now we've got 5 times in between 8:49 and 9:30. And we might have more than that. It's 6 or 7 teams in that 40-second window.
It's a very tight window, and that's going to, man, I tell you, that's really going to come into play in the further rounds because in that last heat with 11:24, with how they were moving, I didn't really see where they could make up a lot of time.
We have one final heat. We have 10 minutes. We are at the 10-minute mark. 2 minutes left to go. Setting the scene up for the next heat will be coming up. Will be the final men's heat. First through fourth is only separated by 12 points. First through second place is only separated by 6 because we have a tie in second place with 473 points. With these times all bunched up together, that is the difference between 3 places in between teams for both first, second, third, and fourth place.
I mean, we're talking like in a span of 4 seconds, we could have 4 places based on these teams and what's coming up. It's going to be super tight and super important, not just for speed, but you cannot mess up. The accuracy is going to be absolutely insane.
Final race run across the finish line for your team in lane number 3. That is We Step on Legos. And as we close out heat number 3, heat number 4 is making their way onto the floor. And 11:24, their lunges got a little squirrely towards the end, but they were barely taking a step through, maybe a toe tap step through, which is a massive advantage, right. Although they did drop the worm one time.
They did drop the worm. What I did like that they did do was they had a quick turnaround. They never put the bag down on the turnaround, which I think is going to be a huge advantage. The other thing is they had a very long step. But across the board, they looked impressive. They were great on the wall balls, strong on the toes to bar, and just looked incredible on that worm. So a lot of very strong execution, and a lot of confidence. And I think that's one of the things that really played to their strength through this whole event, was the fact that they had the confidence to really step and attack that those worm lunges, because a lot of the other teams are going to be very hesitant about messing up.
It's all come down to this, as we have 4 teams separated by 12 points. The time to beat 8:49 by 11:24, and there's your top 10 coming in. The boys are back on top with 479 points. Mayhem and Tres Leches are tied for second in points, but Tres Leches has 2 event wins. So do the boys. PJ has 0. Team GoWatt has now moved into 4th place. They're only 6 points back of second. 12 points out of a first place position. They have an event win. So if GoWatt does something miraculous to get those 12 points back and they're tied, now we're going to go to the 3rd tiebreaker between them and the boys, as they will both have 2 event wins. Now the difference maker, points per place, is a 3-point drop every place all the way to 21. So we are all looking at, if GoWatt wants a chance, they have to win this event and need 4 teams in between them and the boys. Well, your top 5 teams has all opportunity to get those 4 spots. So everything these top teams need is not people in random heats, people in random times, but they can all beat each other. And your Diamondized athletes who watch, the boys are in first place. Noah Olson, Chandler Smith, Travis Mayer. If they win the event. But your top 4 teams all have event wins of their own.
The fact that these guys are up at the top, the fact that they have the 2 wins has been very impressive, especially because they never really seem like they're attacking. You see Noah out there smiling and everything, but they want to win. And you're right, it's so tight up at the top. Not even with these 4, but with the time that we just saw with CrossFit 11:24. A lot of things can happen, and they just have to make sure that they are executing perfectly. And I think the one thing that they have is they have executed as a team before, as a lot of these other teams have not.
Just saw no rep right off the bat for Team PJs.
Not what you want. Not what you want. You know, if you look at that is about a 3-second penalty in that 1 rep alone with the no rep.
The time to beat 8 is 8:49. Now that is going to stand as a spoiler for our top 4 teams. Your top teams are in the middle. Now, Sculpted Scholars in lane number 3 are not out of it. They're in 5th place. They're about 30 points out of a podium position. But in lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7, these 4 teams are only separated by 12 points. The boys in lane number 5 are your leaders by 6 points over PJs and Tres Leches, who will be in lanes 4 and lane 6. And then lane 7, Team GoWad, is only 12 points back of your leader.
Those numbers seem very off to me. I'm not sure how the PJs could be almost 8 reps over the rest of the field there. So not sure if those are the right numbers. We'll try to look at what the times are as they're kind of coming up to that 150 mark.
Now, one benefit that the boys have is that they have been teammates multiple years in the past. And when you're going to need the most teamwork is not here on the wall ball shot. Listen, you go, I go, don't stop moving. Just tell me when we need to switch out. On the toes bar, sets of 5, sets of 10, rotate through. We've got our system. When it comes down to teamwork and where you need it the most, it's when you are going to be at the very end, at your most fatigued, in a position where you can't communicate verbally and you have to work as a team on those last 150 feet.
Well, you're right, because at that point it's all about feel. And if you have worked with your teammates before a handful of years, you understand where everyone is. You can subconsciously feel where they are as they're moving, how to step, when to step. But if you're a new team, like these guys here, new team, all put together, they don't really know how each other moves or what they feel like when they start to fatigue. So those that have that experience, that is a massive advantage as they make their way down and back with that worm.
Left side of your screen is the boys. They're leading 479 points. That's Travis Mayer, Chandler Smith, and Noah Olson. To either side of them is a tie for second place, only 6 points behind them. That is Tres Leches and the PJs. PJs having Pat Vellner, Jeff Adler, and Jason Hopper on the squad. Tres Leches is Saxon Panchek, Guima Heros, and Jorge Fernandez. As you can see, the PJs trying everything they can to try to see if they can jump those 6 points between them and the boys. Mayhem Tres Leches just on the outside. Guima Heros, Jorge Fernandez working together. Saxon Panchek behind them. Panchek steps in. 150 reps on the left side of your screen is the number to get through. The time to beat is 8:49 from the previous heat. And we are about 1 minute away before we move on to the toes to bar.
You know, one of the only ways you can really speed this up, the squat will be the squat. Try to drop as fast as you can, but you can really try to use your arms to help throw the ball up. A little bit of speed through the middle. Maybe that's what Mayhem's doing. I mean, the fact that they're up 5 reps over the PJs, that seems really strange to me that you could be 5 reps ahead when no one has really changed it. The ball's been moving, so how do you make up that much of a distance?
And you can try that by maybe shallowing out your squat or getting the ball right over the target, but then you make it a judgment call.
And you don't want that.
That's not worth the no rep.
No.
You don't want to lose 3 seconds to get a 10.
No, not even close. So you're right. It's a matter of, like, how are they moving? And I really want to wait to see if I can get a hand up to see if our numbers are really what they're supposed to be. And we should be coming up pretty close. We're about that 4:15 mark right now. Looking for another maybe 20 seconds, another 10 reps or so, so we'll wait and see if a hand goes up.
All teams working together. Hand in the air in lane number 1, though. That is Invictus Miami. But on the rig first, it is Tres Leches. They are 6 points behind the boys. GoWad is on the board now. They're 12 points behind the boys. And Dallin Pepper and Justin Medeiros are cranking on those toes to bar.
And I think this is one of those times when you don't go for the big swing. You got to go for that tight turnaround. Even though that's a no rep, look how much faster Dallin and Justin's reps are. Very fast. Now it's a lot of strain on the midline, but it's fast, and we're racing right now.
GoWad has to win this event if they want a chance to win the whole thing. They are 12 reps behind the boys, which means they need 4 teams in between them and the boys. Tres Leches, who's on the right, Guima Heros and Jorge Fernandez. They're tied in points with the PJs, who's on the left in the orange and black. They're 6 points behind the boys, who are on the left side, holding at with Travis Mayer and Noah Olson. at the 5:30 mark. We'll see most teams get off right around the 7 mark. Another no rep for Gowad on the right side. You've got Dallin Pepper and Willie George. Your overall leaders are in lane number 5. They're in the left side of your screen. Chandler Smith, Noel Olson. As long as they get 3rd or better, they should win the whole thing because they are 6 points ahead of those chasing them.
That's right.
They have the tiebreaker except over Tres Leches. So they cannot get 3rd and have Tres Leches get 1st. They will lose the tiebreaker to them because they both have 2 event wins. And it looks like we're getting close with Tres Leches on the right side of your screen. Unless Saxon Panage is just waiting in the front, and that's what he's doing. 225 is the number to get to, so on the left side, we should be close, and there it is, hand in the air for Tres Leches and the boys. Oh, we are going to have a race here at the end. Tres Leches, Gowad, 3 seconds ahead of the boys. Who's going to be first? Miscues on Mayhem. Gee started to lunge. They can walk the bag to the yellow line, and here we go. 75 feet down, 75 feet back. Tres Leches in the center lane, pulling ahead. If they want a chance, they need to make sure Gowad stays where they're at and gets ahead of the boys, but the boys are passing Gowad and looking to run down Tres Leches.
Man, big steps by Tres Leches. Look at that, right out in the front. Moving quickly. Man, they're moving by field. Look at that.
Time to beat 8:49. They got to get all past the yellow line. Tres Leches is there first. What do?
Oh.
They flip it, and here they come. So do the boys.
Now here's where, everyone's pushing. They're trying to go rep for rep. If you get a no rep, you instantly get knocked out of the lead.
We saw that happen on the Heat 3 of the women. Tres Leches is doing everything they can to stay ahead of the boys, but the boys are not backing down. In fact, there's the no rep. Mayhem's got to drop the bag, and here come the boys. 8 minutes in. 3 steps away. They got to get all past the yellow line, and with one more step, the boys are back, and this time they are the kings of Miami Beach.
Man, those guys are fired up. Look at that.
Looking to lock up this podium here for the gentlemen.
Tres Leches is in, Gowad is in. Who is not in is the PJ, so the podium, I forgot what the heck was going on for a second. The podium is still in flux. Gowad was 6 points behind the PJs, and they're already in. And a time from the previous heat is in. They needed 2 teams between them, and they may have got it. If Gowad got second, oh my goodness, Gowad might have just got on the podium. Tres Leches is in. They're in. They got second. The boys did exactly what they needed to do. They need to get 3rd or better. They just said, screw it. I'm just going to win the whole damn thing. But Gowad might have done I'm shaking. I can't even hold my papers right now.
I can't tell what happened with the PJs. When they came in, there were only two teams left on the floor.
What did they finish? 5th in the heat?
Yeah, 5th or 6th. Again, I really think that is the component of they just don't know each other like that. You throw someone new in the mix, you kind of put it together. You don't have the communication. You don't have the feel. Whereas the boys, that right there was like an old school relationship right there. It's hanging out. We've been this. We've done this. We're in there. Here we go. We'll win.
The boys are back, and it was a hard-fought race from end to end. About 4 or 5-minute lead changes as we look at the rain replays.
Yeah, Tres Leches out in the front looks so solid. Got that no rep. This right here is what blew me away. They both flipped it right at the end, which, okay, it's like now everyone's racing, but that one misstep, and getting that no rep just allowed the boys to get in there, and they absolutely crushed it. You couldn't have played it any more perfect.
got the band back together. Noah Olson, Chandler Smith, and Travis Mayer. Old training partners, old teammates. And it's just that Miami Beach magic where, I mean, think of the rich history of just Noah Olson competing individually on team here. It's his hometown, his home gym helped create this entire event right from the beginning. As you see Noah Olson waving to the crowd.
Or you see someone's back,
It's
maybe a hood.
Yeah, it's a nice hoodie.
It's a great hoodie.
Welcome to the hood. And my goodness, how spoiled we have been of these final heats on both the individual women and men and now the men's team. And don't worry, folks, we still have one final heat left to go.
The boys, what a performance. Something I'm not surprised to see it. We're facing the crowd because I think we have some words for the people, Travis. What do you have to say?
Yeah, first off, thank you guys for being here in the cold, the wet, everything about Miami, but thank you guys for being here. And for those that happen to tag all three of us and say that we were washed up and didn't stand a chance up here, top of the podium speaks for itself, so how about that?
How about that? Noah, this is your home turf. How special is this being on top of the podium? Does it feel real just yet?
It does. This is so amazing. This is the feeling that we were all hoping and praying that we'd get to experience at the end of this. I said to these guys when we were on our way over to warm up for this last event, I saw somewhere recently that no team of the same three has ever won Wodapalooza twice. So we have a chance to make history, and we just did.
Talk about history. Chandler, how does this go down in history for you as an athlete?
No secret, right? We're getting old, but this was my intro into the big competition side of things. Back in 2017, I got called up and we won this event back then. And so I never would have imagined back then when I was a lieutenant in the Army that I would still be competing now or that I would still be competitive. I'd have the chance to make memories with dudes as good as these folks in front of a crowd as good as this. So it's pretty surreal, but thank you guys all for being here.
Miami, let's hear it for them, the boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, he.
Welcome back, everyone, as my heart rate is still highly elevated as we have one more heat to go. It's here Sunday night under the lights in Miami Beach. Your top 10 teams. Salt Bays are leading with 422 points. In second place, Swedish House Mafia, just 12 points behind them. And in third place, back into third place, is the Yeti Outcasts that are just 18 points out. Rounding out your top four is Team Noosa, sitting at 401. So between first place and fourth place is just 21 points. And if this is going to be anything like the, how about this? Anything like the individual women, anything like the individual men, anything like the team competition for the men, we are in for a treat.
It hasn't been exciting at all, right? It's been so mellow, kind of boring. Dude, these have been some of the most exciting finals just based on the fact that it's so tight and so close and everything comes right down to the wire. With every single final we've had so far, and this should be no different. The points are close, the teams are close, and now it's an execution-based thing where it gets tossed into the mix, and man, I'm excited.
And just like the men, your top 4 teams that are going to play spoiler with each other are all in your center lanes. In lane 4, you have Yeti Outcasts. In lane 5, you have Relight Salt Bays, and that is your Diamondized athletes to watch. We haven't said much about them all weekend, but here they are, consistent as ever. Emily Rolfe, Ariel Lowen, and Abigail Dummett sitting in first place by 12 points.
You know, we've seen this how many times where you can be a particular athlete that just kind of hangs out in the 3rd and 4th places, and you aren't coming across with all the fanfare, but you end up at the top right at the end, and that's exactly what they've been doing this weekend.
We had 2 European teams hoping to play spoiler. They'll be in lanes 6 and 7. Swedish House Mafia is in 2nd place, 12 points back. And then you have Team Noosa in 7. That is in 4th. And here we go. 4th and final heat of the Elite Team Women. The last action of 2025 Tier Wodapalooza.
Watching these ladies, seeing how they kind of set up. They know, they've seen the other heats. They watched the guys. They were able to see how important this is, not to try to rush it, but just try to get through. Now, one of the things I am looking at is like, okay, well, how can you speed up the difference there? Ooh,
you got to be very careful. They're passing the ball through the middle when they should just be passing the ball to each other.
Right. Now, one of the things is throw it sideways. So you want to throw it diagonal. That's why they call it ping pong. It's not ping-ponging me and you back and forth. We want to throw the ball back and forth. So you want to see more of an angle, not a straight-up shot, because you're going to get that kind of angled thing where it's like, I got to reach and get it. But where can you make up your time on this? It's either, one, a faster drop with that squat, and I did see some of the girls start basically doing more of a lowering themselves down rather than trying to bounce out of the bottom. You get the recovery, so use that stretch reflex so you can speed it up just a little.
That's your Yeti Outcasts in the center lane. They're sitting in 3rd overall, 18 points out of 1st place, 6 points behind 2nd place. That's the difference between 3 spots and 7 spots on the leaderboard. Each placing drops by 3 points. Your Froggy girls who don't run, they're in 5th place at 383. They're 39 points out of 1st. However, they're only 18 points out of a podium position.
And look at the way they're throwing the ball back and forth. This is very solid. Lake feet aren't even moving around. They know exactly where they need to be, and the ball's going directly angle to angle, just like nice and smooth.
And this is frogs, the non-running frogs, whatever.
But maybe they're lunging frogs because they got some legs. They got some powerful
and that's
legs.
what I'm saying. They've got strong legs,
Yeah.
but the fatigue element is where they have fallen short because of the stamina concern that this team doesn't really have relative to their strength. But in this ping-pong wall ball format, that doesn't matter.
No, you
all
get the
3
rest.
of those are decent at gymnastics, and when you have to break them up in synchro, doesn't really
Slows
matter.
it down a little bit.
What
You're
you
right.
need, though, is strong legs to finish on the lunge, and all 3 of those ladies have it. They may be a dark horse in this event.
I would say that they're more than a dark horse. I mean, it's hard to say are they going to be on the podium or not because there's a lot of other things that need to happen. But are they going to be able to throw a wrench in the mix? Absolutely. Just like what you said, the power in their legs is just basically unparalleled here.
And what we've seen multiple times, we've seen Team Noosa, who's currently sitting in 4th. Only 3 points out of a podium position, 11 points out of 2nd place overall. Is that communication, cohesion, and calmness with your teammates is vital for success on the lunges. We've seen it happen every single heat where teams have either won because they're calm under pressure or lost because they cracked under pressure. We have no idea what these top 5 teams could happen in the midst of the chaos that would ensue here in the final.
You're right. They're all fantastic individual athletes, but none of them are really team athletes, and none of them have worked together. So just like we saw on the men's side, if these women don't have a good connection with the other athletes the other members of the team that they're working with, they can literally go from 1st to 5th.
Your top time was set in the earlier heats of 8:56. We also have a 59, a 9:02, and a 9:05. with a couple other times after that. We saw those close times come into play for the men with Go Wad. What are these times going to what type of impact could these have for these final 10 teams?
Well, you know, I'm looking at the time to beat by New Bimmy, which is 8:55, and they came off at 4:28. So if they're about the same setup, then these, when we're going to be looking to see where the ladies are here and looking for some hands to go up, and I don't see any yet, but we're looking to see. Oh, actually, I take that back. Team Krieger's already up on the rig, and they are coming up. They were up there at about 4:20. They're just ahead by about 10 seconds.
Well, Bill, you said the value and the vital key component to this is the teamwork, and some of the best teams we've ever had in the game space is CrossFit Oslo and their Krieger teams.
And look at them just moving. They're moving like a metronome. Now, I want to see how these ladies are going to be breaking. I think with a lot we've seen, 10 seems to be a magic number. But it's not just even picking that number. It's how do you go from releasing off the rig to getting right back on the rig? How long does it take to get one of the athletes out of the way and get right back up? And can you jump and get started right there, right again?
Lane number 8, Team XND in the yellow, just to their left. 4th place overall, only by 3 points to Yeti Outcasts. That is Team Noosa.
Quick changes there. Our athletes able to jump.
You see your top 4 teams from left to right. Lane number 4, Yeti Outcasts. Lane 5, your overall leaders by just 12 points is Relight Salt Bays. Lane number 6, Swedish House Mafia. And lane 7, Team Noosa. 21 points separate 1st through 4th. That is the difference between 7 places on the leaderboard. 225 is the number to get. The number we see on the left is the number that they're on. Team Yeti has about 25 reps as we're approaching the 6-minute mark. Team Yeti sitting in 3rd overall, leading at 1 point in the competition. They have 404 points. They're only 18 points out of 1st and 6 points out of 2nd.
Right, when I look at the past split, 640 was about where athletes were coming off the rig for the Toza bar. So again, we should start seeing some hands coming up here in just a bit as we're getting to about that 620 position here.
See Ariel Lowen on the right side of your screen. As Team Relight, hand in the air.
No way, really? Toza bar? Emily Rolfe? No way.
And there they go.
And Ariel, jeez, oh man, okay.
If Relight wins, they take it all. And they have to make sure they stay ahead of Swedish House Mafia, who's only 12 points back, and Yeti Outcasts is 18 points back. Yeti Outcasts to the bag 2nd. They can walk the bag to the yellow line before they start their lunges. 75 feet all the way down, 75 feet all the way back. If there's a no rep, the bag has to hit the ground. Relight in the lead. Yeti just behind them, just to their right. Yeti making a move on Salt Bays.
Now, one of the things that Yeti can do are the long steps that these taller athletes can do. So if you have the ability to keep it in sync and you can take a longer step, that's less work you have to do. That's smart.
But here comes Team Noosa in lane number 7. Yeti has just passed Salt Bays. What Yeti needs is they need a win, but they need some help. They're 18 points out of 1st. However, they're only 6 points out of 2nd. That's Swedish House Mafia in lane number 6.
Oh, they went for the switch too.
Yeti does the switch, 75 feet to go. Team Noosa has moved into 2nd, and they do the switch. Yeti in the center lane, led by Emma Lawson. Shelby Nee in the middle, Danielle Brandon holding on to the anchor. They're in the lead. They need a win and they need some help. They're 6 points back of Swedish House Mafia. Swedish House just took the turn. In fact, they are moving ahead of Salt Bays. Salt Bays has now dropped to 5th in the heat. Noosa sitting in 4th. They were only 3 points behind Outcast, so they're not going to jump them, but they may jump another team. Because Swedish House Mafia needs to finish because they only had a 12-point lead. And that'll do it. Yeti's in, and that's ahead of the time to beat, but Noosa also in. Now the numbers Yeti Outcasts needs 7 places between them. Times for other heat are coming into play. Swedish House Mafia has about 3 steps left to go, but they're also trying to stay ahead of Team Krieger in lane number 10.
Oh, that one's going to be close.
There's 2 more teams. We're now past the 9:05 mark. Relight has to get in. Times from other heats are in. 2 more teams just past them. Maybe one, because Danny Spiegel did not get across the line ahead of the last place team, so that might have saved him the place. They needed 7. They needed 7 teams. There was 5 in this heat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7.
Noosa needed some help as well. They were only 11 points out of a 3rd place position, but unfortunately that 3rd place team was Yeti Outcasts. But was it enough to get ahead of Swedish House Mafia? They were only 3 points behind Yeti, 11 points behind Swedish House. Noosa might have done just enough, but Swedish House closed hard.
I know. Man, that was a good race.
Salt Bays might have seen themselves fall out of the podium completely.
That was very possible. The fact that they came off the Toza bar as the lead team and then just lost it through the lunges.
1 more team left onto the floor. That is lane number 9. Little McDotter. And a great showing for this young team. And the math begins.
I don't think my calculator has an esteem for that.
It's either a handful of points in relights in or it's a handful of points in relights out. I'm not sure if Noosa got enough to get into the podium, but they could have jumped relight depending on the number of teams because, again, they got 2nd in this heat. Noosa did.
Yep.
Noosa was only 21 points behind relight. They needed 8.
That's right. Because 7 would tie them.
7 would tie them.
Yep.
So they need 8 to break the tie. Although relight doesn't have any wins. Noosa, I believe, has
they do
one.
have a win.
Team Noosa has 1 event win.
Yep.
So if it was 7, it's 21 points and it's a tie, and Noosa gets the tiebreaker. And by our terrible math, it's 7 or 8 teams.
I think I counted 7.
But here's the thing. So Yeti did what they needed to do. But Yeti was in 3rd. I don't want to throw my papers away because that has my numbers on them. Yeti was in 3rd. They were 6 points behind Swedish House Mafia. But I don't know where Swedish House Mafia may have finished 4th, which is the 6-point tiebreaker. As your rain replays, Team Krieger definitely played spoiler as part of this mix.
Well, and I really thought, they were so strong coming off the rig for the Toza bar. I really thought that they'd be a lot better on the lunges. But I tell you what.
Okay, Bill. I'm looking at event wins and possible tiebreakers. Yeti Outcast has no event wins,
right?
Except for that one,
right?
So now that's 1. Swedish House Mafia also has an event win. Noosa also has an event win themselves. House Mafia has 2 finishes inside the top 5. Noosa has 2 finishes, now make it 3 for both of them inside the top 5.
Yeti Outcasts, I have no idea what the score is, but we're still going to celebrate and have some fun. Let's hear it for them, the Yeti Outcasts. It's been an absolute joy watching you compete this weekend. Danielle, what's been the sweetest part being with these 2 girls out on the competition floor and out on the beach?
I think it's been really cool for me personally. It's been a big growth weekend because you don't realize being on a team how much your energy affects the others. And I was feeling quite anxious and getting a little grumpy before this final. And I was just like, I really got to reel it in because that could totally affect them. So it was just cool. It was cool to be around these 2 girls. They're so calm and so mature, especially this one for how young she is. It's cool.
Now, Ms. Shelby, what are some of those learning opportunities that now being on a team here, Wodapalooza, potentially podium, potentially winner, I have no idea where we are. What are some of those learnings that you're going to take away with you into the coming seasons?
Yeah, I mean, Emma and Danielle are just much more experienced athletes, so it's like feels like a privilege to be on a team with them, and I'm just learning a lot and taking what I can, and hopefully I can eat as much as Emma does one day, because she's impressive. She's elite.
Emma, the hype train is so real. Where is this coming from? Is this something that you've been working on for a long time? I mean, we all know your athletic prowess, but to see these two other top dogs give you such high praise, where is this coming from?
I don't know. I mean, I've learned a lot myself from them as well this weekend. It's been so much fun, and I've loved getting to know each of them a lot better as well. So honestly, I just had a blast this weekend, and yeah, it was a great time with them. I love our team.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Eddie Outcasts.
This goes crazy.
And one of those teams in play is Swedish House Mafia, and they are also down with Bella Barton.
Swedish House Mafia. Not only is it a great name, good music choice, ladies, but it's been fun and it's been amazing to watch you compete this weekend. You've been in contention for the podium all weekend. I've been waiting to talk to you. Miss Lena, what went into all of the performances this weekend? You built quite a strong team, some fellow Europeans, even though you're a Miami native now. What went into creating this magic?
We had a really good coach, 2 coaches actually, and a lot of talking and strategy. Yeah.
Does it feel special to you to be competing in Miami, you know, after all of the time you've spent here?
It is. It does. I have a lot of people, or more people that I know here, friends and Peak family. Yeah, it's special.
Now, ladies, you told me you wanted to speak in your own native languages. I love it. I know your friends and your family are watching back home. What do you have to say to all of your friends and family supporting you through this live stream and here in the crowd this weekend?
Tack så mycket för all support. Vi älskar er.
I'm going to assume you said thank you to all of your friends and family. Thank you for being here with us this weekend. Swedish House Mafia, we'll see you potentially on the podium. Thank you, ladies.
Exciting. So exciting that Blue chased right off our mic, so it's just me. I'm going to go ahead and close you guys out, but I really want to thank you guys for hanging with us all this weekend. We don't quite know the scores yet. They're still being tallied, so once we figure those things out, you will find them out as soon as we do. But we do have 2 big announcements that we need to know about. First of all, we'll see you in September down in SoCal for the SoCal Tier Cup, and then also, big news, Tier Wodapalooza will be next year, 2026, in March instead of over here in January. So thank you guys for hanging out with us. For Chase Ingram, for me, Bill Grundler, and for Bella Martin out on the floor, thanks for hanging out. Stay tuned for our award ceremony. You guys have a good rest of your night.
sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Check the facts, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like heat.
Once again, thanks for sticking around. We'll have our podium ceremony coming up here in quite a bit. The largest competition in the entire world. So we got to gather a whole bunch of people and a whole bunch of scores together. So we'll get it underway here in just a few minutes.